Tryna douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep around in the weapon, blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Now I got nice light infernos. They're tryna douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep around in the weapon, blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Now I got nice light infernos. They're tryna douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep flowing while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets, with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep around in the weapon, blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the goddess. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. And claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It adults my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Knock a nice light infernos. They're trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now. My spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now. But my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now. But my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They wanna douse my flame. If I pull it out, it's a profit. These scriptures keep fluent while teaching disciples. You can catch me in the gauntlets with a roster full of monsters. If I pull it out, it's a profit. This the sound of insurrection. Keep around in the weapon. Blowing loud, it's a session. Lighters up, shake met the gardens. Pour out effervescence, be the runner-up, the next contestant. Not hearing you haters, ain't no blocking my blessings. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now. But my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They don't know nice is eternal. Knock a nice light infernos. They're trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. It douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man. Wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now. My spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now. But my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now. But my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the top.
Hey, it's something about that song. I was feeling that song. I heard something about throwing lighters up a segment. I'm like, oh, this motherfucker jamming.
That's your first time hearing that?
It is.
That's some fire right there. It's definitely some
Yeah,
fire.
it's my first time hearing that shit too. That shit was hard. Very relevant.
I knew put that together.
Very relevant.
My computer froze. Every time I get on Restream, it like freeze my computer.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that Restream. But we
Yo,
are
my bad
here.
too. I ain't mean to get on there and motherfucking drown the show out and shit, bro.
No, do your thing. That wasn't my show. That was Wavy show.
Oh, all right.
I think it was just an open panel. So you know, over here I'm gonna make sure Jesse don't get over talked a little bit more. But
yeah.
I'll try to keep it fair, even though I don't believe in that. This Jesse show today, the night before Grenchmas. You there, Jesse?
I'm here.
Yo, the Grinch show in the Quran is crazy.
Wow, crazy for real.
I'm making Christmas sweaters next year, y'all.
Word.
Everybody gonna be able to get one. I'm sorry I came up with this idea so late with that picture, because I'm like, damn, this would have been a perfect Christmas sweater.
Word.
I do want to play one more song in honor of this being Jesse's show. Let me see if it comes up. This is where my computer froze last time. I don't think it's the song, though, but I think it's that Restream. My shit's still kind of going slow. We have someone. Oh, Jesse's back to the stage. People keep dropping out. I don't think that's me. I think that
Yeah, I think it's just that mix up with the platforms or something. Cause I was talking and I couldn't hear nobody. I was like, dang, they just sitting there looking at me.
that damn restream. I'm telling you.
Yeah, restream. It's a challenge.
It's always been interesting because when I first used to try to come over there, it wouldn't even like let my phone even try to think it was gonna go on there. Yeah.
Word.
Yeah, it was doing me that too. I had to figure that junk out, man.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't going over there and shit. Like that shit, the shit really. He like, yo, get on the panel. I try to get on the panel. I'm like, man, fuck that. I ain't about to keep going through all that goofy shit.
I
Hey,
can say that I see that they did some upgrades to it though because it worked way better this time.
Yeah, I jumped
That
straight
too.
on. He put the link down. I clicked it. That shit took me straight, bang, boom. I'm like, oh yeah, all right.
Hell yeah.
hey, Chucky made it over here, y'all. That's what's up. Let's give him a round of
Peace.
applause.
What's up, Chucky? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
What they do, peace and blessings, man.
Peace to you. I'm about to play this song in honor of this being Jesse's show and in honor of, I guess, Islam. And then we're going to go ahead and get it cracking.
Let's go.
Swift Day.
Holy Quran, Holy Quran, Holy Quran, Holy Quran.
They want me to change, but some things just can't be rewritten. Got a God's light, a light, they're all true and living. Authentic, like this book I hold in palm. With mercy, embrace all things.
I'm trying to bless Jesse with his intro song. He not even here, man. We can go ahead and get this started, man. How do y'all feel about some of these topics that y'all see on the background right here? Let me get y'all out the way. What were we touching on right
Was
before we left?
Jesus actually born on December 25th? Is Christmas a biblical celebration or a later
Boom
tradition?
right there. Boom right there.
All right.
And
Is
I'm saying,
Christmas a
God,
biblical celebration or a later tradition?
I think
yep,
both of
and
those answers are wrong. I think it's an earlier tradition.
yeah, I'm saying this God is light is electromagnetism. Y'all celebrating the first light after the longest night.
Right.
You tired, motherfucker.
You're tired. Part of that wild hunt I heard.
Yeah,
Shout
like
out Ben Eaton to the panel.
it it it
Yeah.
it,
I
it, it,
think
ev- it eventually branched out to all that pagan stuff, but I think it was just originally a feast based on the winter solstice.
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what we talking
I,
about.
I'm gonna go in to say that it extends from a particular group of people though. Coming from the steep, they had celebrations to this year, right? Back to as far as they can remember, as they say, right? That incorporating the worship of the palm tree and later
Yeah.
on aspect of the palm cone, but that came from a different location. But yeah,
Now
Yeah,
over here
we
we do
talked
pull up
about this,
sources.
saying
So
over the years.
if anybody wants me to look up a source or look something up, just go ahead and let me know. I got you. I'll share the screen for you.
All right, hold up. I got you. You already know how it go.
Yeah, we love sources over here, man. So Chucky, same for you. I don't know if you can share your screen. If not, just tell me what you want me to look up, and I got you.
yeah, that Jesus
For
character
sure.
wasn't even born in December, according to the narrative of the book.
Whenever you ready, I'm ready.
Assalamu alaikum. I just hopped back on. I had to send that link out. It wouldn't let me send the link out at the same time as being on the platform, so I had to hop
Boom.
off real quick to do that.
It's all good. Just as better late than never, brother. You made it. You know what I'm saying? So, welcome to the panel.
For sure,
But
for
boom,
sure.
this why I say that, God is light is electromagnetism, you know what I'm saying? And y'all celebrating the first light after the longest night, you know what I'm saying? As you can see what I typed in is connection between winter solstice, Christmas, and light, right? The connection between the winter solstice and Christmas lies in the ancient celebration of light's return after the longest night, a theme Christian theologians adopted, placing Jesus, the light of the world, at this time to align with pagan festivals like Saturnalia and Yuletide people, incorporating traditions like lights and feasting to symbolize rebirth and hope for longer days. Winter solstice, ancient light celebrations. You know what I'm saying? The turning point. The winter solstice marks the shortest day and longest night, symbolizing a pause before the sun's return, bringing hope for spring and longer days. Pagan roots culture worldwide celebrated this time with festivals of light, feasts, and evergreen decorations like trees, highly mistletoes to welcome the sun's rebirth and ward off darkness. Roman influence. The Roman festival Sol Invictus, Unconquered Sun, on December 25th directly marked the sun's rebirth, coinciding with the solstice. Christmas adopting and reinterpreting light. You heard that? Christmas adopting and reinterpreting light. Like y'all say, that metaphor and parable shit y'all be saying. Christianization. Early Christians linked the birth of Jesus, whom they called the light of the world, to this significant astronomical event, making December 25th a symbolic date for his birth. Symbolic meaning that this placement provided a powerful metaphor, like I just said, just as the solstice signals the gradual return of light after darkness. Jesus' birth brought spiritual light and hope to the world, marking a new beginning. Incorporated traditions. Many Christmas customs, feasting, Yule logs, evergreen trees, and lights were integrated from these solstice celebrations, giving them Christian meanings like Christ's light triumphing over darkness. In the enduring connection. The timing allows Christmas to celebrate Jesus as the spiritual light while honoring the natural cycle of light's return, a universally understood symbol of renewal and hope that resonates across cultures and faiths. God is light, light is electromagnetism and the fullness thereof.
Absolutely.
Wait, I want to see that source though. Go back.
All right, I got you.
I like the overview, but I still be wanting to see where the source came from.
Right, all right, you're right. The sources they got is King Street Chronicles,
King
Rebecca
Street.
Douglas Photography, Reddit. Let's see what they got. USA Today, Wisconsin Family Council, The Ethical Butcher, History.com got an 11-minute video on it. The Bloomington International Student, what that is, something. Let's click on that one.
Okay, I just wanted to hear a couple of where they was coming from.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that's what it is with that.
I just want to point out, it's a beautiful picture that my boy A1 has designed. You know, something that I plan on doing on this show is, pretty much dismantling Christmas as just as much as the Grinch dismantled Christmas in his movie. I believe that ultimately the Grinch was correct in his thinking. He possibly could have had some Islamic inspiration on why he would have wanted to steal Christmas. Christmas is a pagan holiday, and we have to basically get away from these concepts. Make sure that we're doing these practices with the right intention. So we're still in Christmas over here.
Jesse said he the Grinch today, y'all.
I'm saying, Jesse, it's your flow. Go ahead and talk. We got a few
Go ahead.
topics
Go
right
ahead.
here in the background. You could take from one of them, and let's get this bill going.
Jesse, why you want to get rid of Christmas, man?
You there, Jesse?
So thank you for letting me know, A1. Yeah, so Christmas is a pagan holiday. This holiday is not really about Jesus. Rather, it's more rooted in pagan practices of before. It's about time that we start acknowledging this paganism rather than going with the flow of society. Um, I understand that for a lot of people, this is a time to have a good time, spend time with families, and I still encourage having a good time and spending your time with your family. But it's a good time for us to recognize Christmas as being a pagan holiday and getting away from it.
I'm a Jesse. What's wrong with being a pagan?
What's wrong with being a pagan? Well, this is supposed to be a representation of Jesus's birthday, and Jesus was not even born in December. Um, as believers, we want to make sure that we're practicing practices that are congruent of our Creator. Um, there's outside meanings within Christmas. Even the Bible itself teaches practices against things like the Christmas tree. So it's time for the world to wake up and come back to worshiping our Creator and getting away from these pagan practices.
Cool.
Or you
Why?
could come over here to the light side
All
and
right.
say God is light, light is electromagnetism, and you be good.
Yeah. Why should we? Why? That's the question. Why should people stop doing this?
I'm gonna ask you this question. Do you think that electromagnetism can live inside a human being?
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, long as you got brainwave activity and neurons fire and bioluminescence, then yes.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
All push out the electromagnetic field in 8 feet in all directions, and your brain puts out an electromagnetic field, however, not as large as the one that's in heart for that.
Do you think that also has something to do with getting your chakras aligned?
I mean, it could, you know what I'm saying? It could. I don't really, subscribe to the chakra thing, but I'm aware of that, you know what I'm saying? So I would say it could be related, you know what I'm saying?
But you automatically do that. You know what I mean, without knowing. If you want to
Right, right,
apply
right.
that theology to it, I guess if you got them in line, it'll make it propagate farther than what it would do naturally. I guess you automatically doing it regardless. Your shit in line, not in line. You eating all the fucked up shit. You know what I mean? Nothing healthy. You still doing it. You feel me?
So Jesus' birthday wasn't December 25th.
No,
Jesse.
his
No,
birthday was
it was
more
not.
closer to September. Some shit like that going off of the astrological accounts. The months leading up to it and the names that in which they use, know what I mean, shit like that, or everything points to even the scholars say motherfucking September.
Correct. And the question becomes, I think even within Christianity, brothers recognize it to be a pagan holiday. Why do we want to continue to do this holiday even though we know it's pagan?
I'm in agreement that it's pagan, but I'm like, I don't care about
Yeah.
the fact that, pagans probably also use the bathroom. Should we not do that? Like, I don't live my life dictating on what a pagan used to do. Well, I also don't celebrate, so.
Yeah, but the celebration that we have the day of Christmas is literally like maybe a little bit over 100 years old. Like, you feel me? How we celebrate the day is like kind of new, and it was based upon commercial and shit like that. Know what I mean?
Now, if you want me to pull up any sources, let me know.
Can you pull up the actual birth date of Jesus?
Where do you
We
want me to
don't
go?
know we
Where
don't
do you
know
want me to
that.
go, and what do you want me to look at?
Just
What
what would the
just ask
actual birth date
Google
of Jesus?
what's the yeah, the consensus on when Jesus was born, month,
The correct
date.
the correct, and I would say like the correct birthday because
No, it ain't
it
gonna
might.
be a correct
It ain't we
birthday. That's
don't
why you
know
gotta
we
ask the
don't know.
consensus. What's the consensus based upon what data they collected? Know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it'll be an assumption basically only.
Nah, because the astrological shit and shit actually put, know what I mean, narrow shit down. Know what I
No, I'm saying
mean?
there's no reference we can draw from for identifying when or around when Jesus was born.
No,
So it just leaves
they could generalize the year, but
it's a likely assumption or educated opinion, I
yeah,
guess.
based upon astrology though and other factors.
Google says there's no consensus on Jesus' exact
All
birthday.
right, told you.
Those scholars generally place his birth between 6 and 4 BCE, not 1 AD, due to King Herod's reign. December 25th became the widely celebrated Christmas date centuries later, possibly linked to pagan winter solstice festivals. Though biblical accounts of shepherds don't definitively rule out winter, while some suggest spring or fall based on astronomy. And let's see what source this is. Gotquestions.org, Treasure Coast News, Britannica. Let's go to Britannica and see what it says about when Jesus was born. One might be inclined to think that when Jesus was born is obvious on December 25th, Christmas in the year zero. And one might think his birth marked an epochal shift after which the date is reckoned as AD. Um, and before which it is BC. The truth is, no one really knows the year or even the day that this historical figure of Jesus was born. Why the uncertainty? First, the calendar system in the widest use today was not fully in the. Dang, Jesse, you came around and I can't read today. Okay. Why the uncertainty? First, the calendar system in the widest use today was not fully in place at the time of Jesus' birth. Second, the date of Jesus' birth was not recorded with any degree of precision when it happened, and the Gospels provide piecemeal evidence.
Yeah,
Third,
horrible.
Jesus' birth date was not particularly important to the earliest writers on Christianity, and the date of December 25th was gradually identified by church leaders only in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Fourth, there is no year zero on the calendar system most widely used today, which developed before the idea of zero arrived in Europe. The day of Jesus' birth as December 25th, the year he was born, and the calendar system now used across much of the world all developed gradually over the centuries after Jesus' earthly life. Historians have made numerous attempts to estimate the date of Jesus' birth on the basis of hints in the New Testament, but even their conclusions are tentative.
Yep.
Textual evidence for Jesus' birth year. What's my dog doing? Okay. Many historians and scholars of religion suggest, on the basis of evidence in the Gospels, that the historical figure of Jesus was likely born between 6 and 4 BC. We got somebody to the panel. Let me click over and get them up. Shout out Anu Kakarat. We got Anu to the
What up?
panel.
What up? I'm already here.
Let me see what it looked like right here, like this. That's kind of small. Let me make it back big for the audience
Very
at
first
home.
light, bro.
Oops. How do I get back? There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. It's not. So I'm reading all this on Britannica and it's not even sharing. My apologies. I'm over here on Britannica. Nobody even noticed or told me. The whole time, this is the source that I'm reading. We are on Britannica, something a little more reputable than Wikipedia or the Google overview. I'm here at textual evidence for Jesus' birth year, and it reads many historians and scholars of religion suggest, on the basis of evidence in the Gospels, that the historical figure of Jesus was likely born between. Okay, I already read that. My bad. I went back up. But yeah, so Jesus was born at the time of census conducted while Quirinius was governor of Syria. However, other evidence indicates that such a census occurred in 6 to 7 CE, which conflicts greatly with Matthew's account. Plenty of scholastic ink has been spilled trying to explain this discrepancy. Some scholars have provided alternate readings of the Greek text of Luke. Others have surmised that Quirinius served as governor at the earlier point of history when Herod was still alive,
Which
or
is
that he
false.
conducted a census earlier as ruler, but not
Which is,
officially as governor. You said what you say, Ben?
I said, which is false. That's nonsense.
And it also says, or else Luke somehow mixed up the date. The Gospel of Luke, probably written in 63 to 70 CE. I don't get how the Gospel can be written that late, and these are eyewitness accounts. Like, we have to stop calling them that. But I'll continue reading. It says in the Gospel of Luke was probably written in 63 to 70 CE, and possibly as late as 80. Wow. Wow. Let me stay focused. At least 6 decades after Jesus' birth. So definitely not an eyewitness account of anything, but I'll continue. In addition, Luke indicates that St. John the Baptist, who was 6 months older than Jesus, according to Luke 1, began his ministry in the 15th year of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, which would have been about 29 CE. Luke also notes that Jesus began his ministry soon thereafter at the age of about 30, which would make his birth year about 2 BCE. Yet Luke's mention of about 30 leaves ample wiggle room. A number of early Christian writers placed Jesus' birth about 2 or 3 BCE, but there is no consensus on that. Why December 25th is considered Jesus' birthday? Should we go over that? I think I
Yeah,
knew.
yeah,
Not I knew.
I would love to hear that.
Okay, we'll get it from Britannica. There is no precise evidence in the Gospels to indicate what time of year Jesus was born. Some commentators speculate that the date was in the early spring or fall when, per Luke 2:8, the shepherds were in the fields. Groups of Gnostic Christians in Egypt in the early centuries CE proposed dates for Jesus' birth on the Egyptian calendar that would correspond to May 20th, April 19th, and the 20th, I believe that would be of April, and January 6th. That's a wide spectrum. I wish they could hone that down a little more, but I'll continue. On the most widely used modern calendar. In many ancient Christian communities, January 6th came to be recognized and celebrated as the date of Jesus' birth. Meanwhile, some early Christian scholars, combining elements from Roman religion and solar symbolism, chose March 25th, the Roman spring equinox. Wow. All of this
Exactly.
stuff, all of these holidays are based around celestial events, but then they'll tell you don't study the stars. I think it's like, to me, that's like a slap in the face. Like, what do you mean don't study the stars? The 3 wise men, how did they know where to show up to Jesus' birth? Because they were studying the stars.
Exactly.
Uh, but let's keep it moving. Maybe we'll get some pushback a little bit from
What
somebody on that.
what
Um,
do the Bible and the Quran say about the? I can't see the rest of that. I was asking Jesse.
let me see what y'all see.
Well, the Quran does not say nothing specifically about birthdays, but Islamically speaking, we do recognize that birthdays are, to be real, we're not really supposed to put too much attention into birthdays, being that this is a way of like self worship. So the concept of birthday is actually prevalent in as far as in the book of the devil. The devil has his own scriptures as well, and the birthdays are going to be like the one of the biggest holidays in that type of worship.
Hey, I gotta go let my dog out, so y'all have the floor for like 4 or 5 minutes. I'm sure you can handle yourselves, correct?
Yep. Yeah, we can.
It's
Yeah,
all
I got
good.
you.
Um, what's the guy in the middle's name again?
Chucky,
Check
huh?
it.
Brother Chucky.
Chucky. Chucky, you got the keys, man. You running things while I'm gone. All right.
I got you.
All right, Chucky, hold it down.
Well, since he gave you the keys, check, we would love to hear your belief as far as Christmas. How do you see this holiday? What does it mean to you?
Oh well, like you already know, it is the same thing you were saying. It's paganism, so it really means nothing to me. I just see Christmas time as the coming of the sleeping of the earth. The earth is about to sleep. It's about to go into hibernation. It's winter. Everything is dormant at this time until the earth reawakes again during the spring. That's all that means to me. But all that stuff about gift giving and tree hanging, I mean, all of that is pagan, German, and European traditions.
Does anybody have any pushback on that concept? Because I think I'm pretty much in agreement.
Yeah, I agree with him on that too. At the fucking loop.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which is crazy because the celebrations that's still pagan, all still was pagan because the reason why they were celebrating was for that very reason. So that's crazy. Mm.
I mean, yeah, but
Um,
I guess they dictate what pagan is and what's not. So,
No, they do because they the one that created that shit, right?
yeah, yep. Hmm.
So
So
that's
when you
why I
say
wouldn't say like
when you
people say a
say
bad thing. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing, especially if you don't fall under that paradigm.
Right, right.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't say pagan is a bad thing. I would say pagan is doing a natural tradition of humanity, but you don't have the understanding of really why you're doing it. That's what the definition of pagan is. It's not that you're doing something wrong, it's that you have the lack of
No, that's
understanding of
subjective as
what you're really
fuck.
doing it for.
That's
That's not the
subjective.
definition of
That's
pagan.
subjective.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I don't think that's the definition when you look it up neither. That don't sound like it might be no definition to that. That sounded kind of subjective than a motherfucker. Too subjective to be a definition.
Jesse, is paganism bad?
I would say paganism is bad. I think paganism is going to be now. This is my personal definition. I would have to look it up, but without looking it up, paganism means to me, worshiping stuff that's outside of the creator. So rather it being rocks, stones, human beings, I pretty much believe that all these are like concepts. Worshiping self.
See that shit sound kind of crazy, right? Especially right knowing that the prophet absolutely went into a pagan temple and took
mm.
pagan gods. Like, what are we talking about? Like, bro, like you gotta have the same disdain that you got toward everything else against the shit you devote yourself to at the end of the day. Right?
I got
That
a
shit gotta
question.
stand to the same scrutiny as everything else at the end of the day, right? You can't be biased to shit, right? At the end of the day, on one hand, because you want to be comfortable within your paradigm, but know what I mean, everything else get held to a level of scrutiny that's just, know what I mean, everything gotta have the same level of scrutiny to it, right? And at the end of the
I
day, when we
agree,
talk
brother.
about pagan shit, right, we got a whole thing predicated on pagan gods. At the end of the, in fact, shit, the Christian people will call to an extent the shit y'all doing pagan. Know what I mean, it ain't got nothing to do with the original God. Motherfuckers might agree it's the same God, different name. I don't subscribe to that, right? Because the two gods came from two totally different places, right? And they kind of ran at the same time, right? people in that place and people in another place was worshiping both of those gods at the same time, and they neither one of them had anything to do with each other, type shit. You feel
I
me?
agree. I
In
definitely
fact,
agree with you, bro.
people in this place and people in that place, for the most part, probably didn't even know that the God over there in that place existed, and vice versa. Type shit. Unless they was privileged to be able to travel and they had funds and shit like that. Other than that, motherfuckers ain't 2,000 miles in each direction. A motherfucker wouldn't know what the fuck those people got going on over there.
But do you think it could have also been like one person giving, say, about 7, 8 people the knowledge, and these 7, 8 people went to the different people all throughout the earth and gave them the same knowledge, but the different people took it all different ways, and they made their own cultures based on the same knowledge.
Yeah, you see the similarities because, and I say that because the law of the land is the same everywhere at the end of the day, right? I can agree with that, know what I mean? But everything else is just whoever motherfucking made that shit, um, for them to exude a form of control over motherfuckers. Most of these religions that people deal with today was absolutely not a spiritual move, right? But a government empowering move or a sect empowering move, right? At the end of the day, really didn't have much to do with people's spiritualities more than it had to do with a particular group of people getting rich off of some shit, acquiring land off of this shit. You feel me? At the end of the day,
Oh,
I
so
mean,
Hey,
definitely because
what
like
segment? You had a
Yeah,
question,
I think the
segment?
sister had a question.
I
oh
did, and it wasn't about the well, it's still about belief, but I was just trying to stick in with the Christmas season or whatever is going on, and you guys are saying stuff, so it made me ask about a tree. Because someone just said not too long ago that they're saying something about the Christmas tree in the Bible, and I was just trying to learn with you guys today and see if it was something that you guys knew. I think it was supposed to be like James or Jeremiah or somebody was supposed to say something
Yeah,
about the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
What can y'all compile? Like, what does that mean? Like, what is?
I think.
Can y'all?
Oh, well, it's basically telling you not to go in the woods and cut down the tree and
Yeah,
fasten it
yeah,
with hammer and nails.
You
yeah. I
lying?
mean,
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I can,
yeah, because the Israelites interpret it as a
I,
Christmas tree specifically, but that's
I
where the
mean,
verse. Yeah, I think that's where they're getting it from.
yeah, I could read the verse for you. It's actually Jeremiah 10, verse 2 through 4. It says,
Please.
thus save the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, to work the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not.
Mm. Did they just say don't go get no Christmas tree and put no garlands and stuff on it?
Yep.
That's
That's how
correct.
Yeah.
old the practice
Look,
is. That's how
look.
ancient the practice is.
The Bible said, look, them niggas over there, they talk about God is light is electromagnetism. Y'all don't
Y'all
supposed
just
to be
blew
doing
my
it.
top. Y'all just blew my top. So all of the people that are celebrating Christmas has the trees with the decorations that their belief system is clearly stating not to do.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, they going to
Heathens.
a
hell according
voice
to Jesse.
test in the chat. They
Heathens.
was worshipped at the same time. This at the time that El was being worshipped by the Canaanites and the people who later became Israelites. Allah was being worshipped by motherfucking Mesopotamians,
Yeah, that's true.
not people of Islamic origin, because Islam didn't become a thing until thousands of years after the fact of what I'm talking about.
That is true. And just because they have similar origins, right? It is our modern historiographic methods that separate them because they don't know what we know. Back then, they don't say that, well, Allah and El come from the same group. They don't know. They observe their deities as separate. No matter how much we
They
understand them to be
created them.
connected, right? But to them, th- there's no connection. Mine is one. That's it. He got,
So where this new age shit come from? If the
that
people that created these things absolutely did not believe that all these deities are the same, where this new age thought come from?
I don't, I don't know. Just how just
Well, it's based off of
Because I
communication
go off
among
of this, right? Referring back onto the Torah, right? From
just pop
my
culture.
understanding, the God of the Torah acknowledges that there's other God.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the end of the day, so all these gods being one God by many different names is crazy to me.
Yeah,
Especially when we know that these gods were not interchangeable in a conception of where they came from.
yeah.
And I believe in giving your energy to the wrong motherfucker.
So,
Hey Jesse, are
Islamically
pagans going
speaking,
to hell?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm not.
All right, cool,
Yeah,
cool, cool.
Tell
but
them,
I mean,
Jesse.
I think it's going to be based on the level of paganism that they do. I think just the big point is worshiping outside of the creator. So as
Okay.
human beings, like we're not supposed to worship outside the creator. If your intentions is to worship the almighty creator, and you might do some pagan activities, maybe there's some leniency within that. But I mean the big concept is just worshiping the almighty creator and staying within that realm.
Shout out to
I
the
think.
chat, Roy Chess. I see you out there getting it in. Everybody else out there, please make sure
Roy
you
Chess,
like, share, and
the
subscribe to the
Roy
channel. Thank you
Roy
so
Chess,
much.
that God that
Damn,
they
I
have right now is absolutely the same God from the Atra Hazis. Absolutely is.
he
You could
rude
pick.
as
You could
fuck.
pick which one though. Rather is Allah or
That's
Nana
funny.
Allah, right? Because they eventually merge to become one and the same at the end of the day. So and it bounced all the way down, right, to the Babylonians of the time at the end of the day. So like we could you come up here and get on this panel, my nigga, and we could discuss history at the end of the day. We ain't gotta type
Yeah,
shit
come
and
on.
I
Yeah,
be
everybody, come on.
Oh
Man,
Well,
yeah, I
Mary,
definitely
I
agree
want to
J.
with you.
Blige.
I want to point out that you know how we know that we're worshiping the same God is based on the characteristics or the people that God has spoke to. Now in Islam, we believe that Prophet Muhammad is the final messenger, and he sent down the Quran. God sent down the Quran to the Prophet Muhammad through the angel Jibril. But we know that Allah is the same God as the Christians and Jews based on the stories that are told. As far as, like, we still believe in Moses. It might not be the same name as
Hey,
Yahweh, but
hey
we
Jesse,
still
But that's
adhere to
just
the
a
is
story
it
of
is
later.
it
Moses.
safe to
You
say
would you
that your
agree that I
like
could
that
create a story later on, right, and then write that story into the narrative of something that then came out?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
All right,
I
I'm
just think
cool.
it's very frustrating that your God will make three different books, have people believe in all these different things and fighting amongst each other. Sound like like kids fighting, playing with toys and shit.
Oh God,
Well, that's supposed to be a part of the test for humanity. Humanity is ultimately supposed to take heed and look into the knowledge of the previous scriptures, and
I
and
got you, but when they contradict, what do we do now? So how do we fix that? How does God like how what is the method of fixing that contradiction? If
well,
this is coming from the same God and he give me the Quran and he give me the Torah, when the Torah and the Quran conflict with each other, how do we reconcile those disagreements?
well,
Because
the Quran says directly that it's the supreme authority over the previous scriptures. So wherever the Quran and the previous scriptures differ,
the Quran
we
wins.
yeah, the Quran wins, automatic.
I think
how do
I
something
think
new win?
I think it's a thing more about the difference between religion and spirituality. Like religion is just a set of rules that's supposed to like bring you back to spirituality. Spirituality is like a universal law that's supposed to be inside of you already. So like you're basically supposed to know wrong from right. But with the religion, you're dealing with the religion now. Like man is giving you that, so that's tainted automatically.
I mean,
And that's the claim of people that hold the Quran, that although they lean on the prior books are heavily tainted.
corrupted.
They're
Yeah.
not right. And their new book, which all the information they got from those tainted books are the correction to those. And yeah. There's a lot going on for those to all
So,
be the
are
same
looking
people,
at
like you
this,
said.
are you guys looking at it like it's the same God, or is it different
Yeah.
gods with
I mean,
the
No,
three
it's
different
not the
books?
same God. It's absolutely
we
It's
not.
not.
The Quran
we
and the
Islamically
Torah and the
speaking
Bible.
are believing that it's the same God. We believe that the same God of the Bible and the gospel is the
So why
same
not
God
pay
of the
homage
Quran.
and call him by his name
How,
instead
I
of
mean,
other names?
His
And
correct
then
name
why
let
is
did
going to
the
him.
be Allah.
prophet find
You
him
gotta
in a
let him finish
pagan?
out though, cause I'm trying to learn from each one of y'all, brother, for real. Cause I'm trying to hear y'all really on to something here, and this kind of got me peaked. I'm sorry. What you say, Jesse?
I was saying that it's the same God. There's only one God of the entire universe. The term Allah is going to be the correction to what the correct God's name is. So a Hebrew might consider Yahweh or Yahweh to be the name of God, but this is really a tetragrammaton that they tried to recreate. They ultimately lost the translation of God because they thought his name was too holy to say, and Allah is supposed to be the correct name. Now, we ultimately in Islam believe that this message that the Prophet Muhammad received is not from himself. So we think that God has the power to give the proper names in the way that they would have pronounced in the time of the prophets.
Okay, hold that thought. So, thought it's three different books, and you have the Torah, which was supposed to be the original, whatever. Then that wasn't right. And then I think it's like the Bible, New Testament, or something like that. And then they're saying that the Quran came and corrected all of it. So, what is your idea on there? Because I don't understand why this book keep needing to be corrected.
I
What
I
is
I,
that?
I think first you can't make a correction from the source material when the source material is faulty, as you claim, right?
Mm.
I'm prepared to argue that it's four different books, right?
Four?
But we could keep it at the three, right? At the end of the
Right.
day, them three books are from three different denominations of people, right? I guess if you want to go with the narrative, two of those people link, right? Through a particular bloodline, the Ishmaelites and the Israelites or whatever
Mm.
and shit. But if we gonna say that the first book, right, was faulty, not even gonna count the second book, because that shit is just like I don't even understand why people deal with that, right? Then by no, I understand the fact of why they got a totally different God, right? I understand the fact why a lot of their customs and shit is different, right? At the end of the day, because it has nothing to do with the original shit. They just piggybacked on something that was already out there and made their own thing of it. Even the when you look that shit up, dude, it is Islam direct connection, know what I mean, of biblical anything, motherfucker, is gonna tell you no. The only thing it got in common is that it used the scriptures to fall back on. It's not the same religion. It's not the same anything. Something totally different.
So you saying that they're not the same God, and Jesse, you're
No, they
saying that it's the
absolutely not
same
the
God,
same
but we
God
didn't
because
know the
we know.
name.
Listen, I'll be ready
Correct.
to argue that the tetragram that they got, Yahweh, right? When you break it down, says "High Father." It's a pictograph in three letters, right? At the end of the day, right? That's a title, right? So when we go with, we know where that shit came from. The Bible tell you where it came from, right? We got a God named Melchizedek, as y'all call him, right? At the end of the day, right? That bestowed upon a motherfucker that's not from there, right? All of his motherfucking spiritual knowledge and information, right? That God name was El at the end of the fucking day, right? We know, well, I know, right? During the same historical period, there is two other gods, right? That are thousands of miles away, named Allah, right? At the end of the day. When the prophet of the Quran shit, when he went and looked around for this God and shit, did he go to any Jewish shit? Right? He didn't even go to no Christian shit. Right? They skip across the motherfucking pond from motherfucking Mexham and shit like that. You feel me? Nah. They went up into motherfucking Mesopotamia looking for shit. They ended up at a Mesopotamian church, right? With 50 something motherfucking deities in it, right? Destroyed all of them and took one for the religion and three for itself. At the end of the day, there was four gods motherfucking took it from that motherfucking place, right? And somehow those gods are incorporated into Islam.
All right. So basically, you're saying they're different places, different guys. They're not the same. Jesse, you're saying that it's the same God. He just had all these different
Multiple names.
names.
Yes.
Right.
You believe there's
And
only one
They
God,
are having two
period?
different.
Yes.
They coming from two
Yeah.
different points.
There's only
No,
one God, period.
see,
All right.
now that goes against, right, what the original text say, because in the original text, the supreme being of that text acknowledges that there are other gods. He acknowledges it. He tell his people not to even worship the motherfuckers, nigga.
okay, so let's start there. Jesse, somebody, let's pull it on up. Let's pull that text up right there. He's saying that your text is saying that there are multiple gods. So let's start there. Let's share this screen and let's teach something and learn something today because I'm interested. I'm completely invested because it's either we have one God with all these characteristic flaws who is on some bipolar, like he just out
He
here
does. He
being.
sounds bipolar. It's like you said it. Yeah, absolutely.
All
Sounds
right, so I'm
bipolar.
trying to figure it out, try to come collective and see if we can get there. So, Jesse, is there something that you mind standing on, whatever it is that he's saying that there is, that God is actually saying there's multiple gods from your book?
No.
Not from his book, from the
Oh,
Bible and the
oh,
Torah, the
So
original.
The Quran is going to correct the Bible in
How
this
can it
manner.
correct it with no source of correction?
Wait. So the Quran don't speak about multiple deities, Jesse?
No, not at
Okay,
all.
don't worry. Hold on. Let
It
me get on my
it it
computer.
it, it
Yeah, I'm glad I
dismisses
didn't
the
have my computer.
concept. It dismisses the concept of multiple deities. I'm going to read. This is going to be Quran 7:180. It says, Allah has the most beautiful names, so call upon him by them and keep away from those who abuse his names. They will be punished for what they used to do. So this verse right here points out that Allah has multiple names. According to Islam, we believe that Allah has 99 names, and these names are characterized by his attributes.
No,
And
Jesse. Do you think that other deities exist and they are not worthy of praise, or do you think they don't exist at all but Allah? Those are two different concepts.
so no, that we believe that there is no God but Allah.
So
So
you're
I'm
monotheistic. You're strictly
pure
monotheistic.
pure monotheistic. No,
Okay. All right. Now does the Quran identify as monotheistic?
yes,
Does those deities not exist according to the Quran?
yes. So
So
this
it's
is
not
this is
calling
going to
them
be
false
Quran.
deities. It's saying that they don't exist at all.
Exactly. So this is
Okay, I
Quran
got you.
59:23. It says, He is Allah. There is no God except Him, the King, the most holy, the all perfect, the source of serenity, the watcher of all, the Almighty, the supreme in might, the majestic. Glorified is Allah, far above what they associate with Him.
And what
So
context
this
is that being said? Is he talking to a group of people? Like that's the thing about reading these scriptures and surahs too. Like you got to read it within context. So we don't know what it's talking about if you don't read like two or three surahs up and at least a surah after the one that you pointing out, right? Because it may be looking like if you pluck a particular surah that is saying one thing, but if we read the surahs prior to that, now I mean, it might be even representing something different that you might not even be talking about.
okay, I got
As
you.
if to say that he was talking to a group of followers and saying that this is your God explicitly, rather
You
than to be talking to everyone in the world saying that same statement. You see how
Je-
that hit different?
Jesse, do you believe Shaitan exists?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Look like Jesse fell off.
Yeah, Jesse fell off.
Jesse fell off. Come back, Jesse. All right.
I'm
So
I'm
thought you
sure he'll be
basically was
back in a
saying
second. Jesse's not a runner. He's not a runner.
he's not a runner. Jesse said he fight for his Quran. So thought you said basically depending on the area code, that's what God you was gonna worship.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, because each culture, what we got to remember is like get outside of the narrative, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each culture, people have their own thing, right? And then people are influenced by travelers, invaders, I mean, um, theologians that concocted their own thoughts on what it was they read. You feel me? At the end of the day, I mean, if I wanted to get some shit going, right? I mean, the quickest way to get some shit going is the like, bro, you don't want to invent a new invention, right? The best thing to do
Can
is
y'all
for
hear me
you to
now?
make a better mousetrap, right?
Yeah, we can
You
hear you,
build
Jesse.
upon something that's already here. You just make it better, I guess, from your perspective, right? That's what's
Welcome
going
to the
on with
panel,
this.
Yeshua.
That's what's going on with this, right? At the end of the day,
Shalom,
a group of people that have their own thing. Because look at that particular group of people prior to Islam, right? And see what is Islamic that was there prior to Islam, right? And then look at the other shit that wasn't there, right? That prior to Islam, that's new in their religion, right? I'm gonna refer you back to them Yemenis Jews, right? That interjected all this shit, bro. I promise you, at the end of the day, y'all being stirred wrong. Y'all being stirred wrong, bro. You can't possibly think your book is a correction saying that the original is fucked up, but you have nothing else
What
to
did they
base
correct?
your correction on.
What
There's
did they
nothing else to
correct?
base your correction on. The only thing you have is the original writing. So how can you say you correcting the original writing when you have nothing? You have no bar to base the correction on outside of what you're saying is not correct.
They got the same stories from the Bible and the Quran.
Bruh.
Feliz
Jesse,
Navidad.
what did they correct? What did they like fix? What inaccuracy that you will admit that the Bible had that the
Right.
Quran fixed?
And to keep it 100, the hadith, you just throw that away.
Yeah.
No,
Because that has
I
nothing to
believe the
do
hadiths.
with the words of God at the end of the day. So the
Yeah.
hadith get thrown away.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay. So the brother was asking for some context to that verse. So I'm going to read up. This is going to be Quran 59:21. It says, "Had we sent down this Quran upon a mountain, you would have certainly seen it, humbled and torn apart in awe of Allah. We set forth such comparisons for the people, so perhaps they may reflect." Then the very next verse says, "He is Allah. There is no God except Him,
Yeah, we heard
nor
we
of
heard
the."
that.
No,
Wouldn't
this is a
you
different verse.
surmise off of what you're reading that he was
This
talking
this
to
this is another
somebody,
verse.
an individual or a group of people? Yeah, but going off of what you just read, I heard what you're reading now, right? I would surmise that he was talking to a person or a group of people and not stating that Allah is the or to everybody, or you feel me at the end of the day. I don't
So
know, maybe that's just me.
this is
No, it's
actually
the
a
same. It's
different
the
verse.
same rhetoric that you get from the Bible. The same rhetoric that Yahweh said that there's no other deity before me.
Right,
There's nothing.
right.
It's the same. It's the same rhetoric. But so it's
But I want
nothing. It's
I want to
nothing
point
too
out
much special about it. I don't get the
this
context.
this is a Quran 59:22. This is actually a different verse than what we started with, but it does uh, go over that same concept that's in 23. It says he is Allah. There's no God worthy. There's no God except him, nor of the seen and the unseen. He's the most compassionate, most merciful. So he literally in these verses he says it twice that there is no God except
But
him.
listen, but listen,
So
listen,
so
listen, right? I'm gonna say what bro said was rhetoric, right? And then we look at the sentence was established, right? In order for you to know that you're the most of anything, right? Again, there will have to be a bar to measure against, right? At the end of the day. So I will absolutely say that is rhetoric, right? Because we don't know if you're the most loving or the most anything because you're claiming to be the only one. There's nothing to measure you against, right? At the end of the day. And when I look at the world around me, I'm failing to see this love, right? At the end of the day. Know what I mean? And all this other motherfucking shit and attributes motherfuckers want to apply to motherfuckers at the end of the day, right? Who are not the same motherfuckers across every book.
so what you would compare it to is everything. Um, he's the most compassionate, the most merciful compared to every single thing in the universe. There's nothing more compassionate and merciful outside of our Creator.
That nigga
Um,
let babies
Yeah,
die.
but
You
no,
know,
no, no,
people
right,
gotta
yeah,
die for
but
babies.
we can observe that you that's a false equivalent, brother. That's a
Come on,
how can
we
man.
can observe. Okay,
how
the
can you
sun is
say
horrible. If we get close to the sun, we will die. But see, I have something to work with there. We don't got nothing to work with when you say he's the most. We don't know that because we can't compare him to nothing tangible.
well, I, I I totally agree with you when you say that you can't compare him to nothing tangible because there's nothing that's comparable to him.
So how can
But
you
he
say he's the most compassionate, the most loving, the most soft, all that? Like, how can you say that if there's nothing to even for him to even compare to, for us to even witness, to even see, to observe that he
because
is?
he's the creator of the heavens and earth. So I mean, ideally he's going to be the most compassionate, the most merciful, because
All right,
he created
Jesse, the
everything.
honest answer is because I read it. That's the honest answer because it
I
says
mean,
it in the Quran,
because I've read
and
it,
I believe
but
it.
also because like how can you compare anything to the creator? There is nothing
Right,
is going to
because
be
we don't
worthy of
have him to
comparison.
compare anything to.
Now, when you say we don't have him to compare anything to, what do you mean?
Like when you okay, if I can compare one pair of sunglasses to another, that's one thing that I can actually physically touch and compare to another. What can we compare him to see the distinctions? If we
Well,
don't have him, if we can't actually physically have him to visually compare him to anything,
well, I mean
or even
that's
emotionally compare him to anything, we like no. I've never experienced Allah, so I don't know. You seem to be one who have, but I haven't. So how can I agree with you saying that he's the most this and the most that if I have never, if he's never gone to me, so I can compare him to anything?
I mean this is going to come with understanding. I mean, like beyond his name being Allah, just think of the creator of the heavens and earth, the being that created every single thing. I mean, the being that created everything is going to be beyond comparison. There is nothing that you can compare to the being that created
They've been
everything.
creating things to compare
I
to
got you.
this
I got you,
being.
bro.
All right,
Let,
go ahead, bro.
let's get back to a more tangible conversation. What did they fix in the Quran that the Bible got wrong?
They specifically speaking, there's going to be the concept of multiple deities. So this brother thought was talking about how there was, according to the Bible, uh, there's multiple deities outside of the creator, The Quran verses that I just read corrected that matter. It also corrects the matter of how we view Jesus. So, you know, a Christian would say Jesus is the Son of God, God in the flesh,
Got you.
and
Okay, slow, slow,
and the
slow down
Quran
real
would
quick.
say
Let me
otherwise.
let me walk with you, Jesse, because you, according to you, Allah and the God of the Old Testament are the same God, just
Correct.
different names, right?
Right.
Now, in the Old Testament, that God acknowledges other deities. In the New Testament, you saying, I mean, in the Quran, you saying you don't. So, did he make a
Yeah.
mistake, or did we make a mistake? Because that's what he
We
told us.
we made a mistake. There has to been
So
something
what?
in the mistake
Okay,
of the writings.
so the writing is wrong. So there is
On the
no
previous
other God.
text.
So the Old Testament saying that there's other deities
Well, well,
and that's bullshit.
I
Yeah.
just like to say, I would just like to say, a lot of
Shut the
people
fuck
right
up.
now they got trees hanging up. They got a fake Christmas tree, to go along with their fake religion. You know what I mean? So that's all
Is
I
that
got it.
filthy? Oh, that's filthy.
What's up, y'all? Shout out to everybody, man. It was good.
That's
What's
our
up,
relationship.
Silky?
Hey,
Shout
Mary
out
first light,
Silky.
nigga. Mary first light.
So if the Jewish is focused on the laws, and I guess Christianity, the New Testament is focusing with Jesus, and the Quran wants you to submit. And they're all like the same sources and stuff. Like, then why is all of the requirements so different if it's all supposed to be the same? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, realistically, Stephanie, you can
So
look
the
at
requirements are not that different. When you get
denominations.
deep
These are
when
large
you get deep
religious
into the
denominations.
Bible and the Torah and the gospel, a lot of the things that the Christians and Jews are supposed to be doing, we actually do. So yeah,
It's
like
a
the Quran
Jewish
comes as a
religion.
reminder.
So, shalom, man. What's going on, good
Yeah,
people?
What
the
the
Quran is
Peace,
fuck?
Peace.
peace.
What it
the
do,
Quran
y'all?
is
It's
a
been a long
reminder.
time no see, bro.
Let's let Yashar get the floor for a second, Jesse.
It is
All right, let me
craziness,
just say
bro.
this: the Quran is
Yeah.
a reminder of the previous scriptures. It's supposed to remind us to get back on track on the proper worship of that same Creator that they had.
But how can you make something reminding somebody and at the same time telling them is a correction? Like reminding somebody and correcting somebody is two totally different things.
Don't answer that, Jesse. We're gonna let Yashar get in, and then we'll double back to you, and then because it's really like 1-on-5 right now. So, but we gonna pass it around. Yashar, go ahead.
Appreciate it. You know, it's a commandment that tell us thou shalt not have no other God before me. Right? So that lets you know that's a confirmation that power understood these deities, right? That the Quran don't identify or acknowledge. And it would be a reason that they wouldn't acknowledge other deities. You know, we get to that, but they do acknowledge the jinns, right? And the jinns, they stem from something, and something that actually lived with flesh before, right? So let's get
I
into
neither
it. Let's get
I
into it.
neither I
Yeah,
neither
yeah.
know.
Maybe.
Like, you know,
You
I
need a
think
drink of water.
that's a
I didn't mean to laugh.
I'm not sure if the jinns are I think the jinns are their own creation.
Oh man,
I
you know
don't,
you done fucked up, right?
because when the Quran talks about the creation of the jinn, it talks about them being created from fire, humans being created from clay. So the jinns themselves are their own society. They are outside of the human
Gotcha. Jesse, if I
existence.
didn't know anything and I actually looked into what is it?
I can't hear you, brother. Your mic is very low.
What is a jinn? I don't know what that is. You tell me what's a jinn.
Uh,
There's a being we share reality with, but we can't see them because of the
I
dimensional
got you.
plane. And
Let him rock.
no,
yeah.
I think that brother was actually giving a fairly good description. Jinns are like their own society, just like we're humans. They are their own type of people.
Got you. But what
But
are they? What is a jinn?
uh, to be real, man, the limited of jinn is going to be like real limited to me because I don't speak to jinns. But usually when people are dealing with magic and things of that nature, they're usually communicating with jinns.
Are they demons? Are they angels? What? Like what?
I would just declare them as jinn because jinns have the ability to be good or bad. I wouldn't necessarily call them demons or angels. They're their own being.
Well, see, this is where the disconnect come in at, right?
He looked this
So
up.
for us, right, the servants of the Most High Power, they do nothing but good. Nothing but. It's not a choice for them. They do nothing but His will. Can you say the same thing in the Quran?
I could say that for the angels. Now for the jinn, no. The
So
jinn
then,
can do
how do
good or bad.
let me ask you
Outside
this.
of outside of Allah?
Let me ask this question,
Oh,
and then I'm gonna mute my mic.
oh.
According to the Quran, who created the jinn?
Allah created the jinn.
So He created good and bad jinn.
The same way He created good and bad people.
That's a disconnect from the scriptures. I land.
Now, my thing is this: you are trying to understand jinn from your scripture. What verses do you have on jinn?
We got demons. That's what we address jinn as, demons.
Well, Jesse, are jinns and angels two separate things in the Quran?
Yes.
All right, so jinns are basically
and so are
jinns
demons.
So
demons are
separate,
separate
as well.
Yeah, demons are separate as well. We don't think of jinns as the same as being a demon.
Explain to us what a demon is according to the Bible, since you know.
I mean, we have demons in Islamically speaking too.
I didn't ask you what you have. The specific. I'm gonna say it for you again. Explain to us on the panel and the listeners what a demon is according to the Bible, since you know. You're trying to tell me. Go ahead.
Now try not to get too hostile, brother. But
so
ultimately,
you worried about my tone.
all right. But what I'm telling you is this.
This is how I talk. So relax. Address the question.
I know it's that Holy Spirit in you that's getting to you.
So just address the question. Just address
You don't know about jinns because you have to look into the Indian scripture for that, because that came from India.
Reflect. We're not gonna change it up. He's gonna explain to us what a demon is according to the Bible, since I didn't know what I was talking about.
Demons are going to be associates of Satan.
That's it.
That's it. Biblically speaking and Quranically speaking, demons are associates of Satan.
How
Demons
were the
are
demons
made up,
created? How do they exist according to the Bible?
Feel free to bring forth your Bible.
Did the Bible tell us that Satan created those hosts of his?
Is that what your Bible says?
I'm asking you, sir.
I'm a Quran believer, right?
So then stop acting like you know what the Bible is talking about when I make statements according to the Bible, right?
Oh no, I'm gonna make statements according to the Bible, and I'm gonna correct the Bible. I'm gonna correct the Bible. You can correct the Bible according to what the Quran says.
You know who I am. Yeah, I'm new around here. You gonna know who I am, though, for sure.
Hey, yo,
we'll find out.
Have you yourself read the Bible?
I'm loving it. Like, share, and subscribe.
Have you yourself read the Bible to be able to go through it side by side with the Quran to see the corrections that was made?
I have.
Right, that's what I wanted
So
to
give me five.
What did the Bible, the Quran, fix?
No, wait a minute. No, I want to know how they was created. Is it like smokeless fire? It's not smokeless fire or something.
I'm gonna pull up a
barbecue.
Hadith. Okay, I'm gonna pull up a Hadith because I'm gonna give y'all a legit
the
answer.
Hadith don't matter, brother.
It does, because
it doesn't.
Speaking, we follow
the Hadith is extra rhetoric from a man, brother. That doesn't matter.
Read the Quran.
I'm going to read the Hadiths on this matter.
The Hadith is a fucking extra commentary book from a man, bro.
Yeah, you're reading post conversations about the Quran.
the post conversations come from the companions of the prophets. So the people who made these
No, it
conversations
don't.
That's
literally.
not
No,
true.
it
Yes, it
That's
don't.
not
does.
true.
No, it
It
don't.
does.
No, it don't.
There's
It came
a
from
chain of
people that didn't
narration.
even know the prophet, bro. What are you talking
There's a
about?
chain. There's a chain of narration that leads all the way back to the prophet
The prophet
Muhammad.
didn't even
What's
write
Obviously,
that
what's
shit,
okay?
bro. That shit
What's the
came from
oldest
people
hadith?
100 years after the prophet existed, brother. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah.
What are we talking about, bro? That's why I said you
what?
gotta understand the history, my nigga. Niggas don't know the history. You just know the history of the religion according to the book,
You
right?
said the
When
Nigga,
you
oldest
go
of
did
This
fucking
you
with
man
not
this
got a
know?
shit,
dinner
you
roll in
companions.
gotta
his
actually
mouth.
know
Do
real
you not
time
know?
history.
That ain't
Did
true.
you
The
not
authors
know
of
that
of the
that
hadith
the
are not
gospel
companions
itself?
of Muhammad.
Did you not know that the gospels themselves came literally 70 to 100 years after the walking of Jesus? Did you not know that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Just
So
like the
yeah.
so
hadith came
Hey,
later
no,
after
no,
Muhammad's
okay.
no, no,
revelation.
All right.
no,
So
no. How
where
about
are you
no,
judge?
no,
Where are you
no,
judging your
no,
standard
no,
from?
no? How about this? How about this? No, We it don't didn't. do it. The only thing in the fucking New Testament that's motherfucking new, right, will be the motherfucking letters of Paul and some ecclesiastic shit, right? All the rest of that shit, including Revelations, you can find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, absolutely. Especially Revelations in the motherfucking books leading up to it at the end of the day, because that's a part of the
Incorrect.
Seeing War Scrolls at the end of the day. What are we talking
Incorrect.
about? You
Incorrect.
crazy?
The New
I'm gonna
Testament's
drop
not no
off and
Dead Sea
come right
Scrolls.
back. Hey, one, I'm gonna send you this information real quick.
Yeah, I'll share it on the screen. Send it to me.
New Testament's not in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
No, it's not. It's not. I don't think that's. Is that what he said?
Yeah, that's what he
I don't
said.
know what it said. He was eating. Shout out to everybody in the audience. Please like, share, and subscribe. If you are in there, hit that link. Y'all see what's going down in the Coliseum. Tighten up. Let's go.
But
All
Jesse,
right.
Jesse, I just come in. You know me with you and the Quran giving any correction to the Bible. I mean, at the end of the day, the doctrine that the Quran preaches is death. The doctrine that the Bible teaches is life. So I mean, death and life is two different teachings from both of those things. I don't think anybody would choose death over life. So the Quran can't be given any correction when at the end of the day, the Quran is just teaching that you have to die to see God. And the Bible is telling you you can live to see God.
I
So you
said
can
it,
live in
Right.
it does.
God.
It does say that we're gonna get some virgins up there too. So don't forget that. We're
All
gonna get
right.
some
So
virgins.
this is going to be the Hadith on creation. Aisha, which is the wife of the Prophet Muhammad,
That's
reported
my cousin.
the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The angels were created from light, the jinn were created from a mixture of fire, and Adam was created as has been described to you." So we ultimately believe that Adam was created from clay. Um, to answer the brother's question, who was asking earlier, jinns are created from a mixture of fire. Now I'm
Guys,
going
Ain't
to
a fire. That's like
no, the angels were created from light. The angels were created from
what I'm
light
saying.
specifically.
And a fire, a light too.
It's a form of light, but the angels were created more directly from light. Like specifically, the angels were created by light. Now, to answer the other brother's question, give me a second.
Stand on your square, Jesse. Tighten up.
I got you.
Y'all lucky I can't push the button. It be all type of swords and tight noise going on right now.
Okay, I got you. Let me get on my DJ shit right quick.
Yes, Vicky.
So the brother was
That's right.
saying
I'm gonna jump in.
the brother the brother Chucky was saying that we have to die to see Allah, and you know he thinks that he will see him when they are alive. So this is going to be Quran 2:154. Never say that those martyred in the cause of Allah are dead. In fact, they are alive, but you do not perceive it. So ultimately, a person can die and still be alive and be with their creator. So in that same concept, we have that same belief, but we just have a little more understanding on how that belief is perceived.
Well, I mean, the Bible has the same belief when it speaks of resurrection, because at the end of the day, the whole world gets resurrected. But the point of the thing is that you don't have to die to see God in the Bible. You don't have to die. Is there a way for you to not to die and see Allah?
So that verse that I just read to you said, "Those who are martyred in the cause of Allah, they're not dead; rather, they're with Allah, though you perceive it not." So even though it may seem as their bodies have physically died, they're still alive with their Creator, and
Yeah.
that's supposed to help you understand.
I understand that completely. That's not the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can you not die and see Allah?
Can you not take a physical death and see Allah?
Yes.
No, you would have to physically die. You had to physically die to
Okay,
see
and that is
Allah.
my point. That's my point then, Jesse. So I am correct. In Islam, you have to physically die to see Allah. In the
And that's
Bible,
the
you do
same.
not have to
Damn,
physically
damn,
die to
Jesse,
see
you fell
God.
into that one, man. You fell into that.
That no, actually, my Quran verse is correcting the brother on this concept. Nobody on this earth who is alive is going to physically see Allah. This is impossible in my scriptures and his scriptures.
No, that's
Uh,
not in the Bible. It's in your scripture, and that's my point. That is what your scripture is teaching. That's why it cannot be the correction because it is teaching death. The Bible teaches life. It teaches everlasting life. God
all
is a
right.
living God. He's the God of the living, as the Bible says. Remember, He's the God of the living, not the God of the dead.
Well, I just showed you a verse where we believe in everlasting life as well. Even though they have died a physical death, they're still alive with their Creator. Now,
That's fine.
um,
I have the same teaching. It's called resurrection, but I also have the teaching that we don't have to die at all. So we don't have to go through the physical punishment of death to be with our God. We can be in peace in the flesh and be with our God.
Okay, I'm a
okay.
pagan.
Let me jump in there. Let me jump in there real quick because I want to still touch on this topic of the demons, right, and the jinns. So
Oh
I asked this,
yes.
right? I asked this individual how they was created. And he thought I was going to forget about
Don't get quiet now, nigga.
it. I don't do that, right? I sit and listen to see if people going to actually address or if they're going to try and deflect and hope that it's forgotten. But no, we're going to deal with it according to the book of Enoch, right? So I'm not going to read all of the chapter 15, but I'm going to get right to it. I'm going to start at verse 6 and I'm going to read through a little bit. It says, "But you, right, were formerly spirituals living the eternal life." So he's talking about the angels.
Jesse,
All right?
somebody said, so did Jesus die a
"Who is
physical death?
immortal for all generations of the world." Verse 7. "And therefore I have not appointed wives for you, for as for the spiritual ones of the heavens, in heaven is their dwelling." Verse 8. "And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth." Give me this.
That's your phone ringing, General Shar.
Hey, shout out to my 318 Naga brother, Bro Lavelle, for always coming through. You heard me?
And I just want to point out that what this brother had just read was not in reference to demons. What he was reading was in reference to giants. And back on Chucky's point, this is going to be John
Man, listen, man.
1:18.
Don't listen. Hold on 1 second, family. One second,
Hey,
family. Because see, this is the
you'll get
bull
your chance to
BS
speak.
I don't like, man. Listen, bro. You don't explain nothing that I just read because I didn't complete reading nothing. I just got a phone call, and it wasn't about giants. It was about the
It
death of the
was.
giants and what they became, which is the evil spirits. Is what the last thing that I spoke on. Now
Where
you
does
didn't
it
even
say
address
anything
that
about
because that's what
demons?
we're talking about. Demons. You
Where does it
focused
say
on
demons?
giants.
What translation
Definition
says
is very
demons?
key. So don't deflect. It don't matter about the translation, kid. You reading English just like I'm reading English. Now, if you're gonna go to
This brother's
Arabic
following
translation,
instructions.
of how deep that you reading, bring out that Arabic translation, and I'll go to the Hebrew translation. Don't play no games with me, kid.
All right, do
Understand
that.
what's going on.
All right,
Focus
do
on your
that.
conversation. Don't
Stand on
focus on
your
what I'm
square,
saying.
Do that.
Jesse.
I would like this brother to bring up the verse where it says demons in English translation. The brother has made an
Welcome back, Yeshua.
what this brother has done is made a accusation. He thinks he knows, but he's going based off his assumption. So the brother is assuming it's demons that he's referring to. There's no scripture that says what he said is referring to actual demons. Now back to Chucky. John 1:18. John 1:18 says, "No one has ever seen God. The only God who is the Father's side has made him known." Here's another verse. This is John 4:1-12. "No one has ever seen God, but if we love one another, God abides in us, and his love is perfected in us." This is 1 Timothy 6:16. "Who alone has immortality, who dwells in an unapproachable light, whom no one has ever seen or can see. To him be the honor of the eternal dominion." This is Exodus 33:20. He said, "You cannot see my face, for man shall not see me and live." So ultimately, with that being said, Chucky is totally wrong when he says that you don't have you can be alive and see God.
Just so I tell them you are busy. We need you right now, bro. I'm definitely feeling this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I ain't trying to interrupt, but I need you to tell them. Yes, brother.
I made you admin too, so you gotta probably accept the request, and then you can control the sound effects and everything.
Absolutely. I definitely want to stick on this gin and these demons. I'm just saying it got goosebumps and it's really, really, really like kicking off some smoke over here. I'm trying to say I get it, life, death, all of that, whatever. What's up with these demons though, man? Go, come on, Yeshua, get out the phone.
And while that brother is on the phone, I'm just going to go ahead and say this brother has brought forth a verse about giants. Nowhere in the verse did it say anything about demons. The brother made the assumption that the spirits that they were talking about was referring to demons, but this is a mere assumption. You're not supposed to add or take away from the word, and this brother's adding words that are not there.
Let's go,
So
Jesse.
this is what I didn't do, man. This is what I didn't do, right? I don't never take away and add from the scriptures at all. What people outside of our culture don't understand is who our scribes are, right? They only learn in what these parasites told them. So they don't have no understanding of what I speak of. So when I bring out the information from our ancestors, you got to understand those who lack it are going to make assumptions and cry like this individual just doing. So again, go to your Quran and touch your information, because I'm touching mine. Everybody know about the book of Enoch, whether they like to accept it or not. That's not my issue. So get your information, because deflecting is not going to help you here. It's not going to help you with me. So now, what you going to do?
So, like I said, I'm pointing out again. I'm pointing out again that you are lying on your scripture. Your scripture doesn't say nothing. Your scripture. The scripture says nothing.
And read a source that debunk what I just read out of the book of Enoch. Go.
There's no need. There's no need because you didn't bring nothing forth. You didn't bring nothing forth on the topic.
You can take that shit all the way to the show, because I don't give a damn about it. So either you gonna source up or you gonna shut the hell up talking to me. What you gonna do?
Tighten up, baby. Tighten up. What's good?
So once again,
what is we doing in the Coliseum?
So I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm General Yashar, family. Tanks on the ground. This is how I get down.
It sounds like a weak brother to me.
Come on, Jesse, what you got?
So once again, this brother is supposed to be bringing forth a verse that speaks on the creation of demons. Now he's the one who said, declared that he has understanding or knowledge on how the demons are created, but he has never brought forth the verse that talks about it. Now I can possibly look into some scripture and I can bring something forth, but I don't think he has adequately brought forth what he needs to for me to even go in my scriptures and find what he's looking for.
This is what I'm saying real quick. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for interrupting. I'm sorry, Yeshua. Give me a second. Yeshua, Jesse, could I get a face off between you two brothers?
Yeah.
I said, can I get a face off right here at the Coliseum? I'm saying I can set the day. We can do it. Now I
Yep.
don't care what y'all want to
Yep.
do because
Hold
this
on a
right
second.
here is fire.
Hold on a second. Let me ask y'all a question that's on the panel. Right now, no, I didn't share nothing, but y'all heard exactly where I read it from. Y'all heard the exact chapter that I went to, and y'all heard the verses that I was reading. Let me just make sure I'm clear. Did I not present and support my argument? Because this individual just made a statement and said that I didn't support and bring out nothing. So I'm gonna ask y'all, what y'all heard versus what he heard.
I heard you come from Enoch. I heard you read directly from the book, and you stated what it is that you said, and he said it ain't what it is, and I'm like, face off, ching ching ching.
So I'm like this. I'm like this. If he got a source, we can get the face off. If he ain't got no source, I don't deal with talkers.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
I
Jesse,
respect that. I respect that. Yes, indeed.
Jesse, you got the
So,
sources.
so
Come on, Jesse.
get
You know
your
I
source.
believe in you,
So,
Jesse.
so what's up, Jesse? So what's up?
So this is going to be a hadith. Now, once again, before I read this hadith, I just like to point out that this brother brought forth a source that didn't say nothing about demons. There was no demons mentioned in his source.
That's what an evil spirit is, loved ones. That's what the lack of understanding is. An evil spirit is a demon, according to our understanding, right? Because I brought it from
According to his
our
understanding.
information. I didn't bring it from his silly ass thought process, nor his weak ass, trash ass source, right? I didn't do none of that. I brought it from our information. So now, I don't know what this clown is talking about, but comprehension is key here. Get some.
Get
So
that hadith out, Jesse.
now watch this. Now this brother is going off assumption. He assumes that this evil spirit is a demon. He doesn't have nothing. He doesn't have nothing that says that it's a demon. This is just what he believes. Now let me pull forth something that is a little more direct. Okay, so this is going
Get a
to be
source.
the
Source up and shut
hadith.
up, man.
This is
Yeah,
I know you feel
Let
it.
him park. Let him park.
This is going to be the hadith on jinns, demons, and paranormal activity. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Every culture across the world has stories about eternal dimensional beings who exist beyond the material world. People might understand them as ghosts, spirits of the dead people, demons, malevolent spirits, or even aliens from another planet. Many people have also documented their existence through paranormal activities in which ordinary laws of nature appear to bend or break. The Quran and Sunnah explain that these paranormal are caused by the jinn. The jinn are species of intelligent creatures who are created by Allah from the instance of a smokeless fire. They exist in the unseen realm of creation, another dimension without physical or material form. Many jinn are merely creatures like any other animal, but Satan or Iblis is the leaders of the evil jinn. And this is going to be Allah said, oh, this is going to be Quran 7:127. O children of Adam, let not Satan tempt you as he expelled your parents from the garden, stripping their clothes to reveal their nakedness. He has a tribe. He and his tribe see you from where you do not see them. Verily, we have appointed devils and allies of those who do not have faith.
That's your source.
That's my source.
Commentary. That sound like a whole
Commentary.
made up. That sound like a whole made up story. I can go grab that from any
have nothing.
fake scholar.
You have nothing.
I can go grab that from any fake scholar on the planet to tell me how they feel. That's all you did. That's all you did. No, I gave you a real priest, scribe. That's what I gave you. I didn't give you no commentary. I didn't give you secondary information. I didn't give you third person information. That's what I didn't do, silly man. Understand where you at and what you're dealing with.
So this is Salih Muslim 299-6. From these descriptions, it is clear that jinn do not have physical bodies like the rest of the creatures, although exact scientific modality of their existence remain unknown. Science, by definition, can only study physical, tangible objects. So it is to see that it's little to tell us about the nature of jinn. The jinn can see us and interact with us, while we cannot see them unless they are materialized in a form of their choosing. Different species of jinn have the power to shapeshift or assume various corporal forms in the effect of the physical word. Abu Talib reported the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings upon him, said, the jinn have three forms. One is like a dog and snakes, and one is the form flies through the air, and one form comes and goes. So once again, I provided this brother with a source that accurately describes jinn and demons, whereas this brother has not provided anything that even says the word demons in it.
That's subjective. That's all the information he just read is subjective. I'm back to my priest again, right? I'm back at verse 9. This is what it says. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies because they are born from men and from the holy watchers in their beginning and primal origins. He ain't read nothing like that. He read, well, it could have been, well, it might be. Well, according to, scientists, give a damn about no damn scientists. Scientists don't have no spiritual understanding of nothing we're talking about. But he went and read you some shit from a scientist.
So somebody
don't
saying,
get you here with
reading
that.
from Hashar.
Let me continue to
Some
read,
people in
family.
the chat saying you're
Excuse
reading
me,
from
language.
Enoch.
Excuse me, language. Let me continue to read. It says this. They shall be evil spirits on earth. I'm going to read that again because I don't think he understood that. Those same watchers, right, from their primal origins, right, that were spiritual beings that made it with women, fleshly beings that brought forth abominations called giants. When they die, it says they shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. We call them demonic spirits, loved ones. Y'all know that. Evil, demonic go hand in hand. But according to this unlearned one, right? And his scientists, whoever that is, whatever that is, right? They say something different. They're not sure because they can't study nothing that's not physical. We don't have to study anything. We just identify what we dealing with in the seen and unseen. I land my plane for right now.
People in the chat saying you're reading from Enoch. Is that what you're reading from?
Yeah, I stated that from the beginning.
Okay.
I didn't hide
I'm
myself.
just jumping on. So
yeah. Matter of fact, I'll say it again. Enoch chapter 15.
Do you
stand on
Do you see Enoch as a biblical text?
I stand on it.
Biblical text. Yeah.
It's a part of our priestly writings. I stand on it.
Gotcha.
So I just want to point out that this brother is reading from a text that is rejected by most Christians. I
don't
believe
give a
in
what's rejected by
I believe in the book of Enoch as well. But I'm just pointing out. I'm pointing out that he's reading something that is outside the text of most people's Bibles.
That's not gonna help you. You can everybody know already. The book of Enoch has been around for longer than you and me. Our community already know about it. That's not going to help you the bump that I just presented to you, fam. You can try and get some help from the crowd and see if they can support you. Oh yeah, it's not supported by no Christians. I don't give a damn. I don't speak on Christianity at all. Christianity is trash, just like Islam is. All religions is trash, just to be exact. I'm talking about my culture. It's a difference.
Which book of Enoch is a part of your canon, brother?
What?
Which one? Which book of Enoch is a part of your canon?
What you mean? Which book of Enoch?
I'm saying there's different variants, different versions of
the one
Enoch.
that I stand on, right? The one that's clearest to me is the Ethiopic version.
Gotcha.
The one that's complete, right? Don't have no fumbling and fiddling with, from outside hands, like what we would call pale skins. Right. As a matter of fact, just to be a book, that's where the pale skins get the book of Enoch from. The translator read information that they have, they got it from Ethiopians.
So hold on. You saying that they got the Ethiopian version of the book of Enoch is what, the oldest? and everyone else got their version from the Book of Enoch from the Ethiopians.
That's what I'm saying. The version that they have to this day that they're reading,
How old is it?
right? I don't know about all that. I gotta go and look at that. I don't
So
do
you
with
don't.
the old, right? Because people like to play games with times and they act like this time frame go hand in hand with the ancient time and calendar count. And it's like you can't make sense of that. So I don't do it.
So you don't. Okay. Okay.
It don't that like okay, so to say that my source is older than everybody's source on the planet does nothing for me. So you'll never hear
So
me with
how
that
do you
argument.
know it's the oldest and that everybody else
I'm gonna say
proves
it
it's
for you
not?
one more time because I don't see you selective listening to me.
Now I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I don't even speak in the sense of my source is the oldest source on the planet because that does nothing for me. It does nothing for my stance
Yeah, but you made
and
a
what I'm
claim. Your
presenting.
claim is that the other versions of Enoch comes from that version, which is the Ethiopic version.
He's, he,
Do
That's
you
your
know how the
claim.
how did the Ethiopians get the Ge'ez
he,
script and
Because
numbers? Let me ask you that.
it was among the texts that got converted to
It wasn't
Ge'ez.
among the text of anything. It didn't just appear. I asked, how did it
Where
get
did
there?
that text
That was
come
my
from?
question.
I
That
got
was
you.
my
Where did the
question to
text come
you.
from?
You don't got nothing if you asking a question.
I
I
got
just
you.
asked
Where
you
did
a
the
question.
text come from?
Where did this Ge'ez script come
And I'm
from?
telling you
What are you
that
telling me?
Ethiopia had no idea of Christianity until the 4th
I didn't
century
ask
under
you
King
about
Exana. I need to
Christianity. I
I need
asked
to
you
build
about
it
a
up because
language. A
you don't
language is
understand what
not
I'm saying.
Christianity. You're not gonna do that to me.
Yeah, but that's where they got
Understand what
the
I'm saying to
canon
you? So
from. You think
address what I'm asking
the
you. The
Ethiopian
language.
biblical canon comes from where? What, from Ethiopia? It doesn't. It is a
When and
variant
where
of
was it
Greek
created?
manuscripts.
well,
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you.
let me correct you there. It's not. It is Greek because that was basically just the languages of the day. It didn't come
Bro,
from the
I'm
Greek
asking about.
Okay,
people.
let
I'm
me
asking
let me
about
So,
the
like
Ge'ez language. And
Christianity didn't come from the Romans. Ethiopia
I didn't
actually
say that
adopted
at all.
Christianity before the Romans, and
When
the Book of
when
Enoch, it was actually founded in Ethiopia. That's why he was
when
telling you the Ethiopian is the original, because no one else had that book but Ethiopia.
Okay,
It was guarded by monks in Ethiopia for thousands of years before Europeans
okay.
came into Ethiopia and founded it. So
That's
he's basically saying any book written before the Ethiopian original one that they found in Ethiopia is a copy.
okay.
no,
You're saying
this is
something
what I'm
different.
I
saying.
have a
Man.
question.
So
I have a question, but I'll
Let me
let
see
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying. Right? Let me say what I'm
let's
saying. Right?
debate it.
What I'm
Let's
saying is
debate it.
this,
And he
right?
just said something
I'm
that is
saying
very
that
interesting. He
Enoch,
said that
right? The
Christianity
book of Enoch,
was there
it didn't
before.
start and it wasn't originated in Ethiopia. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the complete version that we have access to today, it stems from there. You have to understand that we had sources, right? That's fragmented, that was complete before it became fragmented, right? It was complete. I'm gonna say it. It was complete before it became fragmented. We have that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So that
That's wrong.
information outdates the Ethiopian text and information. So don't get it twisted. But I don't take nothing away from them preserving our information. I appreciate what they preserve because I'm able to have access to it now.
For anyone who's interested in understanding, the Ethiopic Book of Enoch is a 16th century text. It is a late text. The book, the biblical text that the Ethiopian people have is a late text, and it is a copy of Aramaic, Greek manuscripts, biblical
That's false.
manuscripts. Like I
That's
said
false.
before,
That's false.
Ethiopia didn't become a
You said it's
Christian nation
false.
until the
That's
4th
false.
century.
They didn't. The
Under
Greeks
King
never had
Ezana,
the
who got
information.
taught by
The
a
Greeks never had the
Christian
information before the
monk.
Ethiopians.
Hold on. One
It's
mic.
no, it's no, it's
Let me.
no, it's no documented
Let
source
me
that
land my
even make
plane,
that
player. Let me just
statement. That
land my
shit
plane.
comes from a weak ass scholar that's
Okay.
subjective in his opinion.
Okay.
Let me
You don't
hear
That's
even
where
know
that
Vienna.
shit
what
comes
Let
you
from.
me
don't
hear
even know
And
what
Vienna.
I'm saying.
I guarantee you, bro, won't
Just
source
let
up
me
on
land
that
my
shit
plane,
right
brother, and
now.
I'm gonna let you talk.
Source up on it right now.
I'll
Source
pull
up
up
on
the.
it right
I'll
now.
pull up the
We can
source.
do it right. Okay. Do it. Okay. That's
Yeah, go
fine.
ahead.
That's
Source
fine.
up. Yeah, we gonna see who presented that information. Watch
That's
this,
fine.
family.
That's fine.
Yeah, watch.
A1, if you want to, you can just look up the Book of Enoch. Just look up the Book of
Yeah,
Enoch.
yeah. You see what I'm talking about?
What should I look
Yeah.
up?
Now he's just gonna tell
And
you to look it up
just look up the
instead of
Book of Enoch, and just go
instead
to
of him
Wiki.
You
presenting
want me
the
to
actual
type
source
in?
that he's talking from. That's what he gonna
Question,
go
Yashar.
look it up.
I could have
No,
freestyled
instead of
this shit
you
for you, but
presenting him the source that you got this information from, you want him to go look this shit up. That's what clowns do, family that don't have information. I've been doing this shit for too long.
listen.
I
I know.
promise you. I don't care how
No,
soft niggas
listen,
talk.
brother.
I don't care how calm niggas talk. The niggas don't got no information.
You
They
just
do
asking the
shit like
source up,
this. They tell
Yashar.
you to
you're
go.
just not
They tell you
sure
to go
about what
look
you're
it
saying,
up.
and it's all
That's what
right.
they tell you.
But you
They tell you
can't
to go look it up,
be
fam.
this
I'm
Yashar,
not gonna
angry.
give you
Yashar,
the
one mic,
information.
Yashar. Let me get some. Let's get some order.
Yeah, I'm just
You
saying,
asked
man.
him to
Niggas
pull up a
always on that
source.
weak shit, bruh.
Just let me land
You
my
asked him
plane.
pull up a
Yeah,
source
Pull up any
that's what
because
source.
I'm
I'm
asking
under
for.
the impression that the Ethiopian Bible was translated from the Greek Septuagint. So
Yes, it
It's not,
it was
if it's
bro.
translated
translated from
from
Greek
something else, that
I'm
means
Septuagint.
serious.
that the
Hey,
Ethiopian would be the
just
copy
bring out the
and
information.
not the
Bring out the source.
original.
Just bring
But
out the source.
yeah,
That's all.
well, I was gonna ask him what did he want me to type in? What was it translated from?
No,
Because they
no,
No,
know
no.
what it
just
It
was
type
should
in.
be,
Just
translated
type in
from.
the. Okay,
it should
just
be a
type
But
type
in.
in.
it's up to you.
It
Just
shouldn't
type.
be a type
Listen,
in. It
listen,
should be an
listen. Just
author.
type
It should be an
in
author.
Ethiopic
It
Enoch.
should be the motherfucker
That's
who
it.
wrote the information.
Just type
Why are
in
we looking at?
Okay,
Why
Ethiopic
we
Enoch.
googling
I
shit?
can't
It's the
hear him,
Why
Yashar.
you
consensus.
I
can't give
can't
me
This
hear
the
is
him.
the
goddamn source?
academic standard
Man,
information.
look,
This is
man,
just
bro,
the
this why I
regular
don't fuck
information,
around no more, fam. I don't do this type of shit no more, bruh. Because
bro.
what I do understand is
We
this.
gotta just do it
Niggas
back and
that's
forth.
always
We can't
deflecting
talk over each
from
other.
real
Just do it back and
information,
forth.
they don't have no fucking information to present to you. I didn't go search up nothing. I read from the goddamn source. I didn't
What
Google shit.
you read from Enoch,
So,
and I
hey,
told
bro,
you Enoch is a
so
late text. I
go
don't
to
care
the
why
actual
you
source
read from it. I
that
just said it's
present
a
what
late
you
text.
just said.
I
Won't
don't
you do
really
that?
care what the
So I can
purpose of
shut
you
the fuck
reading it
up.
from.
How about that? Go get
I
the
said
source so I can be quiet.
I just
That's
told.
what I'm
Just
doing
look
for
up
him, Yashar.
Ethiopic Enoch.
No,
It's a
you
16th century
didn't.
Giza manuscript.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just okay. A1, just look up Ethiopic Enoch, the manuscript. It's the oldest manuscript of
I don't play these
of
type of
Enoch
games.
in Ethiopian
Silly
biblical
ass shit.
text.
Niggas ain't got no fucking
Just
information.
read it. It's a 16th
The
century text.
the Ethiopic version of the Book of Enoch. Read. You want me to read the Ethiopic version of the Book of
No,
Enoch?
you don't have to read the actual book. Just read where, like, how old it is, where it comes from, because it is a derivative of the Alexandrian text type.
Uh-oh.
Do you know what an Alexandrian text type is, Yashar?
I think you might be
Uh-oh.
wrong there, brother, because I mean, Enoch and Jubilee are
Okay, do
only
you know what
preserved
the
completely
Alexandrian
in
text type is?
Ge'ez.
It's a form
Hey,
of
bro, don't even,
biblical.
don't even do that. Don't tell him he wrong. This motherfucker been making statements the whole time.
I'm just
He ain't presenting not one source to y'all. Everything he said, he wants you to believe that dumbass shit. Or
A1,
he
this is
wants you to
read,
look up,
or you
or
can
he
just
wants you to
listen,
go look
or
it
you
up.
can,
He's
everybody
not
that's
giving
listening,
you
you
nothing.
can just
I
look it
promise
up.
you.
This
If
is
you don't look,
standard
if you go to the
biblical
actual people where the
studies.
information
This is
come from,
standard
they not
information.
gonna say none of this bullshit that he talking about. I
But he
promise you that.
doesn't know that. That's why he's so high. But this is standard information in biblical scholarship.
Standard.
This is standard information.
This is bullshit information,
So
fam.
anyone can look it up, just like
Right
A1
here it
just did.
says the Ethiopic Book of Enoch is an ancient Jewish apocalyptic text preserved in its entirety only in the Ge'ez language of Ethiopia, detailing Enoch's heavenly journeys, visions, and the fall of Watcher's angels, the origins of evil, the Nephilim, prophecies of the Messiah, and the final judgment, serving as a foundational text for understanding early Jewish apocalypticism. There's some on my screen. Angelology and the Bible's New Testament's context, particularly in the Ethiopian Orthodox, something like that.
Alwedo.
Ain't got shit to do with none.
Church,
But bro,
where
but
it's
that's that Googling shit though, bro. But even though that Google that now
let's see
that
what the
supported what
source
I said.
says.
That supported what I stated. But
Okay.
at the end of the day, that's not what I
That's the
wanted.
synopsis
That's not
of
what I
the
was
story
asking for.
of
Man.
Enoch and
I wasn't
Methuselah.
asking for no Google information because anybody could do that. This man talking like he a master of the information, like he done did the research already, did the work. He didn't present you with not one goddamn
Because this is
source.
standard. If you can go on Wiki
Once
right now,
again, bro, you
it's
can
just
keep running your
standard
mouth, my
information.
dude.
Okay.
That
All
shit
I
ain't gonna
said
help
Right
you.
was
You can
here,
say standard
Ethiopic
a
Enoch.
this was
million
my
times,
source.
homie.
Well,
You can
this is
say
my source.
standard a million times. It's standard. It's standard. It's standard. So fucking what? Go get the information. Go get the standard information, nigga.
It says the Book of Enoch was
I'm just
originally
going by the
written in
PhD.
Hebrew or
Hell no, shit, bro.
Aramaic, with fragments found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, proving the ancient Semitic origins. But the complete text survives only in the Ethiopic language, translated
But this
from a
nigga said
Greek.
that it's in the
Right here
Septuagint,
is the
though.
part
Hold on. Finish. Say it again.
translated from a Greek version that
Okay.
itself came from the Aramaic Hebrew originals. So modern translations are typically from the preserved. See, this is why they say when they say it's the oldest
I rest my case.
Bible, it's not the oldest. It's the oldest, most complete because it has the Apocrypha.
Exactly.
But the oldest would actually be what it was translated from. And I'm not trying to hop in the middle of
From the
anybody's
Dead Sea
debate or
Scrolls,
anything.
like I
I
said.
don't know if I'm messing up a debate. I'm usually hosting them.
The Dead Sea
I
Scrolls
rarely
only
even.
has
No, you
fragments.
good.
The
You
Dead Sea
good.
Scroll
'Cause I
only
asked
has
these individuals to
fragments
bring the
that the
information up,
later text
and they
drew
didn't.
from. Yeah, I swear to
The Ethiopian, the
And
Dead
it
Sea
says
Scrolls
the
only has fragments.
transmission goes from Aramaic Hebrew, then it goes into the Greek, and then it goes into the Ethiopic.
God. I rest my case, A1. I'm done. That's
So
it.
it can't be the oldest when it's three translations old.
I
You
told
see
you
what
that
I'm
it
saying?
started. I told you that it started from the fragment that was initially complete.
Oh,
I
but
said
that
that
wasn't in
shit.
response to anybody though. I wasn't like checking anybody. I don't know who
No, but
said what, honestly. I was
it's not
just putting
even.
that out
I'm
there.
not saying that you taking
He
sides.
said he
Yeah,
said
no,
the
What
no,
I'm
book.
I
saying
He
is
probably it
said
might
your
the
sound like that, but I
information
didn't
Ethiopian
know.
Enoch
is
was the
supporting
original. It's
what I
not.
stated.
The Ethiopian Enoch is not
I
the
ain't hear
original,
that part. I ain't
and
hear
you
that.
just said
Nobody
that.
said it was the original. Nobody said it was the original.
I think
You did.
somebody else was saying it, not specifically. Somebody had put it out there like that this is the original. But I think you were correcting them too at the same time.
No,
Like,
no. He
no,
said the
no.
old. I didn't say original and oldest are two different things. Somebody did. He did say
Okay,
the
I see what
oldest.
you're saying.
He did because
Original
we
and
just had
oldest.
a whole issue about me saying it come from Greek. One of them said it's the oldest.
I'm
Oh,
the one
that
that
was
said I'm the one that said original because I
that was
said like
Chucky.
y'all see like like I'm saying like y'all going through the languages, but y'all basically just going through the languages of the time. Y'all not going through the actual people. So even though it says Greek, it says Hebrew, it says Aramaic, this is just the language that the people of the land is speaking. The people of the land is not changing.
And
No,
and
it
and just
came from the
because
Greek
they speak
Septuagint.
Aramaic don't mean that the scripts wasn't in our Hebrew script.
The Ethiopians weren't reading Greek at that time that it was written. It didn't. But we can get into the transmission if gentlemen want to go down that rabbit hole.
Let's do it.
No.
Uh,
Hold on, watch this. Let me go ahead and pull this up.
transmission of the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian's Bible's transmission began with 4th century translations from Greek and Syriac into the ancient Ge'ez language, driven by Ethiopia's conversion to Christianity. So
In the 4th century,
yeah, in
like
the
I
fourth
said,
century, this is when all of this started, when they got converted.
when
They
they got
weren't
converted,
originally in the first century, this wasn't their original thing. They weren't reading the Greek manuscripts in the first
they were
century.
polytheistic.
Yeah, they
They
were
were
a whole
polytheistic.
different. They didn't want to have nothing to do with this, and it sucks that they even got swept up into this and converted. I think because that's was the downfall of Africa and and all of that. That's
But
my conclusion that I can make.
do you understand that the
Resulting in a
Ethiop
larger canon, including the Enoch Jubilees preserved by. Yeah, see, we know when it started, where it came from, how it got there. We even know the person who brought it.
Yep.
Um,
Fermenters.
Thank you. So the primary
was he a
language of
Greek? You're saying
transmission.
Fermentus was the Greek?
Fermenters
What did
was a
what
Syrio
did
Greek.
Fermentus? Where did he write that from? Where did he get the information from? He made it up.
Wait, what?
Translations
Wait,
from
hold up.
Greek Septuagint and possibly Syriac text occurred.
Where
Well,
did
the Peshitta
where did the
occurred in the
Greeks get it
fourth.
from?
From the
Where
it
did the
said the
Greeks get it
Greeks
from?
got it
They
from
made
the
it
Got
up.
it
no,
from
the
the
Greeks got
Aramaic manuscripts,
yeah.
from the Jewish
So
manuscripts.
so what's the argument then? What is the argument?
That it didn't start with Ethiopia and spread to
Because
everywhere else.
somebody said something about oldest or original. Whoever said something, maybe
I
it got
I
fucked up
I,
in the
I I
conversation.
said that because I'm a always go back. Y'all got to understand. I'm a little bit. I'm a Rasta, so I'm gonna always go back to the Nile Valley and the beginning of civilization, because that's where all knowledge started from. So I'm not gonna go outside of Africa and be like, yeah, the European started something. The European never created anything. He got knowledge from Africa, and he taught us back the same thing over again in a different doctrine back to the Africans, but he didn't create anything. No matter
But our
how much,
language,
if he
No,
rewrote, if he went
that's
to
where he
Egypt and
gets
then went
the
back into
Bible from.
Europe and
That's where
rewrote it in
Ethiopia
Greek
gets the
and then
Bible
came
from.
back to Africa and then taught everybody in Greek to write it in Greek and they had to translate from Greek, that doesn't mean it's his. It still came from
that,
Africa.
but
That
this is the
means
thing, though.
Ethiopia got the
The
Bible from
Ethiopians don't speak
Rome.
a Niger Congo language. They don't.
You had to speak a Semitic language.
Exactly. That comes from the Levant. That's not from Africa.
How is that not from Africa when science shows you that everything started in Africa, not the Levant?
So the language just appeared in the Levant and just made its way down.
Because we migrated out of Africa. We started we migrated out of Africa, like DNA shows you. We started the other nations of the world, and then we went back into Africa.
The Afro-Asiatic language started in the Levant 12 to 10,000 years before it made it into Africa, sir.
Because we migrated out of Africa. We migrated out of Africa. We started all of the other nations, and then we went back into Africa afterwards. That's why everybody's confused. Because after we started everything, we went back into Africa.
It was no out of Africa theory.
I'm not dealing with theories.
There's no such theories. You are dealing with theories because there is no language that left out of Africa. What's the language? What's the name of it?
Origins stem from Africa.
What's the name of it?
The name of what?
The language that left out of Africa and went into the Levant. What's the name of it?
I don't know the language.
Exactly. I can tell you the language that left out of the Levant and made its way down into Africa, which is the same language that you speaking right now, or that they speaking right now in Ethiopia. That Ge'ez, that Cushitic, what is it? The Cushitic Berber language, all Afro-Asiatic, stems from the Levant.
Okay, so you're saying Africans? So you're saying the Africans didn't have a language before the Levant?
I'm telling you that there's no language traced in nobody's history, not even African history, that left from Africa and went into the Levant during that time period. None.
I mean, these Europeans with DNA show you that.
Yeah, but
they show you the same thing. The same thing. It was a theory. That's the thing. It was a theory. It was a theory. It was a theory before DNA. Now with DNA, it's kind of bringing it to the fact that the out of Africa so-called theory. When you study DNA, you see that it is true.
You can't have language without DNA, loved ones. Impossible.
I understand that, but I also understand who's giving us all the knowledge, and they cutting stuff out when it comes to our history. So
down into Africa, right? It didn't make the Afro-Asiatic made it into Africa around 6,000, 8,000 BC. That's 6,000 years after the fact that it started up in the Levant.
Do you believe in like the Tower of Babel and stuff, and how language stems from the Levant?
I'm talking about something way before the Tower of Babel.
Brother,
how do you think
Lavelle says, "Can Yashar prove his claim?"
Fact check me. I got the facts already, and I put it in one of these back chats already.
If you want me to pull up a source, I got you. You know, that's what I'm here for, man. I got you. Some people be on the phones. I'm here to help. I don't even know which claim he was talking about. Honestly, I just read the question. Keep moving. I'm gonna drop that link in case you want to come up here, Brother Lavelle, or if you clarify, I'll read that again to him. Go ahead, gentlemen. Back to you.
Anything that I speak on, I can source up on. I don't just be running my mouth.
Well, I understand. Like I said, I'll just understand what you're saying, brother. But you got to understand who giving us all the information right now. They weren't in Africa all these thousands. They weren't in Africa all these thousands of years.
The programming shit that they gave you, I'm debunking that shit. I was taught the same shit out of Africa theory. Then I started looking for the language. I started looking for the DNA that came out of Africa and that went across the whole goddamn continent, the whole world.
You don't see it?
I don't see it. I ain't never seen it.
You don't see all the haplogroups? All the haplogroups start in Africa and go out to the rest of the world.
I'm gonna say it for you one more time.
Language ain't even the argument about the Africa.
I don't see it.
So let's get back to the original argument.
Go ahead.
the original argument before we got sidetracked on the Ethiopian thing.
Mm-hmm.
The claim that Yashar was going back and forth with Allah's most gracious warrior. Where you at?
I'm out here. All right.
Go ahead, get back.
I'm just listening. I'm just
You two
listening
can
to
get
them.
back at it.
Basically, I just want to point out that you know, to me, this is a debunk of you know the previous scriptures, being that we're talking about a text that is not canon to some, but canon to others. Also showing the need for the Quran. Here we are. We're arguing about the book of Enoch, and we don't even know if the book of Enoch is valid or not.
No, he don't know, Tony. He don't know if the book of Enoch is valid. It's valid according to our understanding, to our study, to our scholarship. We don't base our scholarship off of no personal scholarship. We don't base our scholarship off of a group of individuals that like to come in and group up on those that actually put the information out there. We don't do that.
Let him get it out, Yashar. Let him get it out.
This brother believes in a book that is rejected by most Christians, and you know I'm fine with that if he wants to follow scriptures that are seen as being rejected. But you know, I just want to point out that the Quran does not have the same rejection. We believe in all our scriptures. We only have one book. There is no disagreement about what is the correct Quran. We all believe that the Quran that we have today is the correct one. All books have 114 chapters. We don't know if his book is correct or not. This is just what this personal brother believes.
Yeah, so we don't care about personal feelings and beliefs that other people think and believe, right? That's why they came up with a canonized, right? That's why they came up with these councils, right? It was a reason that they did that. You're talking about nations that had nothing to do with the actual writings of the people, right? So when you're dealing with individuals that don't understand culture, but only understand program religious systems, this is why they make silly statements like that, right? Ignorant statements like that, because for one, when you understand that we are the people, right, that everybody is trying to scuff up and dismiss, right? We the information that everybody's dealing with. He should be focused on the Quran and nothing but the Quran and pushing the Quran. He shouldn't be focused. If my information is false, shouldn't be dealing with it. That's how I treat the Quran, because it's BS. You don't never hear Yashar sourcing the Quran for absolutely nothing. It's not a focus of my conversation. It's not none of my talking points. But you know what source is? The Bible. That speaks of my culture, my people.
What Bible?
And they have the audacity to open up their mouth when they don't even understand their own culture. And I ain't talking about them pale-skinned Jewish parasites.
Let him land his plane, y'all.
I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about my people. And if you're not a part of Yal Shara, I ain't talking about you. I don't know nothing about no colorism. I don't know nothing about that shit that you adapt yourself to. My people got a language. My people got a history that the world is trying to dismiss and hide. And the scriptures told us about that. Right? So yeah, I'm waiting. Whenever y'all can come with some real solid information, right? Some real solid information, not no solid feelings, right? We can deal. Because right now, I don't see nobody that's worthy for me to actually sit down at the table with or get in the ring with.
So that in the back chat, he dropped the source. He dropped a source in the back chat that said that Noah's medical writings is the foundation of India's and Egypt's ancient medical writings, and I need him to provide some type of source that says in the Bible, because he only claimed the Bible, that Noah somehow gave medical information to India.
So let me tell you one thing, little man. Just like I told you.
You don't have to do the ad homs.
Like I told you, I don't care what you feel, homeboy. If you don't want
Okay,
me up here, I can
you
leave.
want to be disrespectful. Okay, this is my type of shit.
Let
So
him
if
get
I
it out,
called you
Rail,
little
then you can
man,
be disrespectful back.
I mean, go ahead, go ahead. You was just talking, right? So go ahead, finish talking, so I can say what I gotta say without your interruption, little man. Since that's disrespectful to you, like I called you a bitch ass nigga or something, because I didn't say that to you, right? But since little man just affected you, like I just slapped you on your man. Look, man, I'm not about to do this shit with you, poo, nigga. You know how I get down. So at the end of the day, bro, like I told you in the back chat, nigga, source up or shut up, homie. I posted maps. I posted 2 sources. I posted scriptures from Jasher, nigga, and I posted some information from our historian Josephus. So now, nigga, I'm not posting no more information. You didn't post shit.
That shit
Then when you
garbage.
posted that little garbage shit from Chat GPT, nigga, I told you, 20,000
What's
The
the source
shit
on
you put back
Josephus?
there was garbage, bro. What are you talking about?
DC ain't got
What source
shit
from
on what I
Josephus?
posted. I told you that.
So
And I
after
said
That shit was
all
garbage, bro. All that tough talking and shit, man. Calm
yeah,
that shit
like
the fuck
after
down, nigga.
all
That
of
shit
that,
garbage,
so
nigga.
after all
Fuck
of
you
that,
talking
you
about.
don't have
That
anything
shit
from the
garbage. Calm that
Bible.
shit the fuck down, bro. Fuck you talking
Right.
about.
So after all of the ad homs
Man,
that you
calm
just
that shit
spilled out,
down,
brother.
nigga.
After
What the
all
fuck
the
are you
ad
talking
homs
about
you
right
just
now?
spilled out, right? Can you tell us where in the Bible we can
Emotional ass
find
nigga.
where Noah gave medical information
Nigga,
to
you's a
India? Can
bitch,
you show
nigga.
us
Shut
that?
up.
Can
Shut
you
me up,
show us
nigga.
that? Because that was the claim in your source. That was the claim in your source. You asked me to source up, and I used your source. I used your source, what you posted. I used the information in your source to formulate the question that I'm asking you. So according to your information, and you just said you don't go out the Bible, so I don't want to hear about no Josephus because he's not in the Bible. I don't want to hear about Enoch or none of that dumb shit because that's not the Bible. You said you don't go outside the Bible, right? So none of that shit's in the Bible. So I want you to use the Bible to show us where Noah gave medical information to India. Show us. Where is it at? Where is it in their records?
Do you land your plane?
Yeah, I usually when I stop
Fucking
talking,
goofy.
that's usually it.
Okay, I muted you, Yashar. I muted both you and Ruga at the same time, so y'all know it was fair at least. Because I was trying to hear the real. If you do, you want to respond? You got to unmute your mic.
Hey, look, man. Every source that I posted was from Yal Sharal. Not one source that I posted, Josephus, Tribe of Levi, Jasher, from the hands of our priest, Enoch. If I go there, hands of our priest. I ain't posted nothing outside of our priestly information, regardless whether this silly nigga understand what I'm talking about. Niggas that don't understand our culture, they talk sideways and slick like they got something. Nigga, you ain't got nothing, nigga.
Nigga, that shit
Everything that I'm
cat.
talking about comes from
That
y'all.
shit can't be facilitated outside of your
Everything that I'm
information.
talking
Then
about
that
comes
shit
from one
cat, nigga.
nation.
At the end of the day,
Enoch is not
you
a
can
source.
feel good
Everything.
about your
So
shit all
now,
the
at the
fuck
end
you
of the
want,
day,
nigga. But when that shit
at the
can't
end
stand
of the
against
day,
ridicule of other
when you got
information,
some
then that
sources,
shit
you
wrong
talk
at
to
the
me,
end
so
of
you
the
don't
day. What
worry
are we
about
talking
some
about?
silly ass niggas like this dumbass nigga
We
running
got the
his mouth.
right nigga here, bro. I'm mad. I got people in my house, bro. Like, yo,
Hold on, family. Come on.
I could match all that energy,
Listen,
nigga.
one mic,
Don't I
On
gentlemen. One
God,
mic.
because I'm just trying to hold the peace. So,
but
but
Enoch
in
is
the
not
end
a
of the
source.
day, he just
Hey, one,
at
I
the
could
end of the day,
exhibit
he
what.
didn't remedy the question, right? So his information that he dropped said that Noah,
Enoch is not a source.
medical information is the foundation of Egypt and India, and we know that Egypt and India have some of the longest documented history in the world, right? So we know that at the time they claim not Abraham, but
Steady
the time
talking.
that Noah existed, right? There was already writing, there was already government, there were
One mic.
already these things in place. So he
False,
needs to
man.
show us in the Bible
That's
because
false,
he
family.
only goes by the Bible. He needs to show
False.
us in the Bible where Noah gave medical information to India because that's
I
what
don't
his source says.
need to show nothing in the Bible because the source that I initially showed was not from the Bible.
Right, but you just said you only go by the Bible. I don't go outside the Bible. You just gave that long dumbass speech to my boy, bro. You just gave that long dumbass speech, nigga, and now you going outside the Bible. So which one is it? Double talk, fork tongue ass nigga? Which one is it?
Ancestors information, silly dumb nigga. Clean out your raggedy ass ears, nigga. The fuck is wrong with you, boy? I'm not your motherfucking kids that you play with, nigga. I see very clearly, nigga.
Here you are, man. You are overly emotional, fanatic ass nigga, and you're exposed. That's the reason why you in your feelings. So, like I said, so you don't have no source to show us in the Bible where Noah gave medical information to India or Egypt, but you gonna sit here and disrespect everybody on the panel as if you got some type of superior knowledge. Like, bro, that's not gonna fly around here. You're gonna have to show, put up or shut up. Put up or shut up, bro. We don't care. Look, you just said you don't go outside the Bible, so we're not expecting to see nothing from you but the Bible, bro. Nothing but the Bible. We don't want to hear nothing about no Jackson.
My baby ass nigga, I don't give a fuck what you don't want to hear, nigga.
Okay, well, then you got a problem because I'm here to rebut whatever that bullshit you talking.
And if you don't want,
because right now you sounding and looking real weak right now.
And if you don't
sounding weak right
Bible, then what's the point of conversation, man? Come on.
Period.
None.
Nigga, you heard what I said.
Bumping his gums. We ain't hear shit you said, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
If we can't hit you back with anything outside the Bible, there ain't no point, man. Because you won't accept evidence.
I just want to say, God is light. Light is electromagnetism. Very first light. Y'all keep up the good show.
That's right.
Nigga, coming at me, nigga. Go get a source, nigga.
You only one out here coming at niggas, bro. Hey, they're supporting it with garbage information, nigga. What you talking about?
You don't
accept but the funny thing is, I use his
don't make shit back here, nigga. What you talking about?
All right,
you heard what
tone that shit the fuck down, nigga. Have some fucking decorum, nigga.
Turn it up,
the fuck we talking about? I want to hear that shit. Nigga, what we talking about?
Right, nobody want to hear that shit, nigga. It's Christmas time, nigga. It's supposed to be cheerful and merry.
Man, don't be so negative, man. Come on.
Nigga.
Every first light.
He mad. He mad, nigga. Jesus Christ was born on this day, and your ass angry as hell, man. You need Jesus in your damn life, nigga. Whoever Yahshua or whoever nigga you follow, that nigga's angry, and you need to stop following him,
nigga. But I mean, you don't accept it.
Yeah, ain't no point in
I
even
had
talking.
to exhibit A and B in the motherfucking back chat too. If you want to go look at that shit, read it real quick and share it. A1.
This is any information that goes against his narrative, so it's actually pointless in having a conversation with him.
Exactly.
Because he's gonna be disingenuous.
I don't want y'all to let Jesse off the hook though.
Man, he wanted me to show that nigga some motherfucking New Testament shit in Dead Sea Scrolls.
Hey man, hey
I showed some New Testament shit in Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'm gonna let him stomp him out.
Niggas still running their mouth, man. Shit, 6 years
That's
ago.
what we gonna do, nigga. You ain't gonna do nothing to stop niggas from giving you this small fucking work, nigga.
Shout out to Naga.
Nothing.
Shout out to Naga.
Blood in the water.
Only thing you gonna do is source the fuck up like you telling other niggas to do, or shut the fuck up, nigga.
Well, shut up.
Oh God.
Period.
Clown, nigga.
Shout
you
out to
call
Naga.
whatever the fuck you want to call it, nigga. Just don't call me collect.
Heavens and earth, light upon
What the fuck is we talking about?
Man, he's a motherfucking fool, nigga.
Yeah, you call me whatever you want, nigga. Just don't do it collect, nigga.
Biblicalarchaeology.org. The Dead Sea Scrolls and the New Testament. Here we go.
Nigga, come back here with all that bullshit. They got to deflate that shit quick, nigga. Quicker than a bitch popping a balloon at a balloon challenge. Nigga, know this shit. Know this shit.
Let's tighten up, gentlemen. Let's tighten up. Tighten. Tighten up. Let's go. Let me get into this source. The Dead Sea Scrolls and the New Testament. This is a source from Thought. Let me know when you want me to stop reading Thought. It says, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls say about Jesus?
You ain't even got to read the top. You can scroll down where it show you that bar at, right? And then you can read above that and below that. But that's definitely exhibit 1. Niggas want to play with the shit, nigga. I'll get you a whole list of shit that's in the motherfucking New Testament that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls at the end of the day.
The Isaiah Luke chart?
Yeah, that's the overlay.
Okay.
Word
Blind
for
eyes
word type
open.
shit.
Blind see. Lame leap, lame walk. Ears of deaf opened,
They
deaf
can get
hear.
that dog walk today.
Good news to poor. Good news to poor. So yeah,
I'm
that's just
gonna
the
start off
parallels between
light.
Luke.
If niggas want more shit, I'ma air it out.
Air it out, cuz. Unnecessary roughness. You know how we play.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this was biblicalhistory.org. Shout out, we got King J to the panel. We got Ben back
Also
to the
put something back there dealing with that language shit that he was talking about too at the end of the day, right? That language didn't come from the Levant into Africa at the end of the day. That's not what the consensus say. That's not
Hell
what
no.
you were saying at the end
Yeah,
of the day,
that's not.
right? And that language that you talking about, what connect to that is Naja Colophonic, nigga, at the end of the day, which come directly out of Africa at the end of the day. And we could argue what the Kemetic people motherfucking is speaking at the end of the day, right? Type shit. Let's not ponder. You stay in the Bible, like where you think is your strong suit at, nigga. Because ain't none of this shit we discussing your strong suit, my boy.
Okay,
Yeah,
right here it
because
says
the Egyptian language was classified under Naja-Chaldephonic by Joseph Greenberg before he went back and reclassified the
Nigga made
language
all
and
that up.
created that Afro-Asiatic shit.
Fact.
King J, you said somebody
Facts.
made
And
something up.
Damn, man. Knock a
even the
dangerous
classification.
man, cuz keeping out like ammunition in this one.
Let's see what King
Shout,
J has to say. King
shout out
J.
to Naga coming through and
Go
stopping
ahead.
this
I'm
brother
gonna
out.
jump in. I just want to hear a little bit more of the conversation.
Yeah,
Okay.
motherfuckers just running their mouth loved ones. They good for that. Yeah, go ahead. Keep running it.
Yeah.
It's hilarious for me. Go
Jesse
ahead. Keep running it.
Valdez, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do, man. Shout out to Naga over here stomping this brother out, man. They ain't
Yeah,
playing with him today.
yeah, that's right. They stumping me out. Absolutely.
He's putting up one hell of a fight, man. It's 106
Hey, that's
right
what
now.
you y'all do, you know what I'm saying, man?
So did Jake Paul.
You know what I'm
These
saying?
niggas is
Welcome
stumping
back.
Jake
me
Paul
out.
put up a hell of a fight too, brother.
Man, I can't breathe
Nigga
over
still
here.
got his ass knocked out.
I'm lumped up over here.
He is. Hey, he ain't saying nothing but the truth right now.
Real good fight. Knocked his ass clean out.
Yeah,
Broken
that's
jaw
what's
in
up.
2 different places.
Yeah,
He don't even realize he's getting beat up.
yeah,
Nah,
that part.
that's how you
That
know
part.
when it's real bad, when you don't even know the injury. You don't
Yeah,
even understand the injuries you get.
yeah, yeah, that part.
Damn, man, Noah gave
That's it?
gave India medical advice. That's crazy.
Oh, you still stuck on that, huh?
Oh no. We on what thought
No,
talking about right now,
no.
brother.
You still stuck on it because you can't let it go, nigga. But go ahead, keep running your mouth.
Because I find it funny,
Yeah,
man. I find it
yeah. I know
hilarious,
you find it funny.
intellectually.
I know. I ain't heard you
I
laugh
find it
yet, though.
intellectually
Yeah, I
humorous.
know. Yeah, I know. But you ain't debunked it though. All you
And
did
the
was
shit
run
that's
your silly
crazy
ass
about it, when
mouth
you
off.
look
Bump
at that
yourself.
shit, you gotta look at
Yeah, I know. That's all
Zoroastrianism, because
you
that's where a
can
lot
say,
of this
nigga.
bullshit come from.
That's all you can say.
Zoroastrianism. It comes from
Everything that I posted in that
wandering
back chat, nigga, I
Hindu
debunked
priests,
myself. That's
wandering
right.
Brahma
So
priests,
what's gonna happen is
wandering
I'm gonna
in
end up showing
between
that back
Saudi
chat. That's
Arabia
what's gonna happen.
and India.
Are you Naga suggesting it comes from a whole lot of light?
These niggas is clowns. I forgot where I was at. Naga World.
Yeah.
Not Naga World, but
This Titans,
the
nigga. This
crew.
Titans.
The Ampu
This the
crew.
Titans.
That clown ass shit that I used to destroy 6
This
years
the
ago.
Titans. Now,
Yeah.
I don't remember you ever destroying
The leader
the
of
Ample Crew. I mean, if you would like, we could set up an interview with you and Prodigy.
Nigga, you a clown, nigga. I would never sit up with an interview with you, nigga.
We could set up an interview with you and Prodigy, since you saying that you clown Ample. I mean, you are saying that you clown Ample, and I would love to see you clown Prodigy Voorhees, aka the Hebrew Killer.
Your motherfucking ass
You know what I'm
in the
saying?
one debate you had,
You know what I'm saying? You whooping out Ample Crew, nigga. You whooping out Ample Crew.
I know who
You want to see the Hebrew Killer.
You can't say, nigga, one person.
You want to see the Prodigy Voorhees.
Who beat me in the debate?
Hey, y'all go get Prodigy. Somebody tag Prodigy. Tell him his old chew toy over here whooping. Tell him he got a new squeaker in him.
Who beat me in the debate though, Ampu? Yeah, silly nigga. Yeah, nigga.
I'm not Ampu, brother. Yeah. I'm not Ampu. I'm Naga, brother.
You know what I'm talking about, nigga. You know what it is, nigga.
Brother. Yeah, I do. I know it's not go over everything.
You know what it is, nigga. Yeah.
Not go over everything.
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah, man.
Fuck wrong with
you
you,
get
nigga?
quiet. You get quiet when the Hebrew killer name got popped up, huh?
Yeah.
You got a little humble in you once you heard Prodigy boy.
Yeah, you know what time it is, nigga.
Old battle scars and shit.
Ain't never did shit, nigga.
Them old scars starting to hurt, starting to tingle and shit when you hear that nigga name.
All y'all do is run y'all mouth, nigga. Neither one of you niggas got in the ring with me, nigga. Silly ass nigga. Fuck wrong with you, nigga. You know what time it is, nigga. All you niggas did was run y'all mouth, talk shit in the back chat like y'all niggas love to do.
You mad?
Fuck up out of here, boy. Yeah, you better laugh at us, nigga.
Okay, if you would like your show, we can set up something. We can have a friend.
I mean, you talking reckless about Ampu Crew. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to call them. It ain't nothing to bring them up here. Young Scribe in the back chat. Young Scribe and Prodigy in the back chat right now. It's nothing to call them, bro. Why you sitting there talking reckless about them, brother?
Out a valid point, bro. You know what I'm saying? Cause me and you go way back. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't with none of that lip rapping shit,
man. Fuck all that. You heard?
If you would like to set something up, we could. Cause right now, like the brother said, it's not go over everything.
Yeah, man. It's all
what I just said, what I put in the back. For people that don't know the crazy ass Essenes that wrote the motherfucking Dead Sea Scrolls, right? They scroll called the motherfucking Essenean War Scroll, which is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? And fucking Revelations, we gonna fuck at this shit, and then we gonna do a whole 3-4 laps because we gonna come back. I just want to point out shit real quick. That we get to the bottom of some things, and so niggas start agreeing, like, God damn, like, there's some shit in there that shouldn't be in there from that shit, right? All right, boom. That shit in the back.
What you mean shouldn't be in there?
We
shouldn't be copying things. Like when I say that the writings from the NT are taken from out of the motherfucking Dead Sea Scrolls, and motherfuckers be like, nah, I'm like, yeah, right? And you can go and see that. You could do the comparison and
stop.
What up, bro? What up? I put it in the back, bro. I ain't even about.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, stop. The New Testament is not based off the Dead Sea Scrolls, brother.
All right, bro. Again, I put the shit in the back. He pulled up one.
We know what you said. I'm trying to correct you.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Thank you. And you can look it up.
They trying to correct me. I put the shit in the back already.
Hold on.
He pulled up a source already, brother. You understand that, right?
Listen.
All right,
talking, brother. I can't talk.
Go ahead, bro.
If I'm wrong, you drop your cash out. So the New Testament, brother, is based off the Texas Receptors. The Old Testament is based off the Masoretic text. So neither the New Testament or the Old Testament is based off of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now you can look that up. Now go ahead.
Nah, bro, they master teachers already, man. Let them teach. Don't correct nobody.
He's slow. I don't like slow shit.
He was just
slow.
up here. He was.
He damn near. But go ahead. But yeah, Texas Receptors, buddy.
This the Coliseum, my nigga.
I'll even go a little bit further. The New
This
Testament.
the Coliseum, my nigga. I didn't know niggas was out there helping niggas when they out there fighting. I didn't know that in the Coliseum.
New Testament is in Coin Greek.
So let that nigga hang himself if that's what the fuck he want to do. Niggas gotta learn.
He gonna learn.
Start motherfucking reading. Start doing some real research. Stop looking for motherfuckers to tell y'all something.
Who head I just cut off though? Who was that was talking that said the Dead Sea Scrolls? I can't see the screen.
I ain't looking for nobody to tell me shit. At this point, I'm telling niggas shit. Sit the fuck down, pull your chair up, fold your motherfucking arms, and watch this shit, nigga.
Nigga don't even know what the fuck he posted in the back shit.
You learned a new word today, brother. It was Texas Receptors.
The New Testament's not based off the TR, bro. The King James may be based off the TR.
That's what we talking about.
No, we're not talking about the King James because this brother reads from the Ethiopian Bible.
What the
I read from the King James.
Right, man. What the James version? That's what I said. I know what I'm talking about. I heard what he said, and I responded accordingly. The King
conversation.
James version, the King James Bible
This
draws
is
off
what's
the
wrong with
primary
niggas
sources
with
of Texas
selective
receptors.
listening, right?
Brother King
This is
James,
what
the
see.
conversation
One thing
was
is for
honestly
certain,
centered
my
around the
conversation
Ethiopian
was
version
never
of the
about what
Bible.
Bible or what version that I read out of. That was never a part of my conversation. So you never heard me mention, oh, I'll read from only the Ethiopian version, or oh, I'll read from only the King James Version Bible. Motherfuckers is making up shit as they go, loved ones. Just to be clear. But
All
go
right,
ahead,
so
keep making that shit up.
clarify
But
what Bible you read from.
every time you say something silly, nigga, trust me, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure you
It
understand
don't
that you
matter
silly.
what
Man.
All
Bible
right,
you
brother,
read
clarify
from. None
what
of them
Bible you
based
read
off the
from.
Dead Sea
I
Scrolls.
read from the King James Version and I read from the Ethiopian Bible when I need to.
Yeah, so the
So
conversation was about
you have to pull from
Ethiopian
two texts.
Bible, right? Because
You
we
have to
was
pull from
Yeah,
talking
two different
about the book
texts.
of
I pull
Enoch,
from more
right?
than two texts. I pull
The
from the
conversation
Ethiopian,
was
I pull from the King
in
James
regards to
Version,
the
I
comment that
go
the
to
brother
the
made.
Hebrew,
The
right?
brother
Hold
made a
up,
Right?
I'm
specific
just trying
comment.
to get
Right? I read from
clarity
the
so we
Dead
can
Sea
move
Scrolls, I read
forward.
from the
You dig?
Lost Books, right?
Was the
I read from the
conversation
Apocrypha,
not
right?
originally about
What else you need? What else you need to
the book
understand?
of Enoch and the Ethiopian Bible?
And there ain't nothing that nobody on the planet can tell me anything different from what I stand on and what I read. I don't give a
But
shit
what's the
what you
point?
feel.
If can't nobody tell you shit, then
We
what's the
get that.
point?
We
Yeah,
get that. We
exactly.
get that.
My
You
point
know
is
what I'm
that.
saying? But
Exactly.
I'm just
My point is
asking.
that
Like
whenever
that
you start
automatically
talking at
makes
the
you
side of
biased,
your ass
bro. Like
about what you
I don't
don't know,
understand
I'm gonna
what's the
check
point
you
in
with the
saying that.
information.
I'm just
That's the
asking
point,
for.
nigga.
I'm just asking
That
for
shit means that
context.
you're automatically biased.
What
I
was
don't
the
give a shit what you
conversation?
say. I'm gonna be
What?
automatically biased, nigga. That
Y'all
ain't
can
gonna
hear me?
change me
Yeah, I know.
because
Y'all can
you
hear me?
feel
Yeah,
some
I
type of
know.
way.
Yeah, it's
You
pointless.
give a fuck about your feelings, nigga.
What was the
Yeah, there's
conversation
no
not
feelings
about?
involved.
Yeah, I'm just as long as you understand that.
I
Was
just
the
want to point out.
conversation not
I
about the
want to
book
point
of
out that this
Enoch and
brother
the
reads from
Ethiopian Bible?
two different Bibles that don't have the same books in them. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a problem within the Christian community.
I'm not
Also,
a Christian.
this brother doesn't have no
No
religion.
Christian.
I'm not.
He's just
I damn
No,
well.
he's just
definitely a Christian.
Man, that's
he's
the
lost
first
in
thing you said
he's
right
lost
about
in
me.
faith.
This brother
He's
do not
lost in
have no
faith.
religion. That brother finally said something in truth about Yashar. I have no religion, and I would never have a goddamn weak ass
You
wicked religion
religion, nigga.
ever again.
Everything propagated off that one
Ever
book, nigga.
again.
You heavily religious. What are you talking
Ever
about, nigga? That's like the
again.
definition, damn near,
Yeah, like
Nigga,
what a
you
y'all
literally
y'all
religious
heard
got a
me
person
say it
is,
doctorate
nigga.
already,
and you're
Tony.
fucking religious.
Pay no
Y'all heard me
Nah, but
say
attention
it
to no
already.
other facts in the world
Now
outside of what this book tell
this is
you
what
is a
girls
fact.
do,
It's
right?
definitely
Oh,
some
that
When they
sounds
religious
like
hear
a
you
shit.
say
debate.
something,
That's
when they
definitely
want
religious.
to try and pick with you and trying to get on your nerve, what they start doing, they start repeating themselves and start saying little shit that you didn't say. That's what girls do. But go ahead. That's y'all good at that shit.
Bro, it seemed like you've been doing that the whole time.
Nigga, I
I
ain't doing I
only
don't give a
read
fuck
out
what
the
it seem like,
Bible
nigga.
and
I don't
I'm
give a
not
fuck
going to
what it
do
seem
this
like,
and I'm
nigga.
not going to do that. I'm not providing
Yeah, I
any
don't give a
evidence
I don't
outside
do
of
what
this
you do,
book
nigga.
for anything.
You
I don't
absolutely
care
right.
what
Whatever the
y'all
fuck
are
you think in your
saying
little
at
silly
the
ass
end of the
brain,
day
nigga, I don't
because
give
my
a
book
fuck about
doesn't
it.
say that. Nigga, shut the
Yeah, I don't
fuck
give a
up.
fuck about
Fuck
what the
you
fuck you
talking
talking
about,
about,
bruh.
young one.
Nothing at the end of the day, bruh.
Hey,
Go
You
have a
running your
seat
silly
somewhere,
ass
bruh.
mouth, nigga.
Go have a fucking seat, bruh.
Running your silly ass
The
mouth, nigga.
fuck,
Stop
nigga?
saying
Matter
that,
of fact,
nigga.
you know what you do? Go in the
What you
corner
mean,
of
what
your
the
room and
fuck?
pray about it, nigga.
What the
What we
fuck you
talking
mean,
about?
what the fuck?
Go pray about it,
That's,
I
nigga.
mean,
that's what
according to his
girls say,
own book,
nigga.
it tell you not to argue with
That's what
non-believers.
girls say, man. What the
Yeah,
fuck is
According to
wrong
exactly,
with
what?
because
you,
he not
kid?
really a believer, bro. He an idol worshiper.
What the
Idol
fuck is wrong with
worship.
you,
He an
kid?
idol worshiper. That's why he
That
come up here.
nigga
He
got
have
that
all
Man,
that
nigga
that's
God
goofy
what
got
you
shit
say,
on,
pronouns
fucking
because
silly
looking
ass
all
nigga.
stupid
That's
this
with
what I
that
nigga
came up
God
here.
got
star,
Nigga, I didn't
with
pronouns.
come up
that
here to
This
fight
star
nigga
that
you,
he
nigga.
God
not
got a
even
I came up
supposed
here
to
to
virtue.
be
put my
fucking
foot in your
having
motherfucking
at
ass,
the
nigga.
end of the
That's
day.
what I
You
came up
feel
here
This
me?
to do.
Niggas
nigga
are
And I
idol
Saint, this
accomplished what
worshippers
I
dirty ass
up
did,
here
nigga.
talk
gentleman.
I
about they
accomplished what I came up
soldiers
here
for
One
to
the
do.
mic.
Lord. You
That's
ain't no
why you
soldier
niggas
for
is
the Lord, nigga.
uncomfortable
You
right
an
now,
idol
nigga.
worshiper, bro.
That's why you
You a
uncomfortable right now,
6-star
nigga.
Instagram ass worshiping demon. What you talking about, bro?
Gentlemen, one mic. Come on. Let's get to some order.
All right, I got the mic, nigga. You's a goddamn demon worshiper, nigga. That's what you are, nigga.
We're not leading with ad homs. We're not doing attacks. Let's get on the topic.
Since it's the winter solstice, let's do this topic. Whose God manifests in object reality?
Yeah, I like that topic.
Whose God manifests in object reality?
They all the same God.
Objective reality.
Nah, they not, bro. They not.
Why not?
Let me type that.
I mean, one group of niggas books over here state that there's more than one.
We gonna go on the affirmative and put it out there that Naga got the only idea of God that manifests in object reality. And there anybody out there watching on this Christmas winter solstice day to come pop Naga.
Open panel, nigga.
Yeah, but
God is light, light is electromagnetism.
God is light, light is electromagnetism.
Ain't nobody really getting a point across.
I love how y'all go Hail Caesar with the God is light, God is
What you
electromagnetism.
mean?
God is light, light is electromagnetism.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. What do you mean?
Everything
In
that's
the name
good
of
enough to
Allah,
say
beneficent
wants
to the
to be
most
said
merciful. What's
twice.
the difference?
All right, so
Yeah,
let's go. Unlimited,
I
limitless
said
light.
I made a statement that both of the gods are the same. And brother said how they not. I'm waiting for them to tell me how they not the same.
The Bible God makes a clear distinction
Can you tell me who the Bible God is?
Oh, he is. I told y'all earlier already, man. You was here. What are you talking
I
about?
wasn't here, brother. I just got here.
L.
I can tell you a clear
Okay,
distinction
well
between
stop
the
right.
Bible
Well stop
God and
right.
Allah.
Just stop
One,
right there.
if you read the Quran, there's no description of Allah as a fucking man. That's one thing. Like that's one clear distinction.
Hold on, brother.
That Allah clearly
You
is
done
not a
moved the
fucking
whole.
man
You done moved the
in
conversation
the Quran.
way
It's
off.
not a man. It's not a man in the Quran.
Hold on.
Whereas in the Bible, Torah, and all that other extra biblical bullshit y'all be reading, y'all God most definitely is a man. He sits on thrones, stakes, all type of shit. Get mad, attitudes.
We love
You done moved the
barbecues.
conversation now, brother. I just wanted the brother to stay right where he was at. He said the God in the Bible was El, right? And he said that's not the same as the God Allah, right? Which is so. I just really want if I could just teach them that they're all the same linguistic cognates, then they both are the same Aleph Lamed, then they are the same word, they're the same deity. They both come from the same Abrahamic faith. The same.
That sounds like an etymological fallacy.
They don't.
We was getting into
That's
that
an
earlier.
etymological fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy
Allah
you
comes
making, bro.
from the first appearance of Allah in history does not come from them people.
Look, I said that word on here, and everybody been misusing it, brother. It's not a fallacy if they all are Northwest Semitic.
So you saying because they all Northwest Semitic, they must all be referencing the same thing, the exact same thing, right?
Well, because they have
The biblical God tells you, I am who I am. I am no other.
Variation
Brother,
between
two people can't talk at the same time.
I am who I am.
Yeah,
nigga.
hold on.
Nobody's
Let Jay
talking to you
finish.
right now,
Let Jay
brother. I'm
finish
trying
his
to answer the brother's question.
So you saying there's no different variations? You're saying there's no different variations and distinctions between all of the different variations of El. You're saying there's no distinction. There's no clear distinctions between them. Like this one might be for the mountain. This one might be for the sky. This one might be for this. That. You saying like there's
brother, no. And your question is, you have a lack of understanding. I clearly said I clearly said in the Ugarit, it's pronounced Il. It's spelled Aleph Lamed. In the Hebrew, it's pronounced El. It's spelled Aleph Lamed.
That's not what I'm asking, though, brother.
In the Arabic,
I'm not asking how they sound. I'm not asking that. I'm not asking how they sound, bro.
I told you how they spell.
I'm not asking about spelling.
It's the same word, idiot.
I'm not asking you about spelling or sound.
What are you asking about? Same
exactly. So clean your eyeballs out so you can hear. Clean your eyeballs out so you can hear. And what I asked you was the different variations of El. Are you saying there's no difference? Culture to culture. You're saying there's culture to culture. It's an exact continuity of this deity. There's no different variations of it. That's what you're saying.
Brother, for one, it's called a shared culture, and it's a continuation, not a continuity.
No, it's not.
Why are we not answering the question?
I'm answering the question.
No, bro. I'm done, man. Y'all niggas go ahead.
I answered the question very directly. It's the
same
exact word.
Directly will be yes or no. You're giving a sermon to go along with your answer, which is a but.
What?
Let them provide the context.
Brother, we're trying to get some real education. They're both the same word, Aleph Lamed. They both have the same meaning.
They both got the same etymology. That don't necessarily mean that they mean the exact same thing, culture to culture, time to time. There's some things called connotation. And connotation and colloquialisms change over time.
So that way we can
exactly
what he actually means.
Can I make a comment?
Talking about the definition of the word "ill," and they're both spelled the same. They are called Northwest Semitic words, right? Shared culture. Nothing's changed. If you're using the word as a common noun, it's used as God, as a common noun. If you're using it as a proper name, it's going to refer to the deity. And no matter what you use context you're using it in Hebrew, in Ugarit, in Arabic, in Iblite, in Aramaic, it's the same. Aleph Lamed, same meaning, no matter how, whichever way you use it. God, brother.
Man, that is not what the fuck I was asking, bro.
Yes, it is.
Let Courtney say something.
No, it's not.
Clearly.
Yeah, just like if I like, let's take Ra for example, and then let's take Amun Ra, right? You would say that those are the same deities, right?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so why wouldn't they be the same deity?
Because it's two different words. One is Amen.
Okay,
and one
exactly.
Is
And so you're saying those words never those words, the culture of that God never
changed. You're not even smart enough to form.
What you're saying is the culture of those gods never changed. Just like when as era goes by, right? As time goes by, gods lose attributes and they gain attributes, right? As different people worship them.
No.
Because people have different
epitaphs, brother.
Damn, bro, like never mind, man. Like,
brother, they're called epitaphs.
that's the reason why you can't answer the question now.
I answered your question.
You did not.
Thoroughly,
hey, hold on,
because you keep cutting me off in the middle.
Somebody else say
filibustering.
Yeah, he was trying to finish, but I couldn't even get.
I answered this question thoroughly, and I gave a better example.
Nah, man, you got to talk about spelling and pronunciation, and that's not what I'm talking about.
Brother, you can't cut me off in the middle of what I'm saying. Matter of fact, could I have a minute to just speak uninterrupted, where we can go on mute, or do everybody just talk over each other? Is this just a gossip panel?
I'm cool, but can I get a? I wanted to get a little exchange.
No, you can't.
After you're done. After you're done.
See how that stupid that sounds?
Oh man.
Go ahead, Courtney.
No, let him speak his piece.
Go ahead, Jay. Finish up.
I appreciate that. So the example that I used was the same exact word. I gave 3 examples. I gave the example of in the Ugarit, il, spelled Aleph Lamed. The definition as a common noun is God. The definition as a proper name is the name of the deity El. I gave the same word in the Hebrew as El, spelled Aleph Lamed. Same definition as a common noun as a God. Same definition of the deity as a proper name of El. And the same correspondence in the Arabic. The brother gave a example of 2 totally different words that are not have anything to do. Amen and Ra. 2 different words, 2 different deities is actually a fusion of two different gods into one, depending on the time period. But yeah, so and all of this just to take away and this was just going back to the original point that they're the same God. What word changed? They all spell Aleph Lamed. If we want to go into Elohim, Aleph Lamed Ham Men, it's the same word in every language. Ugarit, we're going to say that. Arabic, we're going to say that.
So, like this is what I want to talk about right here, right? Okay, so I'm gonna read this. It says the deity El evolved from the head of the Canaanite pantheon to become conflated with Yahweh, gradually losing distinct identity as Israel religion shifted towards monotheism, with El eventually serving as a generic term for God or being absorbed into Yahweh's attributes, blurring the line between ancient polytheistic practices and the singular God of later Judaism. An early Canaanite role in the Ugaritic text, El or Il was the supreme, often distant father figure, head of the gods married to Asherah. Now, El is married to Asherah. That's something totally different than the El that the fucking what they talk about in the Bible. Is that the same El they talking about in the Bible that's married to Asherah? When they talk about Elion, is that the same El that's married to Asherah?
Can I answer the question without you cutting me off?
Well, it was a yes or no. It was a closed question, yes or no.
It's not a yes or no.
It's a close. It's literally a closed question. I didn't give you an open-ended question. And yeah, so you just don't know the difference between a closed question and an open-ended question. You don't know the difference, or you just like hearing yourself talk.
Let him answer. I know to see what he got.
I'm waiting. It's a yes or no answer. Yeah, we waiting.
Yes or no answer. So that's why I would like to answer the question. So he asked, was Asherah, was it the same deity? So when you read the Ugarit text, you find the story. If you look at, it's called the Baal cycle, right? El, the deity El, is the Elyon, right? Most High. Elyon is translated as Most High. El is the deity El Elyon. What he's asking about when he's bringing up Yahweh they had anything to do with is what we were even talking about, Yahweh. But if he wants to know, you can look up the words called pantheon reduction, assimilation, and synchronism, right? And those are the three things that Yahweh did in order to get into the pantheon, right? When we look into Deuteronomy 32 verse 8, where we can see Yahweh is assimilated and added as one of the sons of El. So what's your next question? It's called pantheon reduction.
Okay, so
wait. I'm fully answering your question.
Okay, damn, you said it's pantheon reduction. Now you finna keep going?
I'm trying to fully answer your question so you can stop.
Man, the fully answer would have been yes.
I'm trying to answer your question so you can stop asking these dumbass questions.
Man, there's no dumb question. The dumb shit is you not knowing what the fuck an open-end question is.
Religious banter.
Yeah, like nigga, you didn't already agree with me. You said all that bullshit just to agree with me.
No, I didn't agree with you.
Yes, the fuck you did.
You didn't comprehend the answer.
Pantheon reduction is exactly what I'm talking about. The God went through changes. His attributes changed. That's what happened.
He stole the attributes.
You want me to read it again? You want me to read it again?
He stole.
So you want me to read it again? So that goes back to my point where you're making an etymology fallacy. You're making an etymology fallacy as if L is always the same completely throughout the entire text, and it's not.
He also making a fallacy with associating the word El with Elohim and Allah being the same as God, right? Okay. Elohim and Allah is the same, right? Not El.
And so it's not an etymological fallacy. An etymological fallacy is when you basically use the etymological definition of a term as the meaning of the term.
Yeah,
so you're always going to the etymology.
Yeah, that's exactly what you did.
I don't think that's
and it's kind of equivocation fallacy as well, because as if L did never change, like there was no differentiation from L throughout the era.
I don't think that's what he
one
did.
intelligent brother on the panel, but I'm gonna let him.
So according to y'all, is Allah El or Yahweh?
Let him land his plane, man.
They argue, they don't got no intelligence. But listen.
So I don't think he was using the etymological fallacy
at all.
And the reason why I don't. The reason why.
So who is Allah? El or Yahweh?
Hold on, King J. Let Courtney finish. Courtney was in the middle of a sentence. He got jumped like 3 times, and he kept trying to struggle through that.
I don't think he was using the etymological fallacy because he was articulating the common etymology throughout different languages. Now I don't agree with his position. Hold on, I'm almost there. I don't agree with and the other reason why he wasn't using etymological fallacy is because he identified the application in most Semitic languages for ill as it relates to either a god or
which is the original meaning. Which is the original meaning.
The common noun or the proper noun application. Now, when we get to Arabic, this is where we find distinction, because Allah is uniquely
distinction.
Well, some Arabic linguistics don't even say it's from ill. They disassociate it from ill relationships.
Because I would go to the Arabic, and I would say, because I would look at the Ugarit and say that Ilu and the Arabic are closer when they both with the Ilu. But
you finished, Courtney?
Definitely with the ill.
No. Let Courtney finish, man.
But just
let's let Courtney finish.
The brother said that he thought he had something smart. When we're talking about pantheon,
at least let him finish, and then you can tell him. He wasn't.
We're talking about pantheon reduction.
He was in the middle of his diatribe.
You keep cutting me.
Nobody cut you.
I'm talking.
You
got
cut
cut
him
off.
off to start talking. That's
No,
why I
but
stopped you.
no, me
But
and Courtney
he
are
wasn't
building.
finished.
We having a conversation.
I want Courtney to be able to land his plane. I don't want him to get picked apart
Go ahead, Courtney.
at every discrepancy that somebody has, because he'll never get to finish his thought.
Right, because it's sort of going to be some other stuff here, and I'm going to also try to address the question that was asked to me: is Allah and El or Elohim the same? So, okay, we do. I would argue we do find anthropomorphic language applied to Allah in the Quran, whether it's as a relationship to his hands or his controllers, or how he controls things, or his shin. He does have physical human attributes in that sense in the Quran. Certain anthropomorphic languages applied to Allah in the Quran, so you can't say he doesn't have a human shape. He's only given human attributes in his descriptions in certain Quranic verses. But last but not least, I don't think they're the same, and it's primarily because of the Elohim versus Allah distinction. Allah is always a definite proper noun, and more like Yahweh is always a definite proper noun. And El, the Semitic cognates, they are common nouns. Even Elohim is a common noun. So it can represent God, the plural form. It can have that referent, but it's not a proper name. It's more or less what he is as it relates to full authority. And we see throughout the Bible, at least, and in ancient Near Eastern culture, more than just deities, statues, icons, gods are called El. Moses is Elohim to Pharaoh in the Bible. You have, outside of that, Baal Hadad is also an El or an Il. So, and then you can also have kings that are ill. So it's much more flexibility in how the term functions in certain settings and certain sentences. But at least from our understanding, at our vantage point today,
it depends on how you use it. But just I only have one contention with everything you said. I agree with, and it's only because nowadays we've grown to just to pronounce that word as Allah as one word, right? Because if the word Allah, if I ask you what was the definite article in that word Allah, what would you say? Would you agree if I said it was Allah?
it will be the in Arabic, which is al.
Exactly. So okay. So
but
the Allah. Hold on, brother. We building. The and Allah is what? The Aleph and the Lamed, correct?
I'm not sure Arabic. I'm not sure the Arabic words.
If you're not sure, I'm letting you know. So that's probably why you came to the conclusion. Is the word is when you say Allah, you're saying the deity.
Sometimes, I mean, again, this is debated amongst Arabic linguists.
Yeah,
they
and we're
debate
having
one
a
and only
conversation
deity.
now.
the God or
The one and only deity.
Because when I alluded to earlier, in the Ugarit of the Ilu, right? If you're wanting to say the deity, right, you would say Allah.
No,
The definite
that's
article
not what
is
the linguistics.
the definite
I thought
article.
it was Eliyalah.
The definite article is the. So like even when you go to talk about the Kaaba, right? Allah was not the Elyon of the Kaaba. Kaaba was, right? That was the supreme deity of the pantheon. Out of the 360s, you had the Habal, right? We could say was the Malek, and then you had the daughters of Allah, the deity. But the deity, right? We could say was just the universal. Let's just say that the name was too sacred to be spoken, right? So it was the deity, the Allah, right? That was the universal deity of the Kaaba, right? That's the deity that they say Muhammad chose, right? That's not the name of the deity, though, brother.
That is the name of the deity.
That's no, it's
In
not.
the Quran, that is the
And I'll give
proper
you a
name.
surah. I'll give you a surah in the Bible that would say that you worship the same God of Abraham.
It's the
Yes.
surah in the Bible.
Yeah, that would
The surah in the
be
Quran.
being
What about
attempting
the
to be
contemporary
anachronistic.
period where there was an Allah and El running at the same time, didn't have the same attributes at all by two different groups of people that existed at the same time, type shit?
Islam,
I think
Islamically,
that
we reject that.
happened.
That's what I
Islamically,
was
we
talking
reject
about. That's
that.
what I was talking about, like the different variations of the
But
God,
come on,
where
man.
they expand culture to culture. Like they, if they be different, they be different
Islam,
because the people be having different needs.
But they're
So,
not different, brother. That's what I'm trying to say.
oh
Even
man,
the original Allah himself,
They're in this.
when we first find
it's
Allah in
yeah, it
history,
is
wasn't
different.
even a
Like once it
god. He
changes,
was
it
an
changes.
Igigi. And then later on, we had in the same people the God Allah type shit,
Right.
right?
I've even heard people say that Allah come from Enlil.
Nah, yeah, well, the actual Haziz.
So
Yeah.
I just want to point out real quick. The
It's
Quran comes
debatable
through.
for me.
The Quran comes through and corrects these matters. You know,
Oh man.
I'm
How
not in
can it
this.
correct it without a
Hold
source
on,
of
brother.
correction?
Hold on, brother. I'm with you now.
Because
Now
it's back
look,
at the same shit.
look. Islamically speaking, you know, there's the concepts of Allah having daughters and things like that. This is the pantheon that the brother was speaking of earlier today. Somebody was talking about the
Yeah, that was
Kaaba
me.
having. Allah was talking about the Kaaba having multiple deities, and then the Prophet Muhammad wiped out those deities and only left Allah. The reason being is Allah was already around. This concept of Allah was not
Allah is just the deity. When you're saying Allah, you're saying the deity. Remember that.
the God, the one and only God.
Yeah. So you're not. So just that's why I'm reminding you. You're not saying the name of the deity.
That's his name.
You're just
Because
saying.
only thing about
No,
this,
no.
only
He's saying
God,
what he's saying
only.
is like saying president, the president versus saying the
But think like
President
this.
Trump or President Trump like that.
But think
Like it's
like
a
this.
difference.
This name is unique to our creator. Only the creator only the creator has the worthiness to be called God. So with that being said, this is a name that's unique for the creator.
So let's talk about this because it's not unique. So because before Muhammad was praying to Jerusalem. So let's not say this is why I want to say like it's some unique stuff.
Right.
All these people in the Levant, hold on. All these people in these Semitic speaking people, they all are speaking Semitic languages. They all are in the Levant. So and they're praying to Jerusalem. So this ain't no new shit, brother.
I totally agree.
Don't act like Muhammad came and brought a new religion. He didn't.
Well,
No, I totally agree. The Prophet Muhammad, he didn't pick nothing. It was picked for him.
The universal deity of the Kaaba.
He didn't pick nothing. Allah picked it for him.
Okay,
Allah is the one. Allah. But I'm just saying. All right, let me finish, brother. Hey, I'm gonna let you speak, but I'd like the same respect. Go ahead.
So this is a deity. So let's talk about it. This is the deity. This is the Kaaba that, well, you know, several have been built since Abraham and Ishmael built the Kaaba, right? So we're talking about tradition, Ishmael, and them.
Correct.
So this ain't nothing new. It's
correct.
Even looking at the name Ishmael, we have the theophoric name of what? Of the deity. Ishmael, I'll argue that Ishmael is a theophoric name that contains the name of the deity. El.
Yeah, but El is dead.
Do you know
El is his name?
If you know the language, you don't have an argument.
So
yeah, but El is El's name.
So I want to point out, I agree with the brother when he says that this is nothing new, that the Prophet Muhammad did not come with like a new religion. The Quran is supposed to be a reminder. It's to get us back on track. The brother was right when he said that prior they were praying toward Jerusalem, and then basically Allah is the one who redirected the worship to the Kaaba or the standing place of Abraham, where Abraham and Ishmael created. Now that also brings up the point where prior to the Prophet Muhammad coming, the Kaaba was ran by pagans, and there was pagans all around this area. But ultimately, he restored the Kaaba back to its former glory.
Mm-hmm. Right. The only problem I have with you is that you're acting as if the word Allah is its own distinct deity outside of the deity that it's the same deity that Abraham prayed to. It's the same deity that Jacob changed his name from Jacob to Israel. It's the same deity, brother.
It is the same deity. It is the same deity. Allah would be the correct pronunciation
it's the same
of
name.
that deity's name.
How do you think Jesus would say God?
He would say
Allah.
Allah.
No, he would say Allah.
That's
right,
not God. That's my God.
All right,
exactly.
but the same. It's still saying Allah.
Okay.
No,
And
okay.
He's still saying El.
That's fine. But
he said Eli, Eli.
Yes.
My God, my God.
All right. I agree with that.
So this is a common word. This is a shared culture. This is so it's like y'all are acting like y'all are so insecure about the word El as if you can't see it.
No, nobody ain't insecure about it, but I can understand how people could come into something that somebody else's, right? And then take control of that, and then as time go along, make it mean what they wanted to mean. Like, bro, we just got finished reading type shit. You feel me? How shit get assimilated by the people who motherfucking basically are in power, and then you make what was be whatever you wanted to be from this point on. At the end of the day.
But I just want to point out, Islamically speaking, we believe that ultimately the Creator is the one who gave the Prophet Muhammad the information. We don't think that the Prophet Muhammad came up with these concepts on his own, and the proof is within the Scripture being and Hadiths being that the Prophet came with information that he would not have been able to have in his time.
Jesse, some of that actually hurts me.
Of the Torah, correct?
Yeah.
Huh?
The Quran is just a continuation of the Torah, correct?
The continuation of the Torah and the Gospel. Yes.
Not according to Islamic scholars, it ain't.
Why it's not?
It's its own thing.
A1, do me a
No,
favor,
it
bro.
is its own thing, in the fact that it's a separate book. You don't put the Quran.
The only
in the same
thing
book
they
as
have
the
in
Bible.
common is they both use the motherfucking Bible. After that, everything else stops. It's its own thing. They just reference back on the same book. At the end of the day, they use the older book to support their book, although they put the older book down, right? Saying that it's fucked up and they shit is the correction at the end of the day.
You do know that Muhammad they had a Torah back then, right?
Correct. Okay. Both is correct. The brother is absolutely right when he says that
everybody's turned Jesse ass up.
Because no, I'm in agreement with these brothers.
Yeah, you ain't got
the brother is correct when
pass them to me when y'all done. I want to beat on them too.
I think he's smarter than you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like in its conception of things, I absolutely don't believe that it continued down. But for instances and the shit that you showing as far as the cognitive relation and shit like that, it is it is a particular set of linguistics going around type shit. You feel me? So anything that's incorporated into that will have, linear effects as far as language will go.
And what about like architecture too?
A1, I want you to share your screen and type in the Google El Egyptian God.
Okay, but what I think the type of shared linguistics we have here is liturgical language. The Quran appeals to the liturgical culture of Jewish and Christian communities in order to adhere to a certain theological conception and say he is part of that theological tradition.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
And liturgical, real quick before you do A1, liturgical language would be like the religious, cultural, the religious colloquialisms.
Right.
So like, and this is why once we get to the Quran, Allah is functioning very uniquely, much like exclusively as a proper noun, never as a common noun. And it's seen as something more exalted and different from an ill. So Allah is not an ill, even though ill may, you're not trying to recognize the scholastic debate here, but may not actually be a derivative cognate of ill.
Right. But even in the Quran, in that passage where it says il, Allah, il is used as the common noun for God, and Allah is used as the proper noun for the deity.
But you do understand how something much later come along, right? Can play association games, right? That's what I see this as, an association game. You're trying to make people or draw in enough people that already understand this, right? And you're trying to persuade them in a way to leave this, although you're not leaving it in its fullness, right? You will come over here with us and do something that's better, that's very similar, but not the same.
Nah, it's all a continuation of culture and shared history. So even like if we look
Ain't
at
the same culture of people, how can that be?
Are you familiar with Jacob?
Bruh, I'm not about to play with you in that book. They're not even the same culture of people in real life, bro. What are we talking about?
They're still all the same culture of people because they both come from Abraham.
They're not. They're not, bro. They're not.
They both come from the lineage of
Play
Abraham.
this shit, bro. They're not.
They both come from the lineage of Abraham. So
come on, bro. I said I'm not about to play with you in that book. I'm not.
Of course, the Bible thumpers are gonna believe in the lineage of Isaac.
I don't give a fuck about no biblical lineages, nigga. I want to deal with actual history surrounding the shit and what's going on in real life. In real life, those people are not culturally the same at all. Not a little bit. They're not.
They're cousins.
One group of these motherfuckers are Arabs, and another group of these motherfuckers are whatever y'all want to pretend they are. Right? I'm gonna tell you, they come from the Eurasian steppe. Their original stock, right? And anybody that don't got a motherfucking R haplogroup, right, that's black, ain't associated with that shit. Wow. But
they come from Abraham,
bruh.
That's
so
right.
A lot of you're trying to have a biblical conversation right here. So
Abraham and his people come from the Eurasian steppe, right? At the end of the day, his ancestors and all of them are Yamnaya. The only black people that got a connection to that is motherfuckers that carry the R haplotype. At the end of the day.
Do you know what Hammurabi means, brother?
My nigga. Oh wow.
It means black, the black one.
Yeah, hey bro. I understand when shit came in the writing, right? I understand what persuasion or look of the people that might have been writing, but like I said, right, the original stock of the motherfuckers, right, don't look like you. At the end of the day, I'm gonna how much you want to pretend. At the end of the day. Right? They come from the Eurasian steppe. The people that look like you that come on fucking do that shit, right? Are motherfuckers who was raped, privileged, and some of them converted on their own, which is not
no Hebrews on the panel, brother. You arguing about to yourself. Well, it's like
real quick, we've been going 3 hours. Let me go to a word from our sponsors, and then we'll get back to you, gentlemen.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers. Forged in fire, warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every Titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Isn't just a podcast. It's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day. Yes, yes, that Cash App does work. $ Titans Debate League. Back to you, gentlemen. Everybody's muted. You got to unmute.
Put us back full screen so I can see who I'm talking to. Cool. Allah, you still there?
I'm still here.
Peace. I do enjoy engaging in conversation with you, brother, because you do got a little sense. You feel me? But earlier I was trying to make the correlation with remember I talked about the Qibla and how they prayed to the west. Will pray to Jerusalem, right? So correct. I wanted to correlate Jacob, right? Do you remember where he goes to Beth? Well, he goes to a place and he has a vision, Jacob's ladder, where he claims to have seen God, and he says, "Well, I must have seen God in this dream." So he named the place Bethel, right? Bet, right? Bet meaning house, right? Mm-hmm. El, God, house of God. So he said clearly he saw God there, and he anointed the stone, right? So this type of worship, worship is called Masaba, right? Masaba. It's so right. I'm building up, right? So this is where he built. This is where Bethel. Keep in mind, right? So we go scoot all the way down to the Kaaba. What's the word for Kaaba? Is it not Bet Allah?
It was used to be called Baka.
Bet Allah. Is that not the same word for house of God? Bet Allah.
Yeah, it used to be called Baka. Mm-hmm. Prior to it being called the Kaaba.
Inside the Kaaba is there not a black stone?
On the corner has a black stone.
Okay.
And that stone is supposed to be a meteorite that came from Allah.
Mm-hmm. Just like in Jacob's vision, Jacob's dream.
Right.
That practice of worship is of the stone, where you're not supposed to carve any image, right?
Right. We're not supposed. We're not. I just clarify. We're not worshiping the stone. When we only worship Allah, we just acknowledge that it's Allah who sent down that stone to make the cornerstone of the Kaaba.
I always like to make that correlation. A lot of people don't make that correlation with Bethel in Jerusalem, because Bethel is right next to Jerusalem. I like to make the argument that they're playing. I know that they're supposed to be praying to the Mahdi, Jerusalem, but I like to make the argument that the Bethel is right next to it, so they're probably praying to the house of God in Bethel, opposed to Jerusalem.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very this is actually new information to me, but I think it's quite possible that this house of Bethel could be what was known as Bakah.
Exactly. Why wouldn't it be? It's a continuation. I would assume that Jacob would establish Bethel, right, for the Israelites, and Ishmael would establish Bet Allah for for Islam.
Okay, yeah.
Same word, same basic principle of stone worship.
I wouldn't say stone worship, but praying toward the Kaaba or praying toward the temple. The stone is just a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all worship the stone
No,
and extra biblical items.
No, we're very clear that we only direct all worship
Where
to
the extra
Allah.
biblical where the hadith come in at, bro?
We have hadith. We have hadith on this stone. It's very clear in the hadith that we do not worship that stone. Matter of fact, the only reason we kiss the stone is because the Prophet Muhammad did in his time.
What? That's not worship, bro.
No, brother, we don't worship
Y'all
the
running
stone.
around here paying homage to an inanimated object.
But we're not worshiping it.
You are dumb. Niggas kissing it, they bowing to it, they crying
That's
over
worship.
it.
That's definitely worship.
That's worship. Yeah.
Did Allah command y'all to kiss the stone as
No.
Muhammad did?
No, and the Prophet
So
Muhammad did not
who's
command us to
who?
kiss the stone as
I
well.
got it. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
We just do it because the Prophet Muhammad did it.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Worship.
So you wasn't commanded. Who was the first person to kiss the stone and say, "We gonna do this"?
The Prophet Muhammad was the first one to kiss the stone.
After Muhammad.
After Muhammad is going to be the brother who wrote I'd have to look into the hadith on that.
That's
Why
crazy.
would you do something another man will then if y'all God didn't tell y'all to fall suit behind?
Well,
And then I'm gonna ask you about that prediction that he had about him being a liar, how he would die, and then how he died.
Okay.
Those was questions.
So ultimately, the Prophet Muhammad.
No, you can answer the
died.
first one though. Why the fuck is y'all niggas kissing on this motherfucking stone, bro? Why is y'all
Because
doing that?
we're kissing the stone because the Prophet Muhammad did, and we're just following the actions of the Prophet Muhammad. But I want to clarify that we do not direct our worship to that
Did
stone.
Muhammad tell y'all to follow his actions?
Yes.
Bro, you kind of retarded, brother. We already talked about it. It's called mazebo, brother. It's a common practice in the Semitic land, brother. They the stones. They put oil on
It's
them.
okay, bro. It's okay. I ask questions several times in different ways, right? To catch a nigga up. I do that quite often.
Jacob did it too. He slept on the stone as a pillow and woke up and kissed it and poured oil on it. It's what they did, brother.
I get you.
But it's not as a worship to the stone. All worship is for the Creator of the heavens and earth. But we do direct our prayers to the Kaaba.
Like tabernacles ain't based off of that. Like what are we
don't
give him a word. Give him a word to look up. Mazebo.
We pray toward the Mecca or the Kaaba because we were directed to do that, but it's not like we're worshiping the temple or anything like that. It's just that's what we were commanded to do by our Creator as He commanded those before to worship the temple in Jerusalem, or worship toward the temple in Jerusalem. Excuse me.
You pray 5 times?
Yes. 5 times a day, yes.
You told me you did 7.
It's 5.
No, the minimum is 5. You can do it's 7 prayers to be done, but the minimum is 5 at the end of the day. I used to walk your walk.
According to the Bible, the people were commanded, I believe, to pray 7 times in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. In the Bible for sure. That's why I'm like a lot. Most of everything they do in the Quran is something that was already done in the Bible. It's the same practices.
Exactly. Exactly. It's
Where
just
they
it's a reminder.
Like Salah.
Until they get it wrong, and then the Quran got to fix it. So.
Yeah, that too.
Well, Jesse, are you telling us that Surah 61:6 fixes what was remembered?
Can you read that surah for us?
It's your Quran. Or A1, could you pull it up and read it for us? Quran chapter 61, verse 6.
Without even reading the verse, if it's a correction on a matter, then I'm already in agreement that yeah, if Allah has corrected it through a Quran verse, the Quran verse is going to be a correction. But I would still love to hear the verse.
I mean, I'll summarize it for you.
No
Cool.
summary. No summary. I need to hear the
No,
actual
I think
verse.
he got it. He got it on the screen.
And remember when Jesus, son of Mary, said, O children of Israel, I am truly Allah's messenger to you, confirming the Torah which came before me and giving good news of a messenger after me, whose name will be Ahmad. Yet when the prophet came to them with clear proofs, they said, this is pure magic.
Correct.
So was that a correction?
It's not really. I wouldn't say it's a correction, but this is describing how Jesus was explaining of a messenger to come whose name was Ahmed, and yeah, it's referring to that.
It's referring to something that they remembered, right?
It's referring to something that they remembered. What do you mean?
What does the text say again? And call to remember when Jesus said.
Right. Yeah.
What does it mean by confirm the Torah, Jesse?
It means that Jesus would have been preaching the Torah, or when before he came with the gospel, he was confirming the truth of the Torah.
But it says Allah here is confirming the Torah. So what does that mean?
It means that Allah is confirming that is His scriptures. Like the Torah and the gospel are the previous scriptures that He has sent down. So we've been talking a lot about some of the concepts that are within the Torah that we actually practice. This would be an example of that.
So when it says Ahmad right there, what does that mean?
Ahmed is the name of the Prophet Muhammad.
So I would disagree with that. I would probably interpret that differently. I would interpret it probably as to be praised. I would to praise. After me, whose name will be praised.
You just messed up your Semitic argument. Your Semitic
argument. You absolutely.
That's what his name means.
Being praised. Oh, I'll keep it in the context.
That's what his name. That's what his name means.
Linguistics.
That's what his name means.
This is the Northwest. This is the Northwest.
His name means the praised one.
Ahmad in Hebrew does not have the same meaning as it does or Mahmed does not have the same meaning in Hebrew or Aramaic as it does in Arabic.
But just for right now,
let's read the same continental root.
Yeah, deal with that.
The brother was correct when he said the praised one, or Ahmed means the praised one, but that is just that is just translating his name. So his name.
So
his name
would that be a better context to use it in that sentence structure to say as a title of to be praised, of one to be praised? Maybe even like how Jesus sometimes is referred to as the Christ or Christos, or the anointed one, to anoint.
No, I think a better one would just be to refer to him as his name.
This is a problem because everybody got all these motherfucking thoughts on what the shit's saying, except for what the shit's saying at the end of the day. Why the fuck is me correcting God? That's God's word.
In Arabic,
Ahmed is his name. Ahmed is his name, but his name translates to being the praised one.
Ahmed is a title.
No,
Right.
the one who is praised or one who is praiseworthy is Muhammad. That's one who is praised. Just think about it like this, y'all. A Muslim is one who submits. A Muslima, male, or the group Muslim is one who submits. A female Muslim, Muslima, one who, but the root is not Muslim. It's Salim or
Yeah.
Salem.
Yeah, Salem, yeah.
So, it's peace or submission.
Submission by the way of peace.
There you have
No.
it. And that's how you conflate literary glosses, definitional glosses into one meaning. But I got you. And again, that's a unique aspect of Arabic language. But yeah, whoever was making the Semitic root, ill argument, you done messed up, right?
Right.
Because again, in Hebrew, the Semitic cognate with the same triliteral root, Akma or Makmed in Hebrew, it means lovely.
Altogether lovely.
Yeah, it's not, or desirable. It's not praiseworthy.
And I just want to point out that this term altogether lovely appears in I want to say the Songs of Solomon.
Yeah, that's not Jesus speaking, so this must be a correction. Thank you.
That's not a correction. I'm not making a mistake.
I'm not saying it's a correction.
Just for clarity, brother. When I'm talking about Northwest Semitic languages, brother, we know that Arabic isn't a Northwest Semitic language. It's more like a North Central Semitic language, but they're damn near similar, brother. Some slightly variations. In the Hebrew, I don't even think they have a word. I mean, they do have a word for praise, but it's not Hamad.
I'd rather describe these
Yeah, make his connection in Eastern where's Chaldean? Where's from the west?
What?
Yeah, that's
where's
what I'm saying.
Chaldea?
You said, where's Chaldea? Or Kadesh is my view of where Chaldea, was. Of Kadesh, of Chaldea. I mean, that's
It depends
where I
on what
think.
time period you're talking about. Because if you're talking about biblically, when they mention it in the Bible, it doesn't even Chaldeans don't even exist during that time.
Yeah, I ain't that's where it existed. I was saying that you make the connections through the languages that y'all talking about through the square script Chaldean, the Western script.
Yes, because I actually think we have a historical synchronism for Abraham's father becoming a Haribu, as a king. We have 3 particular instances
But
and
Haribu
correspondences.
only means outsider, brother. So that's not
I
even.
agree completely. But my point here is simply that he went from being a king in the territory known as Urv Kadesh, and in light of him being a king, he left that kingly status to become a Haribu.
Yeah, I don't have a
have 3
problem with that because
correspondences of these.
I agree. He probably would have left from I would say Mari kingdom, Mari kingdom, and went into. Are you familiar with Yamdom?
Nigga came from Turkey, man.
Brother,
if he came
from Turkey, man.
What is your supposed route for him
We're
to
not
get
using words like that, brother. Come on, talking about Turkey. So he would have started at Mari, brother.
So at the end of the motherfucking.
Hold on, brother. Listen, you always talking, bro.
What the fuck is we talking about, man?
Yeah, so why you commenting if you don't even know what we're talking about?
Oh, I do know what you're talking about, bro. At the end of the day, right? What you tried to do was make it seem like what I said was irrelevant based upon the name that I said, right? At the end of the day, it is very much not relevant.
So I was suggesting to the brother that he went through Mari, or probably started in Mari, and probably would have went through Yamhad and ended up in Ugarit probably, because I'm sure you're familiar with that route where the kings went, and it led to the sea, where Tyre's at. But yeah, I don't have a disagreement with that at all. Because to my understanding, all those are Amorites, right? Those kingdoms.
You say you believe he started at Mari?
You say where?
You say you believe he started at Mari?
In Mari, in that kingdom, yeah.
Okay.
And then it says he went to Haran. So Haran is in Yam, Upper Yam. You know what would later become the Matani kingdom.
It's people that's watching this that don't understand what it is you're saying, but they understand geographical locations of the day.
Nah, if they're watching this, if they on this show, they understand. That's why they on
I
this
know
show.
for a fact, but I'm sitting here with motherfuckers that's asking, "What the fuck is you talking about? What are you talking about?"
Well,
There's people absolutely watching that don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying.
You might want to watch a different program for slow people then.
No, see, that's crazy, right? Because now you think you got a monopoly on something because somebody don't understand what you're saying. You're not able to break it down in a way to make somebody with that lack understanding break them up to your level. Be here for people watching, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ebonics all the time.
No, we ain't talking about Ebonics, nigga. We talking about, I said, today's geographical names, right? People are more familiar with. That has shit to do with Ebonics, my nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
So Mari is like what, southern Mesopotamia?
Sound ignorant as fuck.
So it's Iraq, Iran, something like that. Iraq. For people who need like a modern area.
Y'all know what that is. Okay. They know what that is.
Talk about Iraq.
I ain't never heard. Right. You was over there, right? That's crazy. Motherfucker in the army, been over there, don't even know the names we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'll be trying to make shit. That's why I talk the way I talk sometimes, especially when we on with other people watching, because I know everybody ain't where I'm at, or everybody ain't where the participants in this session is at. You know what I mean? As far as knowledge and information, right? And the whole point of doing shit like this is to bring people that are not up to speed on things at the end of the day. You know what I mean? At least for me, that's what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to blame people on what they don't know, because I'm pretty sure if we change the conversation up to something else that they probably do know, they could probably thank you.
By some strange reason, you cussing
They
every
don't give a
second
damn.
and teaching absolutely nothing, teaches them something, then that's crazy.
Yeah, ain't no catching up to speed on the Quran, man. Like the fact that people still push this stuff like it's real and literal is it's a mental health crisis.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's real and it's literal.
Like, when is we gonna be tired of getting lied?
It's real and it's literal, and I think it's more appropriate belief than
it's not real and it's not literal, and that's what I mean by being insane.
I think it's insane to believe. I think it's insane.
Do you interpret the book as like literal? Do you not?
Yeah, that's what he said. It's literal.
I do. It's literal.
Like actually happened. Those stories actually happened. Everything actually happened.
That's it. Exactly.
Okay.
And the Quran is supposed to be a confirmation of the previous scriptures. So the previous scriptures are already determined that a lot of these concepts already happened, as far as, Moses splitting the sea, Noah riding the big laden ship with the animals.
You believe that actually happened?
I believe that those are all literal concepts. These are the miracles of our Creator. The Prophet Muhammad is a proof, being that he's a human figure.
And you believe it simply because somebody told you?
No, I was already believing within the Bible, so I already had a belief in
because somebody told you.
And no, because I was just a believer, and then turn around when the Quran reached.
Hold on, wait, because comprehension seems to be falling apart. Hold on, he can't. You believe simply because someone told you. You read it and said, "Yeah, I'm locked in." You didn't actually study the text. Who had the text? Who they claim the text came from? Like, you just was like, "Yeah, this sounds okay to me."
Well, when I was a Christian, yes, that's pretty much how I believed. I didn't have I didn't have no proof behind my belief. But when I came to Islam, I found proof. So beyond these
What proof?
concepts, of it just being a belief. When I was in Christianity, it became factual when the Prophet Muhammad put some geographical locations, explain some things that we could see scientifically. Basically, he showed so much things that we can see in our modern day, that science is proving that for the things that may have been harder for me to understand, become real. So it's like,
How many of
if
them hadiths, how many of the hadiths or early tafsirs argue for these scientific, miraculous articulations found in the Quran?
a lot of them. I mean, that's a part of the reason why I believe in the hadiths. The
Can
hadiths
you can you go
are
to
gonna
one
say
of
something.
them?
One of them would be the hadith regarding the fly, and how the fly has on one wing a disease and on another wing a cure. Now, this is something that they've recently discovered to be true according to modern science, but otherwise, in the time of the Prophet Muhammad, there was no way to know that.
That's in the Quran, the fly thing, or
No,
that's in the hadith?
that's in the hadiths. That's in the hadiths.
Right. So that's why I was wondering what tafsirs are commentary on the Quran, because I think it would be more important not if we find tradition of men, but tradition of Allah with one of these scientific miracles. So can you
Okay.
please go to one of them?
Straight from the Quran is going to be how we view the moon. According to the Bible, the moon
No,
is
no, no, no,
based.
no. According to the
Hold on.
Islamic tafsirs that are
No,
attempting to explain
I'm not too
modern
focused.
science.
Think like this. Why do I need to go to the top sphere when the
Baby.
Quran itself can be proven by
Yeah,
modern
because
science?
you might be hearing Islamic dawah and taking it as authentic Islamic
So
tradition.
can you show me the fly's wings having poisons on them? Can you drop a source for that for me?
Okay, I got you. I got you.
You go ahead though, Suave, or whoever
Not
that
a
was.
Torah
Think
or
about like
hadith.
this, Suave. Think about like this. With
No, I
every
don't want to
proof.
think about it.
All right, I'm about to
I want
pull
you to
it. I'm
show
about to
me
pull
a
it.
source today.
But
No,
I'm
stop
about to say
pulling.
this.
Listen.
I'm about to say this. With every proof that I show you, and you continue to deny the Quran,
Man, brother, can you just show me the proof, man? I don't care to be
the
proselytized to, bro.
similitude is that of Pharaoh when Moses came to him with his proofs.
Man, do you know what I mean when I say mental health? Can you just show me that a fly's wings has poison on it?
I got you.
And the other one has a cure.
Oh my god.
The right wing poisonous, the left wing got the cure.
Yeah.
That's the claim. And for those that don't know what the word dawah mean, dawah is basically Islamic invitation to submission to the will of Allah. So it's Islamic evangelical apologetics.
So the context the brother is trying to use in it is like this: if a fly falls into a drink, the one wing has the cure. I mean, the disease. The other wing has the cure.
Give me the wings. Y'all finna make me go mad. This is
Yep.
crazy.
Is that like a like a 2-edged tongue, like the sword type shit?
I actually don't eat them.
That's what those kinds of things.
No, I do.
There's Islamic tradition where if a fly lands on your food, for example, the landing can cause the spread of many diseases.
Yeah, contamination.
Or contaminated. But because the other wing on the very same fly has the cures and remedies on it, then you can just dip it with the other side and it neutralizes it.
What the fuck is going on, bro? That's like a parable for the double-edged
Somebody give
sword.
me what Jesse got. What Jesse just got.
That's not like a double-edged sword parody or something. Like, I don't think that was literal, right? That was to be read into, right? That was a saying. That was not real, right?
I think this was actual. It's a few hadiths that talk about it, and I don't know if you're looking in in the chat, Suave, but not in the YouTube, but in the back chat. The
man.
I think he shared something. I don't know if that was for you though.
Got a NCBI
We can do that when we come back.
The right wing fly Mosca Damascus.
I hope he come back on so we can
talking about my micro. Rush, what the fuck?
That's why I hope he come back on so he can explain what this is all at the same.
Just wait till we come back.
What you want? What you want?
I find it interesting that he went to that example and not the camel urine example, because the camel urine was so widely prevalent. You know, in Muhammad's day, and soon after the day of Muhammad, traveling to Mecca might have caused dehydration.
We still got like 30, 40 minutes.
And because one of the main means of transportation was camels, having to sip on camel urine might have saved your life for dehydration purposes. So,
and this is a tradition even today.
Yeah, like it was so bad. Very recently, the World Health Organization made an international ban on it, but especially in Mecca.
That wasn't
because a lot of people was getting sick from the mixtures of camel urine and milk or whatever else.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen that like a year ago. Being a big thing and people getting sick over there.
Yeah.
Why But I don't know. That might be a scientific miracle from Allah. Because it's not coming from the Quran, it's coming from Hadith. But he says it's okay if we go into the fly thing. I think the fly thing is not mentioned in the Quran, but it is mentioned in Hadith. I've always wanted to see these scientific miracles articulated in the earliest commentaries on the Quran, because then that at least gives some of the argument a little historical precedent.
This motherfucker killed his argument. Like, that's crazy.
The Hadith is volume 7, book 7.
Are you reading this, Wall?
Number 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is wild.
And share it on the screen. Go over what you observed.
Man, okay. It tells the claim or the Hadith, whatever. And then they said the treatment was done by sterilized water, drinking water added to the bacteria, E. coli, and drinking water contaminated by E. coli bacteria with addition of 1, 2, and 3 flies' right wings. The research began with taking the right wing of a fly and continued with the dilution of E. coli culture tubes up to 6 times. Bacterial culture inculation was carried out by using pour plate method of ethylene methylene blue agar, which is incubated for 12 to 48 hours at a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. Data retrieval is done by observing the calculation of the number of microbes using a colony counter every 12 hours. The data which obtained for 48-hour incubation shows 0. As a result, that cannot be analyzed with the SPSS. The result indicates that microbial development does not occur on contaminated drinks by addition with right wing of Musca domestica. Yeah, so I mean,
we'll come in a minute. They not.
What is we saying?
What they got to do with that?
It's saying that the right wing prevents E. coli from motherfucking accumulating and building up. At least for 48 hours it do, because that's how long they studied shit.
Yeah.
At the end of the day. But it's not saying to the contrary of the other wing being poisoned either. It's just a test on one wing where partial what's being said, I guess, will be true according to science.
There you go.
Yeah, never.
Making it later than later.
Like, okay, Jesse, break this down, bro. Show me what you're talking about in there, man.
Break it down.
I just made you the admin, Suave. I'm about to let my dog out real quick for like 10 minutes. If you want to take the admin in case somebody else hop up.
Yeah, well, I'm kicking Jesse off.
No, don't kick Jesse off. This
okay.
Go ahead.
He's gonna kick the man off his own ship.
Come on, Jessmo. Break that down for us.
I don't
Just
like my
move.
superhero fit.
This your time, man.
So
Alliance start.
Jesse is volume 7, book 71, number 673. In the hadith.
No.
You want to look it up?
Let's watch Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh yeah, this is all.
Jesse, man, what's up, bro?
I ain't gonna lie, Five Nights at Freddy's. Exactly.
Oh my bad, y'all weren't hearing me.
Yo, that nigga over there malfunctioning and shit.
No. So this is according to the National Library of Medicine. It says if a fly falls into the vessel of anyone, let him drink all of it in the vessel and then throw it away. For one of its wing has the ailment and the other one has the cure. This is from Al-Bukhari. The Hadith state creates a controversy because in general, flies are a vector for the spread of disease from one dirty place to the food or drinks. Therefore, research was conducted on the right wing of fly, Musca domestica, as a neutralization of drinks contaminated by a microbe. This research used the method to complete a random design by 5 treatments and 5 repetitions. The treatment was done by sterilizing the water, positive control, drinking water added to the bacteria of Escherichia E. coli, negative control, and drinking the water contaminated by Escherichia coli bacteria, which is an additional of 1 to 3 flies' right wings. The research began by taking the right wing of the fly and continued with dilution of Escherichia coli culture tubes up to 6 times. The bacterial culture installation was carried out using pour plate method on Essen methylene blue agar, which is incubated for 12 to 48 at a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. Data revealed is done by observing the calculation of the number of microbes using the colony counter every 12 hours. The data which obtained for 48-hour incubation shows 0 as a result that can not be analyzed with SPSS. The results indicates that microbe development does not occur on contaminated drinks by addition with the right wing of Musca domestica.
Right. So the hadith is right.
Yes.
By science and they got it right. So let's move on.
Hold on, wait. So
wait.
you telling me one wing is a poison.
What's the conclusion on the study?
Yeah.
In general, a fly is supposed to be dirty. So it's
because this is before they understood germs.
Clearly they understood. They got it right.
What's the conclusion on the study?
The conclusion the conclusion is the right wing has a cure, and we already know that it's flies that basically carries germs and bacteria and diseases, and the right wing has the cure for that.
When a brother presents correct information, you gotta say you got it right, and move on. Like,
is the source you read from the source in the back chat?
And I just want to point out to I didn't put it in the back chat. I put it in the comments of this. So it's going to be in the comments of. It should be at the bottom right here. But this is according to National Library of Medicine.
Girl, no, what happened?
So I just want to point out to Suave, this is one point. This is one point where, I've presented you a proof, and as you continue to deny, that's going to be on your own soul.
I'm really interested.
The result indicates that microbial development does not occur on contaminated drinks by addition with right wing of the fly.
Right, because the right wing is going to be the one that has the cure.
Right, the whole fly itself is dirty. Like, you got to comprehend information, brother. That's a lot of times why you have an argument.
Please don't question my fucking comprehension.
Because you have an argument.
Please don't do that, because you
mean how much question.
Like real talk, right now, like this is an abstract. I'm trying to see who did what and who's putting their name on this. Okay, and this thing said the results indicates. All right, I need to know who's standing on this and who's saying, yes, there's poison in this wing, and the cure to the poison is in this wing.
I agree, Swab. I gotta look this shit up.
Like this is crazy, God. Like the abstract starts off Rosh Hashanah Charlotte. It has an agenda. I don't give a fuck if it's from PubMed, MedPub. What research center did this? What doctors put their name behind this? And where is the definite conclusion of results? Not some abstract. That's good enough for you because you all believe it.
So this is according to the National Institute of
it's
Medicine?
Recorded by the National Library of Medicine. Yes.
Okay.
Show me the institution that did it, the scientists behind it,
That is
and
the
their definite scientific conclusion.
That is the institution that did it. The national that's the institution.
Crazy.
Now if you want to look further, I'm pretty sure all that information as far as who's the one who did the science, you can find that within the link. But you know, you need to go do some of that research for yourself. And I just want to point out again, you're a non-believer, and as I present these proofs, you know what I'm saying, like if you decide not to believe after the proof has been presented to you, that's on your own soul. That's just one of the scientific proofs that has been presented. The Prophet Muhammad also talked about the Big Bang theory before the Big Bang theory was a theory. And this is not in the Hadith. This is actually going to be directly in the Quran. He also talks about how.
Okay, it says the disclaimer right up under it says. This disclaimer relates to PubMed Central, and Bookshelf. These three resources are scientific literature databases offered to the public by the U.S. National Library of Medicine. The National Library of Medicine is not a publisher, but rather collects, indexes, and archives scientific literature published by other organizations. The presence of any article, book, or document in these databases does not imply an endorsement of or concurrence with the contents by the National Library of Medicine, the National Institutes of Health, or the U.S. federal government. What is the fucking institute that did this shit? And who is the people that's saying we are endorsing this?
The National Institute of
Medicine. The disclaimer is right up under it saying someone turned this into us. We put it in our library. We do not endorse this. We just collected it.
All right, can you please repeat who said?
You gotta look at it bibliography, bro. That's where people source the information at the end is their bibliography. You look at the end and they tell you all their sources. Like, damn, like this is the slow hour.
No, he just refuses to believe. He does.
I'm asking you for the shit. You misrepresented this.
He's not playing, brother.
You misrepresented this. You misrepresented this. You're the idiot.
He's not playing.
I did not misrepresent it. I gave you the information.
You said the National Library of Medicine is the institution that did this experiment. Did you not?
The National Institute.
And did your friend over there agree with you? Right?
The National Institution of Medicine is the source.
No, I said, what is the institution that did this experiment? You said the National Library of Medicine, and your brother who's calling me slow stood with you.
It's correct. That's where we got the information from.
What is the institution that did the experiment?
What does it say?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because I think you have knowledge. You didn't just read it, right?
Exactly. 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 That's what I'm saying, dog. Like that's some wicked shit.
Well, I mean, I just checked the authors. One of the authors is from a Muslim seminary.
All of them are Muslims.
It's a Muslim seminary, but nowhere even in the abstract does it mention one wing having an ailment and the other wing having the cure.
The right wing. It said that the right wing had a cure.
It says that they did test on one wing with one particular fly, one type of fly.
No, it was multiple. It was multiple tests. It said I believe five tests.
All of them with the right wing. All with the right wing.
All with the right wing. And we already know that flies carry the disease. It said that as well.
So it says by Nabi Daish at King Abu Dalid University.
Okay, I'm back.
Right. It says finding that fly wings do carry beneficial bacteria like Bacillus subtilis that can neutralize harmful pathogens like E. coli when the fly is immersed in liquid, supporting the practice of dipping flies in drinks as an antidote as described in the Hadith. It says she as some university. And it's, so this is one of so he said this is one that's unbiased. It's in Australia, Macquarie University in Australia. Researchers explored flies resistant to dirt and found antibacterial properties, acting as a potential antidote within their bodies. And then it says earlier studies and research in Germany and England also support the idea that immersing flies could release beneficial microbes, making drinks safe. The science behind it. Flies carry numerous microbes, but studies suggest specific beneficial bacteria like B. subtilis reside on their wings. When dipped in liquid, the fly's body softens, releasing these microbes, which can neutralize disease-causing bacteria, confirming the traditional practice.
Wow, so it's not even confirming the word of Allah. It's confirming a practice that they had. A practice, not something that Allah said.
Brother,
no,
we're talking about
it's not something that you would find in the Torah.
In the Quran.
It's not in the Quran either. This is a hadith.
Because the Quran, hold on. The Quran did not change the Torah. Everything else is commentary. The hadith, the Mishra, everything else.
The Quran does change the Torah.
The Quran changed the Torah?
Yeah.
How so?
When it records just a situation, so it records two different times the situation of Sodom and Gomorrah.
But now you're talking about commentary. I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about the Torah, which is 5 books of the Old Testament, the first 5 books. What I'm talking about is just in Genesis.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I know. We're talking about the Torah. You're trying to play semantics. I'm being very cordial. But yeah, the Quran changes the story regarding what happens with Sodom and Gomorrah.
How so?
It's sort of like 2 different accounts.
The Quran changes a lot of stuff. Even in the Quran, but Barnabas, he gets crucified instead of Jesus. We already know all of this. He doesn't, Jesus is taken up instead of. So
you're going to the Gospel of Barnabas, which comes about after the Quran.
It's a lot of different stuff.
Hey, does anybody want me to share these sources in the private chats? I just noticed that people was posting back there.
We've already been going through them, but
next time, just say something.
So I just want to point out that's one proof. That's one proof, and I got more.
And I want to point out it's not. And I want to point out it's not.
I have more. I have more proof.
Like it's not. You're not gonna find any.
It's valid proof.
Find any scientific conclusion saying they agree with this. These are abstracts. These are, and I still don't even know who did it. As far as unless that's what the one brother was breaking down. But no, that's not saying it seems like one wing and the cure is in the other wing.
You want the actual test. So the test, ICRAA.org. I'm trying to get you some shit that's not Muslim, so you won't say that it's biased.
Well, I hope it's going to say number 1, flies have the antidote and the disease on different wings. Number 2, if you dip the fly in it twice with just the right wing, however many times, the antidote. Like, okay, we get the right wing thing. That's not a debate for the sake of right now's conversation. If we take for granted the scientific language in this abstract, sure, the right wing might have some type of anti or neutralizing properties in it. Cool. But does that demonstrate that this hadith is correct? Yes. Namely, on one wing, you have the disease, and on the other wing, you have the antidote.
Yes.
I think it's more sort of just like a, you know.
It didn't say anything about disease though. So do
we
both
already
their
know.
wings have the antidote, or
No, it's just
one wing?
one. It's just one wing. The right wing has the antidote.
I'm saying that the study just seems real limited and just.
Does a study? Do you know if the study actually looks at the other wing and say that the other wing has E. coli on it?
So look. Does the study disprove the hadith?
Apparently, it's only talking about the one. If the study's only assessing the right wing of one particular fly,
and it's not just one; it's multiple flies.
cool. One type, one species of fly.
Okay.
Right.
Clearly, I hope these. I mean, I don't know. It might be a 75 winged fly, for all I know. But and they just pluck different wings on the right side off and dip them, and they did the test, and you said they did it 5 times. Cool. Regardless, did they test what about the left wing? What's on the left wing? Things aren't being articulated in order to fully demonstrate the hadith.
So,
I mean, you're sure.
The study did not do a test on the left wing.
You're sure.
The study does talk about how flies are known for carrying bacterials and things of that nature. So regardless, even if the study does not specifically talk about the left wing, the study did point out the bacteria that are held within the fly.
That is crazy.
I didn't either.
And I'm not done. That's just one. That's just one scientific proof that I've shown you. Now
that's not scientific proof.
It is.
You have to stop misrepresenting this, brother. If you had the proof, you wouldn't have sent me the abstract. You would have already done the work, went down the street, and brought me the definite proof. Look, here it is. You're still bringing me stuff that says it. Hold on, what was the word? The results indicates.
The results indicates, yeah.
We need a scientist on here.
Yeah, exactly.
I do not do this.
Exactly. The results indicate.
Where is Unc West when you need him?
Now, you know that's just one proof that I presented. Even though the brother continues to deny, I brought him something from the National Institute of Medicine, and he continues to deny. Now,
you brought me something recorded by the National Institute of Medicine, brother. I'm looking for the poison in one wing, the cure in the other. You're telling me that they put one wing, they put one wing, they put one wing in a glass of water, another wing in the other glass of water, and one of the glasses of water did not grow E. coli for a certain. It took longer. Cool.
It says that there was antibacterial within that right wing.
You know how much other stuff got antimicrobial?
Okay. But do you know what antimicrobial means?
Yes.
Can you read the Quranic verse again for me?
It's not a Quranic verse.
Oh, it's a hadith. Oh, okay. All right.
So this is just a cultural tradition being confirmed.
Regardless. I mean, that's nice on that. Like, they noticed that. That's cool. That don't prove the Quran.
Now the brother wants proof on the Quran. So a proof from the Quran is there's a verse in the Quran where it talks about the planets orbiting, and it describes the planets orbiting as swimming. Science today has proven that the similitude of being in space is that of swimming in water.
Man, what the fuck, God?
Yeah. When we get like something that you be surprised that they predicted, not like come on, man. You can look in the sky and see that shit.
But the Prophet Muhammad could not look in the sky and see that in the year 600.
That the planets were moving.
The planets were
orbiting. We knew that. We knew that.
Been knew that.
In the stars.
But like we don't have big ass motherfucking civilizations with all type of astrological astronomical.
They knew that.
Like y'all are the babies. You came later and you're repeating stuff to an ignorant people and you're impressed by it. That's it.
All right,
like we going back to Kim. We got a whole book.
Show me where.
We got a whole book of medicine, surgery, cures, all type of stuff.
Listen,
And
ancient people, though limited, had a fair grasp on astrology. Though limited in their knowledge, we understood basic components of astrology.
Oh yeah, because I remember when I see it every night.
So Muhammad coming right. Well, the
so
Quran
it says
is that
it says
like,
the first it says the first discovery of planets orbiting another star, exoplanets, happened in 1992 when Alexander Wollaston.
how when we have the great year recorded?
No, but that's not what the Quran is saying. He's reading something, right? Listen, he's reading something that the Quran is not saying.
We have the great year recorded. The great year recorded is a over 300,000 year orbiting pattern.
Show me where y'all have the planets orbiting when that was discovered. The planets orbiting.
The planets orbiting what? What do you mean?
Just orbiting in space.
So ancient people didn't realize or recognize that stars,
not unless
and
you
the sun and the moon don't always stay in the same place.
No, we're not talking about the stars and the moon. We're talking about the planets. What? We're talking about the planets, not the stars and the moon.
Okay, are you familiar with?
I'm gonna read the Quran verse.
And what a planet is? They know what planets are. They know
Brother,
what stars are. They mythologize it. They anthropomorphize it, but they know
from where
that it moves. They know that it moves.
Where? When was this discovered?
Okay, what you want us to throw up like Egyptian text, Greek text? Greeks wrote the same thing that the Quran.
He wants you to get him a source, just like you made him give a source.
I got you. I'm on my computer. Let me run this.
You gotta look it up, or you know it off the top of your head.
What, that people knew about the planets moving around?
Whatever you're talking about.
The planets orbiting.
Whatever you're talking about, you gotta look it up. Yes, sir.
Can I give me one of my cans? I'm probably said I don't know something.
Let me make sure your camera sees you too.
Bro, you are feeling yeah, man. Y'all be impressed by that shit, bro.
This is Quran verse 21:33. It says, and it is he who created the night and the day and the sun and the moon. All heavenly bodies in an orbit are swimming. Now I want to point out that it uses this term swimming. Scientifically, today we have discovered that the similitude of being in space is that of swimming in the water.
How?
No.
I'm about to pull up my source.
They just doing the movie night another night.
No, I thought they was gonna come back.
What?
Why y'all come back and watch the movie?
Can we not finna go there at 8? Just like, can we?
No, we got to leave now.
Where we
Because
go?
I'm ready to come back. And y'all might miss y'all auntie and them. They talking about 8 o'clock and shit. It's too late.
Just come back and watch Avatar or something.
They all come back by. Jeremiah come back. Sure. And Jeremiah won't know sure. Yeah, it's my boyfriend.
She know you're not gonna allow that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is according to BBC. It says long science space flights and endurance swimming can.
Jeremiah, you come back with me.
Yep.
Me, you, and Charles just have movie nights.
Hey.
Okay. Long space flights and endurance swimming can shrink the heart. Spending very long periods in space has something in common with extreme endurance swimming. Both cause the heart to shrink. That's the conclusion of the study compared to the efforts of astronaut Scott Kelly's year in space with a marathon of swimming by athlete but not Lookman. Both remove loads on the heart, and they are usually applied by gravity, causing the organ to atrophy. The exercise wasn't enough to either case counter the construct of the changes of the heart. The study was led by Dr. Benjamin Levine, professor of the international medicine at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas, and was published in the Journal of Circulation.
Okay. So did the Quran say anything about the heart shrinking?
No, I'm talking about how being in space is like swimming.
I know, and I asked you how, and you said because it shrinks the heart.
No,
and
I just read a source. I just read a source that said that the similitude of
brother, I know similar to swimming, being in space shrinks the heart. I'm asking you, does the Quran say anything about the heart shrinking?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Now this is going to be an AI overview. It says being in space feels like floating in water. Microgravity, but you can't swim in a vacuum because there's nothing to push against violating Newton's third law.
So it's not like swimming.
It says it's like floating in water.
But it's not like swimming. Swimming is a propulsion where you use the force of the water. You can't do that in a vacuum.
The planets are swimming.
You said what?
It says that the planets are swimming.
No, the planets are being pulled by gravity. They're not propelling themselves.
But the similitude is of being and floating in water and
no, not floating, swimming. The Quran says swimming, or the Hadith, or whatever you swimming. Swimming is when you propel yourself through water. The planets are not propelling themselves, nor can you propel yourself through space.
So this says how it's like swimming, the feeling, weightlessness, both in water and space. Gravity downward pulls is negated, creating a
be
sensation.
Swimming. That would just be
floating
I guess,
freely
like
as suspended.
Floating. I guess essentially floating or sinking. It's not swimming.
Neutral buoyancy lab in NBL. Astronauts train in large pools where they wear weighted suits, simulating the microgravity by being neutrally buoyant, allowing them to practice the spacewalks.
Okay, so now show me swimming in space.
So it's what I'm telling you is the planets are acting as
swimming.
If
You're telling me the
space.
planets are swimming, right. And I'm telling you to show me how.
And I just want to point out that being in space is like that of being in water. And
right. They have plans.
Show me swimming. Don't show me this something else.
The word is kaka, right?
Maybe I'd have to look into it
for planets.
Right. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. I haven't looked that up. See, but this brother right here is moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not. Like, you said swimming. You moved the goalpost when you said floating. You said the planets are swimming. I asked you directly. Show me the planet swimming. You said.
Now let me explain this. Let me explain to you.
Let you explain again. Go ahead.
The planets are swimming in space.
How?
I just pointed.
Stop with that sentence right there. That's it. Don't move them goalposts. How are the planets swimming?
Let me finish. Because you just want to argue. You just want to argue.
No, I don't. I want to dismiss this.
You don't even care. You
How
don't even care
are
about
the planets
the science
swimming?
Behind it.
Can you show me the planets swimming?
They are swimming. They're orbiting.
Show me how.
And
what is orbiting?
And how is because being in space is similar to like being
go
in
to
water.
Surah 21:23.
Yeah, do that. Just go to Surah 21:23 because he's a king. He has a crown set on the throne. So go there and then show me what y'all need to show.
On B at 21:23.
Hurry up. It should be in your heart. Like it's only like that's what kills me. Like y'all claim y'all have a relationship with the creator and universe, and you still gotta Google this shit.
It says he cannot be questioned about what he does, but they will all be questioned.
Okay. Thank you, King J. You could drop off. Good night. Show me the planet swimming.
So I've already
swimming is a propulsion.
Brother,
Gravity is an attraction. Orbiting is an attraction. Orbiting is not a planet propelling itself through a substance. It's just being pulled by gravity, whatever y'all want to define that as. Swimming is propelling yourself. A physical act where you push and use resistance against liquid to propel yourself through it.
Just,
Show me the planet
you didn't
swimming.
read this, sir?
Yeah, he read it. He read it. It says something about don't question you.
It's 21 through 33, right?
I don't know. He read something. It said don't question you. That's why I told you drop off if you don't want to be questioned.
No, that's more than one.
Then you read it then.
That wasn't the whole thing.
Like that's what I'm saying, Doc. Y'all gotta be in abusive relationships. You have to be.
Can you hear me?
It doesn't take much to convince you of a lot, bro.
What's the lie? I don't even know the argument.
That's King J again. Yeah, good night, brother.
Yeah, that was King J talking.
No, what you eating, fam?
Oh, some pizza.
Swab is more of a game show host than a debater. You know
No, I'm a horrible game show host. I'm a great debater. Let's go. What you want to debate about?
You more of a game show host. You know
Jay, I could debate you tonight. I could debate you tonight. What you want to debate? Islam?
I'm not an Islamic scholar.
Okay, what you want to debate?
You can let's debate. Is the Earth a ball?
And what side are you, the affirmative or the negative?
I'm gonna say that it's not.
You're gonna say the Earth isn't shaped like a ball.
I'm gonna say that the Earth is not spherical.
Okay.
That's the setup. That's
no, it's not. It's not. I promise, it's not smart.
Yeah.
I will use the word sphere.
Technically, is
spherical.
Don't save them.
I will use spherical, shaped like a ball, round, 3D circle, whatever verbiage you want to use. I will do that.
You gonna take that exact verbiage? Then I'm ready right now,
brother. Don't do that debate, brother.
Man, you stop talking to me and you show me the planet swimming.
It's funny.
So I want to say this. The brother is overlooking simple things. The concept that I'm trying to show this brother is that being in space is like being in water. And according to the Quran, it says that the planets are swimming in an orbit.
So show me the planet swimming. How did you just throw down on my name and then go to the Quran and I'm in agreement with the Quran? The Quran said the planets are swimming. I'm asking you to show me the planet swimming. You telling me it's like being in water. It didn't say like being in water. It said like swimming. Oh, floating. It didn't say floating. It said like swimming. I'm in a line with what the Quran is asking. You're making excuses for it. You're adding a jot and a tittle. You're taking away. Show me the planets swimming, sir.
So
that is what the Quran said.
The point that I want to prove right now is that they have declared that being in space is similar to being in water. When spacemen before they go out to space, they do training, and the trainings is underwater. So they do underwater practices to basically practice being in space. Now the Quran says that the planets are swimming within an orbit. This just kind of highlights the point that being in space is like is a similitude of being in water.
I mean, he acting like. I mean, Jesse, I wouldn't even explain shit to him. Like he acting like he's slow in every theology.
I'm acting like I'm. Can you show me the planet swimming, King J, with your crown and your throne?
In every theology, space is a.
No, can you show me the planet swimming like the Quran said, or do you want to change the words in the Quran to mean floating to being like in water? What you want to do with the Quran? Because I'm willing to drag this poor son of a motherfucker all the way to the grave and back. What you want to do with the Quran? You want to change the words in it?
No, I just want you to understand.
Can you show me the planet swimming? Can you look at the definition of swimming and then show me anything with the planets in line with that, please. King J with your throne and your crown. Don't go on mute.
I've already presented the proof, and the brother is continuing
No,
to
you
deny it.
didn't. You
I
changed the
did.
wording. Like this is what you did. You said your girl didn't cheat on you because the condom you found in your car was on the driver's side and she never drives. Clearly she's cheated on you. But you don't really need that much evidence for you to say, you know what, I believe she's not cheating. Let me go with this. You're doing that. That's sick. Show me the planet swimming or leave your own show. King J, you too. And we could definitely debate, is the world spherical tonight?
So I just want to point out once again, I've already presented the scientific proof that said that science
That the planets are swimming? I'm sorry,
that
I missed that. I apologize. I
see
apologize
you're
a
not
thousand times.
connecting the dots. You're not like
Oh,
you're
I
not
gotta
making you're not
connect the
making
fucking dots with the
you
creator of
gotta
the universe.
yeah you gotta connect the dots, brother. Like
No, you have to connect
if
dots. I
being
don't have to connect dots. I come right up the middle. If the
if
planets are swimming,
science
show me the planets swimming.
well we already know that the planets orbit in space. We know that they are
Orbit is a pull, not a propulsion.
okay, all right, but
Swimming is a propulsion, not a pull.
but
So they're in
I'm
direct contrast to each other. Show me the planet swimming.
so once again, it showed in the Quran verse that being in space is a similitude of water, and basically, according to science, it declared that being in space is like being in water, and I've presented to this brother a Quran verse where in the year 600 the Prophet Muhammad
Man, if
said
you call me on Christmas,
the
fam.
Prophet Muhammad said that the planets are swimming in their own orbit. So literally, it's confirming the fact that being in space has a similitude of being in water. Even though we cannot swim in space, the planets have that ability. I mean, just the concept of the
So
planets
wait,
orbiting.
are you saying that swim is synonymous with orbit,
I'm
or are those
saying
two different
I'm
words?
saying I'm saying being in space is similar to being in water, and today we scientifically have proven that is the case. When astronauts prepare to go to space, prior to them going to space, they spend time underwater as training, and I'm telling you that the planets are in space swimming. So they're basically orbiting, but the point that I was trying to convey is that this term swimming shows that even in the year 600, he knew that there was a similitude of water in space.
That's not true.
What's not true about it?
Because you can say that that's just merely observation. They look up at the stars and see planets standing in space and moving.
But how can you
You're
observe?
going to equate that to swimming too, because you're a human being and you only observe reality on
But I'm
Earth.
saying, how can you
So the
observe?
closest thing you can say to things moving without being hung up, because that's another thing, is by it's moving, but on its own, it's swimming, it's moving.
But he didn't use moving. He said swimming, and like I said, it is this is the year 600 that he said this. We did not even recognize that the planets were orbiting until 1992.
This is what you call some serious shooting from the hip, because
Well,
the Quran could have
he's
said
saying orbiting.
they were swimming around on Earth, and you would have argued there's oxygen, there's water in the oxygen.
But the Quran does not say that.
I'm saying if it did, you would right now get on your gears to defend it, and you would just shoot from the hip and say, "Well, hey, there's water and oxygen. That must be what it means."
No, I think that's an unfair assessment because you still have to come with something factual as far as what the Quran says, and we can go off of that. But for you to just out of nowhere say that if the Quran said this, we would go with it. No, that's not correct. I'm
Can you
literally going.
can
I'm
you read the
literally
verse
going.
again, Justin?
I'm going off the Quran, and I have brought forth scientific proof to back it up.
Can you read the verse again?
It says, give me a second, pull it up. He is the one who created the day and the night, the sun and the moon, each traveling in an orbit. Another translation says each swimming in an orbit. Hold on, let me see. Okay, this is going to be the Solid International version. It says, and it is he who created the night and the day, the sun and the moon, all heavenly bodies in an orbit are swimming. And this is in the year.
Do you know the Arabic term that's being used when they say orbit and swimming?
I can pull it. Yeah.
So
Let me see. Okay. The word is yasbanhuna. Yasbanhuna, and it means they swim, they float, or they move in a steady gliding motion.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. What verse are you reading from?
That is going to be from Quran. That is Quran 21:33.
21:32.
33.
33, sorry. Okay.
So I mean, even in that, the brother was talking about floating, and the word literally means both floating and swimming. And when I say the brother, I'm referring to the brother who's giving me pushback earlier. I can't remember his name. Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he must have fell off or something. All right, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Oh, because
I'm waiting on Suave. He's spending time on you. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Swallowed and fell off.
Nah, he there.
Oh, then I think I hope he heard what I just read as far as that word meaning to float, to swim.
Yeah, I mean that's all throughout most theologies. Especially when we refer to things like the primordial waters, right? Everything comes from the primordial waters. So, that's.
But I mean, like, there's nothing that's more direct than that in previous scriptures. There's nothing.
Exactly.
There's nothing in the.
So that's why I'm like, he
previous...
acting slow. So like, look, just for future reference, Jesse, when he acts slow like that, don't even entertain that brother. Don't try to prove something to somebody slow, because they're gonna always they're not gonna ever comprehend. You know what I'm saying? You're beating a dead horse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just move on to a different point, because you're a lot smarter than him. You have a lot of good information, and quit wasting your time trying to prove your point to him, because he'll never get it. You know what I'm saying? He detracts from your actual, what you actually bring to the platform. You feel me?
Thank you.
For sure.
For sure.
Sound like y'all was having an intervention.
Yeah, because I mean,
because A1, I mean, not A1. Swad, he really not smart. Like I said, he a game show host. So you know what I'm saying. That's what he should stick to. He good at arguing, but not really having points to argue. And when somebody really want to smoke with him, he don't want no smoke. Because I've been trying to you know what I'm saying, beat him up for the longest. And he don't really want it. This his debate topic is the earth shaped like a ball, a sphere. And he should have a PowerPoint ready right now for that. I'm ready to put BTA right now to him.
Hey, brother, to be real, man, I don't think you should debate that one, man. I think you should go.
I'm ready to put BTA on him right now. He's taking the affirmative. The earth is a sphere.
But
what do you think, Jay?
I'm taking the alternative. It's not a sphere.
What you think? What you think it's shaped like?
It's not spherical.
What you think it's shaped like?
I'm ready. I'm ready for you when he say yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you. I was just asking.
Ready for you say yeah. I can't give all my little jewels.
Man, I just want to point out, man, the Quran says
a definition.
The Quran says that the earth is shaped like an ostrich egg.
Yep. I'll take that definition and bust his ass with it. It don't matter. I just really want to smoke with him to show him he not smart and to leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate a bully or somebody who think they're a bully. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, well, his belief is that the black woman is God.
Whatever he think, I'll take the opposite. Shit. He don't want no smoke. We gonna set him up for a game show, a talk show. He like Geraldo or some shit like that. Like, he ain't no scholar.
No, he's definitely not.
He gonna sit in front of the computer and type up some shit and type in the wrong shit to ask it at that.
Yeah, he's definitely not, man.
And ask you a bunch of stupid questions.
And he's so
he's slow.
Beyond him being slow, like the brother is in denial. Like he just doesn't want. He wants me to be wrong so bad that even when he recognizes it to be truth, he's going to continue to try to deny it. I think me coming with these verses and hadiths are proofs that what he might possibly believe in could be
brother.
incorrect.
He can't even read it no way. You couldn't even say, bro, go to this Quran Surah Wash and he read it. Like, come on, brother. He not even taking it seriously. People like that, brother, I never try to prove nothing to. They just for entertainment.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
Wrong one. I had one that had like this R&B song over it. I don't know where that's at. I'm like, wait, Saudi, I can't find that one.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast. It's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $Titan Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $ Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the Clash of the Titans.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And back to you, gentlemen. Up. I don't hear nobody. King J, you muted. Ben, you muted. Courtney, you muted. Suave.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, mic check.
Jesse dropped off. Okay, here he goes. I was gonna say, did he run the safety?
I was going to ask King Jay, you was the one that was talking about the Texas receptors earlier.
Unfortunately, he was.
Yeah, I was. I want all the smoke, but I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say nothing that I ain't already done studied before.
So,
what's your contention with what I said in regards to the Texas receptors?
that it was the base text for the New Testament.
For the King James version?
Not even.
Okay, so we can easily look that up.
Well, I mean, all you gotta do is look at some of the renderings found in the King James, like the word Lucifer, certain verses in Revelation, completely not found in any Greek text of his day. So TR wasn't used necessarily there. I'm just saying, like, I agree, but the TR wasn't even a standard text then. Like, you had 3 editions of Erasmus, you had Basil's out there, Stephanus' text out there. Like, there were quite a few competing critical editions, if you will, that were all basically the same, that all represent forms of the Texas receptors. That were primarily used. But I was just wondering why you would even go. But I mean, I get it. You went to the King James, so do you still use the TR for your base text?
So because I'm always going to be referring to primary sources. So when in regards to the King James version specifically, their primary source for the Old Testament is the Masoretic text, right? They're drawing off the Masoretic for the Old Testament, and for the New Testament, they're drawing off of they're drawing off of the Texas receptors for the Greek, right? The Koine Greek, right? King James. Keep in mind, I know that since they had later discoveries of the Dead Sea Scroll, so this is why I'm never a fan of Strong's Concordance, right? Because Strong Concordance doesn't have anything with the Septuagint or Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Or so I really prefer the Halat, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. I prefer that. I know you said you had it last time we talked over the Strongs, right? Because just for this particular reason, rendering right here, right? Um, and I think did we talk about Deuteronomy 32:8, right? Where it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it gives the rendering of the Beni Elohim, right? Opposed to the King James, right, which is based off of the Masoretic text, and it's given the rendering of the sons of Israel, right? And that's that's just really one example. But yeah, definitely the Texas receptors. So what are you saying that is not, if it's not the Texas receptors for the King James, what is the alternative?
Oh, I mean, even with the Old Testament, they did primarily use the Masoretic text, if you will, because the Dead Sea Scrolls haven't been found yet. I agree to some of that, but even there, you get influence in translation through Latin, and we even have certain books that are highly mixed with Hebrew and Aramaic, so gotta add Aramaic to the mix. So you got Septuagint influence for the Old Testament, Latin influence, and Hebrew Aramaic influence.
So the Texas receptors is basically like based off Erasmus and like Byzantine type work. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of what they like. But so if you and this is why I say I don't use the Strong's Concordance.
That has no relevance.
Scholars, if you ask what the scholarly today, they won't say Texas receptors. You're correct. There's a different standard now in regards to the New Testament for sure, and the Old Testament. They don't use the freaking Strong's or the Masoretic. They shouldn't.
They do use them as so Strong's. I don't even know why you went from Strong's to Halo. They're irrelevant here. They are used.
Because one is the more scholarly lexicon.
One is a lexicon. One is a dictionary based off of a translation.
Which one will the scholars go to?
Well, before you had Halo, you had the BDB, and you had the Old Testament, and then you had the Old Testament Hebrew lexicon. That was before that, the Chaldean one. So and further back you go, that's what you would be using. But what the concordance, but that's irrelevant when it comes to textual variants. It's relevant for understanding a word's brief history, literary history, usage history. A concordance has no relevant information to that extent. A concordance is just a dictionary for a given translation. So Strong's is a English dictionary of the words used and it's not even exact, but it's an English dictionary of basically Hebrew and biblical Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek.
Is Masoretic text more would you say monotheistic opposed to polytheistic?
Is the Masoretic text more monotheistic than polytheistic? I think wherever you're looking at for the Old Testament manuscript tradition wise, you're looking at an inspired translation. So I see the word of God even in the variants.
Right. So when we look at the Essenian text, right, which would be the Dead Sea Scrolls, we don't see any of that. Well, we see polytheism.
That's complicated. Part of it is a matter of translation. I don't think it's a matter of polytheism because you find the same theology in all essentials in the Masoretic manuscripts as you do in the Dead Sea Scrolls where the text overlap.
Elohim is what?
Elohim is a common noun that can function as a proper noun.
And a
plurality
proper
and duality.
singular noun.
And right.
A plural
And what?
noun.
Right. A plural. So it suggests of a pantheon.
No.
No, it's a sign of respect.
In the text, Elohim is literally used to refer to the sons of when the Ben Elohim,
not necessarily. My point here is it's not necessarily referring to a plurality of
70
things.
sons.
Okay.
Sons.
Go ahead with your example, because I have rebuttal.
No, it's literally Beni Elohim when it's talking about the sons of God. It's talking about the 70 sons. So it's being
but he's saying L can be singular as well. It just depends.
I'm saying
we're not talking
Elohim.
but whoever just said
Elohim,
that, we're talking about El. We're talking about Elohim. El is singular.
Yeah, and I hope you realize the term you just went to was not Elohim.
I didn't say Elohim. I said Elohim.
Okay. So Elohim can be a singular proper noun. It can be a plurality
in this context, how is it being used? We don't want to talk about what the ifs and the ifs. We want to talk about what is actually being used as in the proper context.
What's the verse in question?
So the word is Elohim, right? And it's being used in a Semitic Ugaritic form, right?
What verse?
Because this is not a Hebrew text. So it's Elohim, right? And it means a pantheon of it means the sons of El.
Elohim. It could mean that. It depends on the context. That's why I was asking, what are you reading?
The ball cycle. The Ugaritic.
Okay. So how is that particular definition removed from the many glosses I gave for Elohim?
Because the ways that you're using it, you're trying to use it in the singular when in this
I gave more than one functional definition and application of the term.
Well, even in his first form in the Bereshit, it's used as to show duality. And if you say Bereshit bara Elohim, right? In wisdom or in understanding or in the beginning, Elohim creates, right? That's still a duality, even in a text. But that's the Hebrew text. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls comes from an earlier Ugaritic tradition, right? That's gonna we see it infused in the Bible as Deuteronomy 32 verse 8.
What do you mean? Okay, you're saying Deuteronomy 32 is influenced by an earlier Baal cycle and Ugaritic.
Yes.
Okay, so you're confusing me with the way you're trying to articulate some of these issues from your perspective.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. My bad.
So yeah, I that's why I said initially the term Elohim and its Semitic usages is diverse. It doesn't have one singular usage in ancient Near Eastern culture or the biblical literature. The first time the Bible uses the term Elohim, it's using it not as a plurality, but or duality. I agree the ending, could be dual ending, but it doesn't necessitate a dual ending. We learned by means of syntax, which is the way the words relate to each other in the given sentence. We learned through syntax, Elohim most probably was a singular referent in Genesis 1:1. And we also learned this by means of translation, because once you get to the Septuagint, the Jewish translation into Greek, they do not say theoi, which is the plural form of theos.
Do you know where they get that from?
Disagree. I disagree.
You know where they get that from? Where they try to where these new Yahwehs try to come in and infuse Yahweh.
But they don't put Kyrios. They're not infusing Yahweh in Genesis 1 in the Septuagint.
because we don't find kyrios used there. We don't find tetragrammaton dots or other literary convictions that were used to give reverence to the four letters in Hebrew or Paleo, whatever script, because we actually do find Greek and Hebrew manuscripts where they either leave the four letters absent from the document, they just put four physical dots there.
Yeah, they put the tetragram. Yeah, they put the tetragram everywhere that you would see.
Not quite. I'm almost done addressing that part. They either put four dots there. And this is in Greek and Hebrew manuscripts. They either put four dots there. They might leave it blank completely. They might put Paleo script there for the four letters. They might do, and even in Greek manuscript, IAO, which mimics the name of Yah.
Now I disagree because when you say they might put the dots there, and you're specifically talking about the Masoretic within the Kook system, and that's some medieval shit.
I'm not.
You're not gonna need Nakut.
I'm not talking about vowel pointings. I'm talking about four physical dots instead of the letters Yod He Vav He in any script type you prefer, or the Greek term Kyrios, which was the primary translation of Yahweh in the Greek. So you thought you knew, but you really didn't. I'm sorry.
Brother, Yod, first of all, Yod He Vav He are Yiddish vowels that were added, brother. There are no these. Do you think Paleo Hebrew have vowel systems? Yes or no? Is there vowels in Ketiv Ivri?
I know this much.
I'm only speaking.
I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer the question you asked me about what I know. Very simply like this. What I know is we do not have audio records from any of these individuals of the ancient time periods. So you can make an argument about a particular pronunciation all you want. Cool. I can do the very same thing.
No, now you hit me with
and I'm not making this
isn't about the pronunciation, brother.
That's what you're trying to make it.
No, the argument, the
vowel pointing, letters. How do you pronounce the letters?
Not how you pronounce them. The fact that they're there lets you know that they were added later. That's the point that I'm making.
Have you ever seen?
Hold on. It's a later addition to the text by the Yahwehs. They did it throughout the whole text. You have Elohim, you have Yahwehs, we have the
that's not true.
Yes, sir. See, now what you're doing, you're conflating modern German redactional critical scholarship with the actual actions of people. We have no idea how they compiled these documents in history.
We know when the Masoretes existed, and they came and added the.
What you're again, JPD, Yahwist, Elohimist, Deuteronomist. That language is derived from German scholars of within the last 150 years.
I actually did the Ketiv Ivri contain a vowel system, or was it a jab?
Okay, that's cool. All I'm saying is, I'm not pronouncing a word by saying Yod He Vav He.
You cannot pronounce Yod He Vav He without them words, brother. Understand?
I'm glad I didn't pronounce a word. I'm glad that when I mentioned four dots, I'm literally talking about four period dots, not dots above and underneath lines or in between letters. I'm glad when I mentioned the textual variant of the textual grammaton. Would that make you better? Feel better? Textual grammaton? Okay.
That's right.
So I'm talking about how the textual grammaton was translated, but outside of that, because this is somewhat a pivot, I was talking about Elohim. And I was talking about the earliest translations we have from Jews into an alternative language, Greek, just of Genesis 1:1, where they do not articulate theos, the nominative form of the Greek word for God, theos. They do not articulate it in the plural, demonstrating they are attempting to convey what they understood the text to be conveying into a different language. They're not just simply duplicating words.
Can I give you my opinion upon that? Why that's so? Because, for instance, I would have, and this is off the top of my head, when you say theos, I'm assuming that that's going to be the equivalent to the word Zeus in our English lexicon. So
no,
theos doesn't equate to Zeus. Okay.
Theos is a Greek term for God, but it just depends on how you use it.
Is it the Greek god Zeus?
No, it's a common noun. It's a common noun that could function as a proper noun depending upon context. Very similar to the word Elohim or El or Elohi, Allah, Ilahi. Any of these Semitic terms, it functions very similarly as those terms do. The main way you would identify the God in Greek is with the definite article prior to the term theos. So, ho theos, to theu, ton theon, things of this nature. So that's all definite articles with the proper case affiliation applied to theos. This is syntax is much more than it's the fine detail of what you get in a lexicon, the syntactical usage throughout literature.
So why are you going to Greek?
Oh, because as I said earlier, as it relates to Elohim, we know that the earliest translations of Genesis 1:1, Elohim was translated in the singular.
Yeah,
in Greek, demonstrating they understood it most probably in antiquity, at least by the time the Greek translators translated it, as a singular referent, not a plurality or a duality.
Well, because that's the way. Because the Greeks and the Hebrew had two different concepts of God. The Hebrew concepts of God would contain both of a masculine and feminine energy as one. That's a concept that African civil culture had that the Greeks didn't. If they applied their concept to the word of theos, probably singular, right? Theoi or toi would be the plural form of the word. That's just their concept. A lot of shit, even in the English language, we lose a lot. We don't have words to express a lot of stuff that the African thought. We lose a lot of stuff in translation and even our in words that we say.
Yeah, I agree. That's why, like, if we read a E40 urban slang California dictionary, you can read certain things that he's saying in that dictionary and get a grasp coming from like a non-urbanized, non-black community. You can get a grasp of him articulating certain pimp things once you understand. Now, what? Pay attention to my hand, baby. Ooh, like when he says stuff like that. Now, oh, my hand, pay attention to it. According to the E40 dictionary, page 45, and my hand is a reference to that strong pimp attitude by which I lay down the smackdown in this household. I am the chief authority. Okay, baby. Like it can be conceptually understood. That's what dictionaries or lexicons are for. And what I'm saying, but it might also have a nuance meaning. It might not mean that. It might have a nuance meaning. Like put the money in my pocket and put the money in my mitten. Ooh, like money in mitten. Put that money in my hand because I'm your man. I will be your protector, as if I'm your pimp or whatever. But like the connotation is all dependent upon what's being articulated. And the point here again is no, Elohim is not always and not necessarily a plural or a dual referent. Sometimes it has a singular referent, and we learn this in the Hebrew because of the singular verb in Genesis 1:1.
Well, no, but just hold on, just to your point, because you thought you was cooking, but you really wasn't. So just let me. I did look this up real quick. So it says in regards to theological clarity, right? In regards to the Ptolemaic period, right? It says they had a very monotheistic focus.
Ptolemaic, the PSI.
However you want to pronounce it, tomato, right? They said they had a very monotheistic focus, right? It said they by consistently focus on theos for the word of God of Israel, biblical authors attempted to purify the term from its polytheistic roots, narrowing its focus to the one creator, right? So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier when I was saying they're inserting Yahweh, right? And by doing so, and they do it all throughout the Bible. They do it throughout, and this is why my argument has always been that El has always been the original God of Israel. El has always been the original God of the Bible. Yahweh has always been infused, a later infusion, synchronized, assimilated. We could look at through pantheon reduction how he's assimilated. I'll probably give you a time period in between 1200 BC, 800 BC, somewhere in between that time period of the assimilation. Yahweh is not is a foreign deity to the Levant area for sure. It's definitely not a Canaanite deity. It's not found in any Canaanite lexicon or any Canaanite pantheon. So we see Yahweh added later. So that's why we see so many, what you were just mentioning with the dots and the different Yahweh, and it seems contrary. It's going against the insertion of Yahweh as a singular goes against etymology. It goes against everything.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Shema Yisrael, Yahweh. What? Yahweh Ahad. Isn't El there?
Where did you go to? I'll look it
Deuteronomy 6:4.
Hold on 1 second. You in the Strongs?
I'm in the Hebrew
Okay.
text.
My bad.
I do not use Strongs.
My bad.
Eloheinu. I want to know if you are using Strongs, what does Eloheinu mean?
I'm going to look it up in Strongs. Hold on.
Okay. It's going to give you a root. It's going to tell you a root is.
1 second, brother. Because I like to look up shit.
And this is a grammatical situation that demonstrates a misunderstanding from a lot of people that don't know the languages.
For sure.
Proper nouns cannot be contorted to be possessive. Common nouns can be. This demonstrates a unique aspect and distinction and difference between Yahweh and the common Semitic term for God. El, Eloha, or Elohim. In this verse, because if what you're saying is true, we should be able to swap it out and say El, whatever El is, El or Elohim, whatever Elohim is one. But we can't do that because we see the text is using the proper noun. The proper noun is the 4 letters, since I can't say Hebrew letters, and that makes certain people offended.
Wait a minute. Deuteronomy 6.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord, our God, that's a possessive, and it's a possessive attached to what? The Lord, one. In Hebrew, there is no is, but it can be implied through translation.
All right, I'm here with you, brother. All right, Deuteronomy 6, verse 4. Okay.
El is not exclusive. Like, you can't say my Jacob, our Jacob.
Brother,
in Hebrew.
They inserted the pictogram here. What's the brother? This is what I'm telling you they're doing, and you giving me examples of what they're doing.
I know, and I could go to ancient Near Eastern literature where you find Baal and other deities called Il. So I guess from your perspective there, they're inserting either epithets that flow not just for deities but also for humans.
So this is a prime. We might can use this as a teaching point. If I'm wrong, I may be wrong. So if we went to the Dead Sea Scrolls, right, would this be the same rendering here where we
There's
see
no
32?
difference.
Huh?
There's no difference in the Dead
It's gonna
Sea
say
here.
Yahweh.
There's a difference.
In the
If he's talking
Septuagint,
about
it's
the
gonna say
other,
Yahweh. You sure?
There's Deuteronomy 6.
It's gonna say Yahweh in.
Yeah.
which
So
verse
let's
you
go.
talking about, King J? He might be
Let's
talking about
let's
that.
go. Let's go.
Deuteronomy
Let's go.
6:4 is going to
Hold on.
say Yahweh.
So wait. Let's just see because I
Okay.
just want to. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let's do this, right?
Hold on, KJ. Are you looking
Let's go to
at the
Deuteronomy.
verse from the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Just hold on. You're gonna follow the point. We're
Okay.
gonna stay in Deuteronomy. Go to Deuteronomy 32:8.
Okay. Is
Real
that
quick.
what I just went to? 6:4.
Yeah, to establish Yahweh.
No, I'm not. I'm establishing that it's in the very same text as L.
Okay, right.
You're
I'm saying
saying that it's
right. I'm
inserted,
saying we're still in
inserted as if it's
Deuteronomy.
swapping.
32 verse 8.
You're making it seem as if certain terms are being usurped, and I'm
I am.
saying this is a foundational statement of ignorance of how the language in ancient Near Eastern culture even functioned. Elohim, all of the forms of God in Hebrew, Greek, Hebrew and Aramaic, and the Semitic connotations, the ancient ones, they're primarily common nouns. This is why
go to 32
can
verse
make
8 for
them
me, brother.
possessive.
I'm waiting on you right there. I hear your point, brother. You ain't got to articulate any further. Just go to 32:8. We still in Deuteronomy. You make your point. I just want to show you this.
Let me grab my daily breaker. All right, you said we're going to Deuteronomy what?
32 verse 8.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so it says when he divided their inheritance, the Most High, the nations whom he separated, the sons of Adam, he set the boundaries of the people, the number according to the inheritance of the sons of God, right? So you see in the English, right? Go to the N 3478, proper noun, God. So we see there the word Israel, right?
Okay.
So the word for Israel is God. What's El Lamed?
L is actually not in the verse for Most High. It's just an epithet. You do understand an epithet is not a proper name?
Brother, epitaph is an epitaph for the deity El, which we see all through this text when we read it.
It's also an epithet for Hadad. It's also an epithet for Baal.
Yeah, through pantheon.
So are you saying that the term Elohim
those are younger deities that stole the epitaphs of their father?
I think y'all having two different conversations.
I know we are, and this guy doesn't understand it. He's trying to demonstrate that the text, the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Do you see here where we say Beni, right? Bene, Elohim, right? The word here is Elohim. Comprehend the point that I'm making right here, that I'm showing you in the script, right? It's not it's not El Ra, yes, Israel.
Why are you trying to pronounce it in such a? You know what? Ignore that comment. Continue. Just continue to make your point.
You're not understand. So
you're talking about verse 30, Deuteronomy 32, right, King Jared?
Yes, he is.
And we're at the word Israel that's being translated as God.
I understand what you're saying. I think it's a little bit.
And you don't have a problem with that. This is the same Deuteronomy text as you just said was the word Yahweh was right.
Well, you said that if we go to the Dead Sea Scrolls in the passage that I was reading, would you ask the question? Would we go to the Dead Sea Scroll in the passage I was reading, Deuteronomy 6? Will we find?
We ain't made it to the Dead Sea Scroll yet.
Who hasn't?
We ain't made it that far yet. We right here still. I'm just still establishing this point before we even get there. We ain't made it that far. You're gonna die there.
You're right. You're right. I forget. Everybody doesn't have my resources. You're right,
brother. We reading.
I know. I can't go
We
live
reading.
and share my screen to show you what I'm looking at. That's all I'm saying.
What I'm looking at is I'm in Strong's, right, where it's showing Benny Elohim. I'm reading it as Benny Elohim.
So the
Bet
Dead Sea
none.
Scrolls. The argument is the Dead Sea Scrolls
I don't need them to
read. It has a different variant in that term. It reads B'nai Elohim, the sons of El.
Exactly.
When it gets retorted in the Masoretic
You
text.
see that Israel? He can't.
Some
I want him to
scholars
deal with
say
that.
just to kind of like remove some of the polytheistic
Sons
taste,
of God.
but it's a difference, and it is an expression of
And that's pseudo as
Judaic
fuck.
knowledge on pop. They still it can tell it shows you that their religious ideology is still fluid in this time.
Thank you.
No, but this is what they did all throughout the Bible.
But they were absolutely Yahweh only in a sense, but it was more fluid than it is today.
Definitely. That's what I've suggested, is that it's more fluid than the position you're arguing for.
Then put Yahweh through the word.
Well, you haven't demonstrated Yahweh was put there for everything, because if that was the case, you could go to the Dead Sea Scroll of Deuteronomy 6:4 and show us Elohim, like Shema Yisrael, Elohim, Eloheinu, Elohim Echad. You should show us, or Ha'el, Eloheinu, Ha'el. You should show us some form of this instead of like what you suggested was not what you showed. You showed a textual variant from sons of Israel to sons of God. And we know later on, and we know.
So listen, and quite honest with you, brother, and the reason why they're able probably to do that, if we went to the Dead Sea Scrolls, right, and went to that verse 6:4 you looked at, I guarantee you it would not be there. And the reason I assume that is because that's the only reason they were able to just assert and assume and put anything there, because that part of that script probably is fragmented, it's probably gone. What do you think?
I could actually look to see if we have a Dead Sea Scroll of Deuteronomy 6:4, but I might get kicked out. Y'all could fill it in for a second, and then I could either take a screenshot and share what I got to A1 or whoever's on here, and they can share it live, because I actually do have resources. I know, but I'm on my phone. It wouldn't work right.
I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wish we could
for sure.
I'm on here. I can share it for you if you drop it in the private chat.
All right, yeah. So give me a second. Let me see. How would I do this?
6:4.
Y'all talk for a second. I'll be right back.
King,
for sure.
Hey, King J,
I'm gonna try to look it up.
Do you think that it's always plural, or it's just sometimes plural?
Elohim?
Yeah, when it's talking about El in the Bible, is it always plural, or is it sometimes plural, or is it never plural?
And it's in a conception, it always was intended to be plural, especially when the singular was El, and used as the context of Elohim as the son, as his sons, Beni Elohim, sons of El. That's the perfect context, and it's always meant that.
So even when it's never presented as in a singular in the Bible.
In the Hebrew lexicon, it is a lot of times it is. Yahweh is referred to
presented as a singular in the Ugaritic, Mari, in the Old Text.
Mm-hmm.
But it also can be presented as a plural, right?
Yeah, anytime you see Yahweh, to me, you just know it's an error. I just know that it's a later insertion.
Okay. So you think ancient Israelites never worship Yahweh and it got later redacted?
A1, I did send it to you, FYI.
Listen, even in this, even in this yesterday, in the work that I just did yesterday, right, in the research I did with the dates and chronological order that I put it together, there's no way possible that Yahweh could have been, or Israelites could have worshipped Yahweh in the land of Canaan anywhere before the time of damn near 800 BC.
800 BC. What's that in centuries?
There's no way. It was no way possible. I did damn stellas. I did all the Akkadian prisms and shit.
A1, I sent it. You said what is the 800?
How
I'm looking for it right now. I see it in my messages.
800 BC or BC?
I looked up all the
CE?
occurrences of whenever.
So what's that's like the 8th century?
That'll be
that they
9th.
didn't worship Yahweh until after the 8th century?
That'll be 9th century. 800s.
Okay.
Either way is 9th.
So until the 9th century, Israelites didn't worship Yahweh. That's what you're saying.
And I just want to point out real quick, you know what I'm saying? This is a problem within the scripture, being that the Prophet Muhammad came with the Quran in the year 600. The 8th century is going to be even after the finalization of the Quran. Y'all may continue.
Here goes your source right here.
BCE, though, I think he's talking about.
Courtney.
All right, yeah, that's just what the resource is. It's a database, a digital database of the manuscripts for the Old Testament that correspond to verses from the Dead Sea and Qumran caves. That's basically all that says. This is an academic source. This is what this source does. It'll show you the manuscripts. Well, it'll tell you the manuscripts with each word. So you can go to the next one. You might have to zoom in or something.
I really can't zoom in on here. Oh, I got it on the Facebook. When I try to zoom in, it makes it small.
Nice. Well, can you read it? Well,
where'd it go? Read all of these translations?
No. Read where. I mean, you know what the 4 letters are, right? Mm-hmm. And you can read the manuscripts. Like the manuscript will be 4QXYZ or whatever. So
I don't see what you're talking about.
It says 4QPH something.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The blue section.
Yahweh.
This not the actual papyrus. If you look at the papyrus,
that is the actual. Those are the manuscripts underneath.
Oh yeah, it is. It's the actual papyrus.
No, it's not.
4Q. Once I see 4Q, I know that it's the papyrus.
That means it's from the 4th cave at Qumran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's not the papyrus.
That is the name of the papyrus that has this text and this word where it's saying it.
Make is that when you click on it and see the papyrus, it's going to be fragmented.
Yeah, this is a reconstruction.
Right.
It's actually the whole text of Deuteronomy 6:4. It's not.
It's reconstructed.
What's
no.
No.
It depends on if it's fragmented, but he's saying it's a full.
Like I can share him a manuscript tradition that's fragmented or absent. I could show you a section that's absent or fragmented. Give me 1 second, A1.
Brother, we can probably read the original papyrus if we just pull it up.
The name of the papyrus again is 4QPH.
You breaking up?
Yeah, I think you
Phylactery-H.
There you go.
Yeah, but he made that up. So
I'm reading you.
You wild as shit.
4Q135 Phylactery-H. That's the name of the manuscript.
You want to say he made that up?
4Q135 Phylactery-H.
Brother, I did the work yesterday. Okay.
4Q135 Phylactery-H.
Listen, I said what I said because I already looked and seen it, brother. It's fragmented, brother. It's not. It's papyrus.
The word is legible.
brother. They made that up. They reconstructed that part and added it in there. It wasn't there. It wasn't. That's why you're not showing it. If I can go to it right now, I'm looking at it. I'm literally looking at it.
A1, I'm about to show you A1 that this dude don't even know because he rather just speak loose off the hip. I'm about to show you that he doesn't know at least not only the resource I'm sharing, but what it looks like when what he's talking about is being duplicated in the digital edition. I'm about to show you. All right. Boom. I don't know why niggas like fucking with me.
Show my screen when you get done.
So A1. Now you can share both of them pictures because one of them, the words are actually darked out because there's no manuscripts or it's fragmented, and in those areas. The other one is actually going to show you, oh, we have the words in these manuscripts where the manuscript number is listed underneath the particular words.
That's because Jay can't see it because he's trying to read it from the actual
primary source
that he's using. Yeah, and it's hard to read it when you're reading it, trying to read.
Gotta have that primary source.
And this is what I'm trying to explain.
4Q135 phylactery H.
I'm sharing the screen right now. Share it. I got the primary right there. Let's see what you do with it. Let's go.
I got you, Jay, but I'm saying it's hard to read it. Like
exactly.
You gotta scan it.
I can't even see it.
You gotta scan it, and then you can kind of see better too.
This is source. My argument is that this shit is fragmented, and they put that shit there. They put Yahweh there. You can't even tell me where it's supposed to go.
Phylactery H. So it's multiple sections.
For me when you get a chance, A1, because he talking, but I'm gonna actually show his source.
Right.
Yeah. Share the screen.
You can go to the Dead Sea Scroll website, and it's going to show you all the little manuscripts that are attached to this phylactery.
Or you can just share my screen right now.
Yeah.
Or some of it is, most of it isn't actually public data. Or A1 could also share that I just sent him that shows from the very same source what it looks like when words are missing or fragmentary in the document by which they are duplicating or digitizing. Because there's actually a way to tell in the text in question, and I shared that with A1.
Just one question, just because if you're familiar with the story, then you will know that the reason why I keep saying so vehemently that we know Yahweh is inserted because in the Ugarit text, the original story, Yahweh is not a son of El. He's not included as one of the sons of El. That's how we know. So the Ugarit script, the Septuagint, they keep the tradition of the Ugarit. They're the same tradition. We only see the switch up when we get to the Masoretic, and I stand on that. That's when we see the variant, and that's some medieval bullshit.
Yeah, the Masoretic text is different from the Dead Sea.
Do the Ugaritic text talk about Israel?
I can give you, listen, and I'm looking right here, brother. I said I did the work all day yesterday, right? And through just primary sources, and there's no way. So look, starting at the Solib subscription, 1400 BC, we started Amenhotep the third, right? We see Shashu Yahweh groups, right? Amara West Temple, right? 1279 BC with Ramses II. We see Shashu Yahweh groups, right? We see Shashu Yahweh, Shashu of Seer groups. These are in Edom, right?
Yeah,
these are nowhere near. This stuff ain't got nothing to do with Canaan at all.
Remember the term.
Right? And it don't got nothing to do with Ugarit either. I'm glad you identified
that. Exactly.
The verse y'all using the term is a toponym.
So I'm glad y'all are following me, right?
I agree. It's either a toponym.
So mind you,
a chief leader.
Listen. Ramses II is Amara West. That's 1213. Murder Patah is 1208. Murder Patah talks about a whole different group of people in a whole different location. The murder batar seller is talking about the lands of Canaan. They list Canaan, Hati, Ashkelon, Yanaan, and then possibly Israel. That's nowhere near.
Is that the Murder style?
Yeah. That was the screen.
Well, that name Israel not even mentioned in that.
This is
So you said this is a fragmented text, and I agree.
So this is
But
the source that the brother.
what you're not able to identify is the fact that Yod Heh is right there in the third line to your top right.
Brother. So which where?
I believe it's on the third line to the top right.
Line? Third line, 1, 2. So it starts here.
Bad.
So which one is your third line, top right? Right here. 1, 2, 3. Which?
I think that's a tetragrammaton. I don't think that's a Yahweh.
Which one is Yahweh?
That's the point. Yahweh is a pronunciation. The tetragrammaton simply means from Latin 4 letters.
So you cannot.
They don't say Yahweh though. They just say
tetragrammaton.
So that's what I'm trying to demonstrate to the brother. That
I didn't say Yahweh.
Brother,
I didn't.
yes, you did.
I didn't. I didn't say Yahweh because earlier there was a dispute over me using the letters, saying Yod Hey. Excuse me. Earlier there was a dispute over me saying 4 letters, namely Yod, Hey, Vav, and Hey.
Well,
the brother said, "Oh my goodness."
What are dots?
Oh my goodness. This is supposed to be your point. This is supposed to be your point that you can't read the 4 letters, number 1. Number 2, that they changed it later after the Dead Sea Scroll community, after the Essene community compiled these documents. Number 3 is your claim that, again, we can't read it from the document by which the text I shared cited where the word is.
All right, so now my rebuttal. This is your primary source. This is your source that I'm showing for that you were not able to show. The contention is you saying this is Deuteronomy 6:4. I'm showing you, and that's supposed to contain the word Yahweh somewhere in this text, somewhere in this fragmented papyrus is supposed to be the word Yahweh according to you. I'm asking you to show me where.
Yes, Yod Hey Vav Hey. Is 4 letters.
Where?
Again, I'm glad I've identified it. The brother's trying to play dumb because he actually doesn't know the language or know how to identify the letters in the text.
I have my mouse here, and I'm asking you to point. I'm looking for it. Where is?
Oh, I see it. I see it.
You do?
I think it's that second line right there.
Here.
Okay.
This is Yod Hey Vav Hey.
Yeah, I think I see it.
Yeah, so that's 4 Hebrew letters. Yod Hey and Vav Hey is not a word. Because when I first said the letters, you had your panties in a bunch. You started claiming that I was articulating Yiddish. And I'm actually articulating a Yemenite dialect. How do I know it's a Yemenite dialect? I have my sources on that.
Yeah, it's top right. I think that's what's that like the second
line.
Yeah, second line right there. Yeah, I see it.
This is a Yod.
Do you see the end with the Wav and the Hey?
Where I'm circling it is a Yod.
I don't see you circling.
I don't see you circling.
With my mouse.
I see no mouse.
Wait. Can you see my mouse now?
Now, yes.
This is a Yod. Is what you're saying, suggesting? Hey, Vav. This is a Vav.
No, it's not a Vav.
So this
I
is
said.
Where do you see Yahweh or the tetragrammaton?
Move up a little bit more.
Oh. All right, let's find it. Because that looks like Israel in the top left. So it would be one of the next words, but it's not duplicated.
It's right there.
What's the word before it? Hold on, let's go to
what's that? The third word? Isn't that a Wav and a Hey right there?
Hold on. It's supposed to be 6:4. So wait.
Second
line. It's more than 6:4 in the text if you actually paid attention, but apparently you didn't. because it is a phylactery. Do you know what a phylactery is?
Hold on, brother. I think it. That's my bad, brother. Close it up. Can y'all see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. I wish I had a translation down here. So this is your. So I don't
We need
see
that
it.
like black and white scan, man.
I'm looking for it.
I wish we had like a
I
concordance.
don't see it.
Transliteration.
And this is the point that I'm making to the brother. Is like this is why when they do reconstruct stuff like this, it's easy to put just Yahweh.
So you saying the term
Actually,
Yahweh
it's
is
not that easy to do that, and this is why this brother. Actually, it is abundantly in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You just lied. You just lied. It's probably the most frequent term in the Dead Sea Scrolls. If I'm remembering Emmanuel Tov, the dean over Dead Sea Scroll, the Judean Scroll Publication Project, he said that, if I'm not mistaken, Yahweh was the most predominant term in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I can believe it. Yeah, I can see it.
But yet we're looking at the primary source and we don't find it.
No, we do find it. You're just playing oblivious because you probably never tried to understand these letter formations.
Brother,
because
this is
you have initially gave a rebuttal. You gave her right. This isn't Strong's and it isn't Halo.
No, it's the actual primary.
It's not Strong's and it's not Halo.
It's the primary.
Well, for some reason earlier when we first got to this linguistic issue, especially as it relates to Hebrew and Aramaic, you said you don't use Strong's, you use Halo as it related to textual variants. And I demonstrated then that was very misconstrued of you because they're not related. Now you're trying to use my methodology. I identified the text to you in the manuscript that was just on the screen, the letter construction. If I articulate the letters again, your panties going to go back into a bunch. Because if I say yod, hey, vav, and hey, that's simply me articulating the Hebrew letters that make up the Latin phrase that we call the tetragrammaton.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
But
I can show you. I can get the manuscript. I can get the other Greek manuscripts that I said that there are some Greek and Hebrew manuscripts that do leave dots out, put dots or substitute the term, depending on the base text, Greek or Hebrew. They do different things. Paleo script for the 4 letters instead of the regular script being used there. They do things like that in some of those manuscripts. That's very few, but it does occur. Now, I don't know why you're trying to conflate it and say, oh, they had 4 dots here when that wasn't my argument. My point was simply that the term Yod He Vav He, them 4 letters, you will find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, namely at Deuteronomy 6:4. You just showed us the manuscript. It's there in the manuscript. You have not debunked the resource that I initially shared.
We didn't. Go ahead,
because you're more upset over how the resource rendered the 4 letters as Yahweh over what I actually said. I said you found the 4 letters in the manuscript. This is the name of the manuscript. You said I lied about the name of the manuscript. You found the manuscript. You showed the manuscript. You're not aware of the letter constructions. You don't know how to identify the letters. I identified them for you, and you're just upset now.
You did not demonstrate the letters, brother.
Because you show us L in that very same manuscript then.
No, it's fragmented, brother.
So you're saying in light of all them letters, look, I'm so glad you showed that manuscript because what that manuscript shows is that there's words on it. And some of those words are legible.
So when they're
talking about fragmentary documents does not disrupt the fact that we can read some of the words on there and see some of the letters on there very legibly. All of the words are not fragmented.
I got King J. Where are you going with that?
Well, no, that was his source. So I just wanted to show him that his source doesn't even say what he's saying. Like he can't even demonstrate in his source that it says y'all that it has the tetragrammaton there. Like my contention is that it's inserted
in every place.
Did you show
every
that?
place.
But did you even show that there?
I showed that there
one.
was nothing there.
Can you show us one instance in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Huh?
Can you show us one instance in the Dead Sea Scrolls where it is inserted? Because what the brackets demonstrate is a breakage in the manuscript. What I shared was not an instance of breakage in the manuscript.
Yeah, you just showed a reconstruction.
Is that you think in every instance it's inserted to replace L as the
every instance.
In every instance in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Every instance.
Now, who had that type of governmental authority to do that?
That is a strange theory I've heard.
The scribes.
The scribes. So how many scribal communities? It was just one for the Dead Sea Scrolls.
The Masoretes.
Yeah, but they're not.
Wait,
no.
My bad. Essenians are the Dead Sea Scrolls, brother. The Masoretes are the.
No. Essenians are assumed to be the authors, but our catalog comes from a lot of different places. It's not just from this community.
Correct.
Different places.
It's different communities.
Yeah, you got Greek manuscripts, you got Aramaic primarily manuscripts in the text.
There's a wide collection of languages found in the Dead Sea Scrolls too. It's not just Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek.
Yeah.
But that Yahweh shit
is in the text.
And you saying it's inserted every time?
Assimilation, synchronized every time.
All right, what's your foundation for the theory? How are you framing this idea? Because this is the first time I've heard this.
It's no existence. Like, where does this nigga come from? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in none of the pantheons do Yahweh exist.
Why does he have to exist within the pantheons of other competing cultural religious paradigms?
Where is he coming from, brother?
I'm just trying to. I mean, if it just popped up, it doesn't exist because it popped up new or out of obscurity. Most scholars say it's an obscure deity.
I would say he's he can't be too well. So this is how. So he has to come from Midian.
No.
So Abraham. So according to the biblical text, Midian is a son of Abraham.
So you were just talking about the Shashu. Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Do we know any of the gods that the Shashu worshipped?
So the references is in Meta-Netter in Egyptian text. The references that the primary sources that we would have to go to actually read it.
So we don't have no Shashu literature.
We have nothing on the Shashu. We don't even know anything about it.
It's in Egyptian.
Right. So we don't have any Shashu literature from the Shashu hands
at all. Nothing.
Nomadic tribes normally don't write.
The Israelites did apparently.
Well, nah, I don't even like that. I don't even really. I have contention with that word, but clearly they didn't.
The only thing we know about these Shashu groups that are mentioned in the Egyptian text is that they are West Semitic, Transjordan, but as far as their worship, their religion, we don't know much. This is
exactly. That's the point that I'm building. That's the point that I'm establishing.
And they write, and Egypt write about enemies and don't care. You know, we ain't learning nothing from them.
So you're following the point. So if I establish that, and then I determine that the other groups that they are talking about in the Merneptah Stela, all them other Amu groups, right, are worshiping a totally different deity. There is no Yahweh over that way. You know
we don't necessarily know that because the Merneptah Stela doesn't tell us any type
right. It don't mention no Shashu in Merneptah Stela.
I know it mentions Amu. That's the point.
Where does it mention? Where does it mention? No, it don't.
It mentioned Amu.
It doesn't.
Actually, it don't.
Yes, it do.
It does.
Where?
Stella does
Brother,
not mention.
I can give you about 50 primary sources of so we can start with the
Well,
Beni
we're only talking about one primary source, and if it mentions any people as Amu or West Semitic Asiatics.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you one. Benny, let's start with the Beni Hassan.
Okay, is it? We're only talking about one source, sir. Is the name of the source Renepta Stella? What line in Renepta Stella does this?
Huh?
Says Amu.
Renepta. Go
Brother,
ahead.
I said Beni Hassan mural.
No, you said the Renepta Stella mentions the Amu.
Yeah. Those are Amu people. It mentions all the tribes of Canaan. Those are Amu.
It definitely don't mention all the tribes of Canaan.
That's what you're saying to say that, but it doesn't actually call them Amu on
the Canaanites.
And there's actually a good reason why it doesn't do that. Probably because they're not technically in Egypt.
Yeah, they're not in Egypt. They're in Levant. They're in the Levant. They're all in the Levant area.
Yeah, but my point is they're only called.
But wait. So if you acknowledge that, they're totally different than the Shashu Yahweh groups that are in Transjordan and they're in the Transjordan area.
I don't think totally different.
Yeah, at the same time, brother. At the same time, how can they? How can they exist? How can they be the same people at the same time? But different?
Well, because we only learned about the Shashu from the Egyptians, we have to pay attention to once the Egyptians bring these people into Egypt, they lose their cultural identity in Egyptian literature.
They get
They're no longer. They're just called Asiatic.
Now you're talking biblical. That's not what history says.
I'm just talking Egyptian literature. I'm just talking Egyptian literature.
It's general terms in Egyptian literature. Like you said, they just call them Asiatics. We don't really know specifically what they are, whether they are like
the word Asiatic
Amorites or Arameans.
Well, yes, we do.
I have an Egyptian source that can demonstrate this, sir.
Well,
it's called the Brooklyn Papyri, where the Brooklyn Papyri, which articulates the names of their slaves. And in the Brooklyn Papyri, we do not have geographical affiliation outside of Egypt to any of these slaves. They're just named Asiatics.
Yeah.
Well,
they're not called Shashus, Amarus, anywho.
Wait, stop. Because the word Asiatic literally transliterates means Amu.
Asiatic is a historiographic
Asiatic means Amu. Wait. How much do you want to bet, even that Asiatic doesn't mean that means Amu?
It's a geographic description.
Does it mean Amu or not?
Yeah, but
it means Western
contemporary learning.
Like the meaning of the term is actually quite broad. It goes from the Levant to Western Asia.
Doesn't mean Amu. It doesn't mean Shashu.
I know it doesn't.
These are general terms.
Shashu but the Egyptians refer to the Shashu of Yahweh. So in the Egyptian, it's referred to as the land of the Shashu.
No, no, it's not. In Egyptian, it's called the land of Seir.
That's one. And then
we find.
That's one of them. That's one of them. That's one of them.
It's two different inscriptions.
Right. You're messing that up, brother. This ain't. You might have messed. You just messed it up. So
I'm not messing it up.
You are messing it up. I'm gonna give you the brother. I just told you. I just did the work yesterday. I'm sitting right here with the list in front of me. I wrote it down. The Saleb inscription is the first occurrence that we find of the word Yahweh, and that's by the Egyptians, right? And that's by the Pharaoh Amenhotep III, 1400 BC to 1350 BC. Then we'll go to the Amara West Temple, which is Ramses II. We see the Shashu of Yahweh, the Shashu of Seir, which is Edom. We see the Shashu of Reuben, right? We see all these different Shashu groups, which are Transjordan tribes, right? Yeah. So this is 1213 BC.
I'm glad you said that. They're Transjordan tribes. They're not theophoric for a deity.
Transjordan tribes are nowhere near in Canaan.
No.
By the
Transjordan
time we
tribes
get,
in contrast to being identified with any particular deity.
now
Yeah,
you
that's not.
filibustering
That's
my
not
point.
true.
That's a whole different argument.
You're the
Now
one
we get
arguing this about Yahweh.
the point that I'm establishing is that Yahweh is not in the Levant, brother. That's the
We,
only
Can
thing I'm
someone please tell
establishing.
this
to
brother
make
the
such
Transjordan is
determinative,
like,
You
to
keep
have such
cutting me off
determinative
before I get to the
language,
Martin Patash
we
stuff.
can't say he's not. We can't say he is because we don't know. We have scant evidence
Brother, if we
for
have,
you
if
to
we
make
don't have,
conclusions like
brother,
that.
let me ask you a question.
You don't know if he is a
If there is
levitating
no
deity. You
evidence,
just
brother,
don't
let
know.
me ask you a question. If I say present me evidence that something exists and you can't produce it, does it exist?
Does it?
I
You
can
answer
produce.
your question. Answer your question right now. Go ahead. Does it exist?
No.
If I
Okay,
can't prove that
It
it
exists.
exists, that
No, it don't
automatically
exist.
makes it.
That shit
so
don't matter.
I can
And
produce.
you know when I learned that
I
in the
can.
court of fucking law.
That's
Facts.
crazy because in
Every
the court of
law,
law
that's
you have to
court.
deal with reasonable doubt,
That's
and I can produce evidence that is highly plausible for at least 3 known deities that were worshipped by the Shashu. I can produce physical evidence of this from the excavations out of ours.
But they're not. Whoa. Now you making that up.
No, I'm not.
So wait. So stop because now you just made that up. You will not show me any evidence of any Shashu groups in the virus. You'll show me Amu groups. You're not going to show me any Shashu in the virus at all. The Shashu never made it that far north in the Nile Delta.
Yeah, but
Wow.
you're talking about them like
The
they are
Shashu
actually like
state, the
identifiable groups.
Shashu are Midianite
These
groups,
are all the same people.
and when
Wow.
they're enslaved in the Soleb inscription, brother, that's in Nubia.
This is
Familiarize yourself with
The
geography.
the document is in Nubia.
The Celeb inscription is in Nubia.
Yeah.
That's
So
nowhere near the Nile
I'm
Delta.
glad. I'm glad you're not familiar with the archaeology because, sir, believe it or not, the Karnak inscriptions and the subsequent situations with Ramses II around this time period, they report a campaign of Ramses II, who guess where he was
Brother,
living?
I say Soleb and then you say
Guess where
Ramses.
he was? I'm making a historical argument of probability.
They 200
So
years apart, brother. You just jumped 200 years just to
I
filibuster.
don't know why he's cutting me off to lie about the evidence that he hasn't heard before.
I'm in
Ramses
Hotep is
II,
1400 BC.
Ramses II went into the Levant around the time of the Battle of Kadesh, and he did a military campaign. Guess who he brought back? Shashu.
No,
He
he
brought
didn't.
back Yes, he does. He brings back
You made
Shashu,
that up, brother.
and he
You
even
made that up.
executes. He even.
You made that up. It's Ramses the third,
Oh
brother,
my
not Ramses
goodness!
the
Can I
second.
finish my
It's
statement?
Ramses the third,
Can
not
I finish
Ramses
my
the
statement?
second.
That's
You made it up.
provable. Y'all should be able to go ahead and settle that right now. Was it
You
Ramses
made
the
it
I'm
up.
just
second?
trying to.
Right.
I'm just trying to get it out. I'm
Oh.
just trying to get this little bit out first because he just spitting off the hip. But yeah, Ramses II is
You
on
made it up.
monuments executing Shashu.
No.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, brother. You said that was in the Levant.
He brought
No.
back people from the Levant,
Hold
and
up,
the
brother.
inscription calls
So
them
if
Shashu.
this guy's not able to
Listen.
pay attention to the simple thing stated, I said Ramses II went on a military campaign. When Egyptians go on campaigns, what do? Bring back booty. That booty, ever since the 4th dynasty, primarily have been Levantine urbanites. They have brought back booty, and Ramses II did this around the time of the Battle of Kadesh. And guess what? This nigga reigned for about 70 years, and all of the great Egyptian literature and great scribal record keeping that they did,
You
we
made
only
that
have
up, brother. Go ahead.
we
Yourself.
only have commemorative situations from the Battle of Kadesh and that military campaign from Ramses II.
And you land
That's it.
you land your plane. You land your plane.
No, that's
Yeah.
absolutely true.
No, it's not. Can I have a minute just to respond to show you how you just made that up? And I'm going to show you. Thank you. Here I go. So, brother, Soleb. So the point that I was making in using the Soleb inscription was showing that it was in Nubia, brother. Follow the conversation, brother. I'm talking geography. It's in Nubia. Amenhotep III is the pharaoh, right? Responsible for this, right? So these are Shashu groups. These are the Shashu of Yahweh. These are the Shashu of Shir. These are the Shashu of Reuben. I'm showing the same groups, right? Enslaved by Egyptians in Nubia, right? In the south, nowhere near the north. This has nothing to do with the north, right? Then we'll jump to Ramses II, the pharaoh who you just was talking about, right? So he the it's called. Oh, did he jump off?
Nah,
I'm listening.
Okay, yeah, it's called the Amara West Temple. If anybody want to look it up, Ben, if you want to look that up, AMARAWEST Temple.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I got you.
So if I ask you where that's at, it's in Sudan. The brother tried to act like he made campaigns to Levant, and if he did, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the Amara West Temple, Ramses II, and his enslavement of the Shashi of Yahweh. It doesn't happen in the Levant. It has nothing to do with the Levant, and that's the point that I'm establishing and being made. Now, when we jump to the Myrna Patah Stela,
which doesn't say Israel.
Brother, now you're cutting into my time. When we talk to the Myrna Patah Stela, it has no mention of Yahweh. And the Myrna Patah Stela are talking about city-states within the Levant, right? And then if we really want to talk about the Armana letters, they talk about the same thing, city-states within the Levant. And there's no mention of any Shashu of Yahweh of anything. The only mention of Yahweh
Is the same thing.
Totally different. Amu groups, Amu groups and Shashu groups are totally different. They represent two totally different geographical regions. They never encounter one another.
That's not how Egyptians pose it, though. That's what I'm saying. To them, these are general Asiatic people.
No, it's not. They distinguish the Egyptians have various different words to distinguish Asiatics.
I know, but they are.
They use words like Ratinu, for one. They may use words like Kor, for one. They have several different ways to distinguish between Asiatics besides Hekasu.
Okay, okay. When
pass that mic, his time is up.
If they want to refer to like the Southerners, they might refer to them as Nehesi. They want to refer to Magi groups.
That's what I'm saying. It's still a general.
Who's it on next?
Semitic peoples.
Then it's on me. I want to talk about something else.
Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
I bush. Hey, I do want to talk about something else, man, because all y'all lying, man. I mean, not all y'all lying.
I want to talk about the shape of the earth. Is it a sphere or is it what?
It's a globe. It's spherical. It's like a sphere. It's a sphere.
I disagree.
It's like a bar. Okay. Well, what evidence do you have that disagree?
Take your 2 minutes and go.
No, you said you disagree. Go ahead.
Present your evidence.
No, you said you disagree. Go ahead.
You got a whole PowerPoint. Baby.
You said who?
Okay, you said it's spherical. I said it's not.
Okay, go ahead.
I said it's oblate.
What is oblate? How are you using oblate?
Look it up.
Come on, man.
Spherical.
You got
it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, is a spheroid spherical?
No.
Huh?
No.
Is a spheroid isn't spherical?
No.
Is it round? Is it round? Is round spheres?
No.
Okay, look, let me ask you this. Because do you believe the world is flat, brother?
We're talking about the
No, wait. No, we're talking about what we're talking about. Because one thing that flat earthers do is they don't bring information to prove the earth is flat.
Brother,
they just bring doubt. Hold on. This is a complete thought. They just bring doubt that the earth is a globe. Okay, bet.
No.
So let's get to the point. Are you a flat earther? Can I ask you that?
I'm not a flat earther. No.
Okay. Do you believe NASA and every other space agency on the world is lying about the shape of the earth?
No.
Okay. Is NASA and every other space agency on the earth saying the earth is spherical?
No.
Okay. Show me one space agency that doesn't say the earth is spherical.
Okay. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, for sure. Because if we do this will knock you out. We won't even make it to a debate round. Knock you out in the prelims. I don't have a problem with that, brother. Hold on. Because definition of words do matter.
I know, and manipulation of information to deceive ignorant people does matter.
It don't. You smart. I can't
Fine.
deceive.
I ain't even no Israelite, but kind of suave. That's right.
So what shape do you think it is, King J?
I'm gonna show you.
Oh, I got you. Are you gonna like actually show me, like from like outside looking in? Can we see the Earth? You gonna actually show you?
I'm gonna show you that he asked for a scientific report.
I asked for one space agency on Earth that says the world is not spherical. That's what I said, sir.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And you've already said that you do not think any of the space agencies are lying about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
And I said, because I believe that all space agencies are saying the Earth is spherical. And you're saying they're not. So I just need one space agency that say the Earth is not shaped like a ball. It is shaped like a dinosaur or whatever it is. I don't know.
Come on, King J, where you at, man?
And remember, he said he wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth.
That's what he said.
I think King J is about to get you on a technicality.
I don't believe in technicalities. Mute out, Jesse. Christmas is over.
I don't celebrate Christmas.
But you're Grinch, so you recognize Christmas, right?
Pagan holiday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. You're no longer the Grinch. You're free. Yeah, it kind of. What space agency you going with? You going to Australia, Japan? Where on Earth, or do you have an extraterrestrial space agency? Come on, man, bro. Man.
Scientific reports confirm the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but an oblate spheroid.
Okay, okay. Let me receive.
Meaning,
hold on. Wait. No, you dead. You're dead.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out first.
You're done.
I thought you was cooking, A1.
Meaning it bulges at the equator and is flattened at the poles due to its rotation and internal mass distribution. A fact established through Newton's physics and confirmed by satellite measurements.
I gotta let him read all this.
No, you good.
No, you don't have to.
Okay,
No, you don't have to.
Okay. Can you please look up, is an oblate spheroid spherical?
You could do that.
No. Can you bring up the
It's a
thing you
simple
just
question.
said?
Simple question.
Yeah, I
Brother,
thought so.
you asked me earlier. You asked me this question earlier.
I think Jay already won.
I thought so.
Yeah, I've been one.
It said spheroid. A spheroid is spherical. It said the Earth is an oblate. Hold on. I'm talking at 2 minutes. 2 minutes. His source said the Earth is not a.
2 minutes up.
I'm counting in my head. His source, which was not a space agency, which is what he was supposed to be showing us, a space agency that says that the Earth is not shaped like a sphere. Okay, what he showed was a Google search. Cool. Of it saying was not a perfect sphere, which was never the argument. A perfect sphere, a spheroid, or something that is spherical does not have to be perfect.
There you go.
And that's the ignorance that you like to play on and then mislead people into other stupid shit like religion. You're wrong. And you won't take accountability. And everybody's recording you, so you have no shame. So we all see how far you're willing to go to fucking lie to uphold some truth that you fucking believe in. So my challenge to you is to look up the definition of oblate spheroid and see if it's not spherical. If the earth is shaped like a ball, it's spherical. If the earth is shaped like a flattened ball, it's spherical. If the earth is shaped like an oval, it's spherical. Ovals are spherical. It doesn't have to be a perfect sphere. We understand that. At least we understand that. So I don't know what you're gonna do with that, or how far you willing to drag people out into this misinformation just to seem smart about something else. But yeah, I can see the rest of my time. 47 seconds. Let's go.
44 seconds left. He can seize his time. King J, time starts when you start.
Wait. Could I take his 44 seconds with my 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
Since he conceded? Okay. That'll give me some time to teach. It's a teaching moment more than anything. All right, I'm ready. I'm going to share my screen real quick to my 2 minutes. If I can.
Okay, I'll have to take that time down.
All right. So this is my 2 minutes. A spheroid is not spherical. You're right. A spheroid isn't perfectly spherical. It's an ellipsoid that approximates a sphere created by rotating an ellipse, making it bulge at the equator and flatten at the poles due to rotation, like Earth, which is an obloid spheroid, not a perfect ball. I'll repeat that again. Which is like Earth, which is an obloid spheroid, not a perfect ball. While close, a spheroid, slight differences in polar and equatorial diameters means it's more accurate for mapping than a true sphere, though so it's really more like a geoid. Though a geoid is even more precise. Key differences, right? Hold on. Key differences. A sphere. He wanted to know what a sphere is. Definitions of word matters, right? He won't even make it. I wouldn't even debate him after this because he didn't make it out of the prelim. This is a knockout. Just by understanding definitions of words, right? He's not ready for real conversations. Key differences. Sphere, a perfect uniform 3D round shape where all points are equivalent from the center. So it means perfect. It has to be perfectly symmetrical. A sphere is perfectly symmetrical. If it's not perfectly symmetrical, it's not a sphere. A ball is perfectly symmetrical, right? A spheroid, obloid, an ellipsoid that stretch at the equator and flatten at the pole, like a slightly squashed ball. That means it does not have so a sphere has perfect dimensions. A spheroid does not have perfect dimensions. Therefore, it is not a sphere. The Earth, an obloid spheroid, bulging due to the movement around the Earth, due to the spinning. Why does it matter? For everyday purpose, Earth is often treated as a sphere, but for precise mapping and GPS, the spheroid model, like WGSA4, is essential to account for the equatorial bulge.
That's it. That's my time.
I feel like we all agreeing with each other. So.
Let me give him a definition of sphere.
No, this brother just beat him on a technicality.
I beat his ass.
Yep.
I can
Time
see
is up, King J.
All right,
It's on
let's go.
somebody else.
Okay.
That was your 2 minutes.
Now, what he did not do, I just need 2 minutes. That's cool. Now, what he did not do is show you the definition of spherical. Okay, he keeps bringing. If you look at it, you can tell where his heart is. His Google search was,
brother, the definition of spherical is having.
Why you cutting into my time, you wicked demon? You uncontrollable, unstructured, wicked demon. Mute out. You make the world worse when you do that. What I'm saying is he typed in a spheroid is not spherical. AI is trying to give him that. And it goes straight to a true sphere. Now, when you look up the definition, spherical is shaped like a sphere. Not a perfect sphere, but shaped like a sphere. So if you take a perfect sphere and you squeeze it at the top and the bottom, it's still spherical. If you squeeze it some more, it's still spherical. Bring up the definition of spherical and show me how that does not match oblate spheroid. Okay, so bad. Like I said, shaped like a sphere. Now let me look up oblate spheroid. Yeah. And I mean, that's what you want to do. Yeah. I was crazy. Like this shit is recorded, and then had a witness say, "Yeah, he just beat you on the technicality." And he said, "But I whooped the flow with him." Is the Earth spherical? An oblate spherical describes a sphere that is slightly flattened at the poles and bulges at the equator. An oblate spheroid is a sphere. It's not a perfect sphere, which is not the title that he just set up and chose. So, is the Earth spherical? Yes. Is it a perfect sphere? No. Does something have to be a perfect sphere to be spherical? No. You did. I can see my time. 20 seconds. He can have it.
There it is. There it is. King J, do you disagree with what he's saying, brother?
He's dead.
King J, you can't let him get you like that.
Yeah, you know I disagree.
Call an
I
ambulance.
disagree with that.
You got to get the ambulance sounds. Call an ambulance.
Hey, where you at?
You know what? I agree with that BS.
Find the ambulance sounds right now.
And he still ain't showed us a space agency that say the Earth.
So just real quick, yeah, let me get my 2 minutes. I'm ready because it's like the brother's like, I don't.
2 minutes starts now.
He tripping. All right, for sure. So, definitions matter, right? So he asked what the definition of spherical is. The definition of spherical is having the shape of a sphere, essentially a ball, right? So a ball is a sphere. A ball is spherical, right? So when we're talking about dimensions, we're talking about math, right? It has to be, so it has to have perfect symmetry. If it doesn't have perfect symmetry, it's not spherical. I just want to, I'll say that again. If it doesn't have perfect symmetry, it's not spherical, right? A sphere is an object that has every point is equal distance from the center. It has to be. If it's not, if it's a degree off, then it's not, right? An obloid spheroid does not have perfect symmetry. It's more like a cracked egg, right? It doesn't have, and the bulge, and the bulge that we keep referring to is due from the Earth spinning, so it's bulging. So therefore, the symmetry is not perfect.
Did this brother say cracked egg, right?
Right.
It's not perfect.
That's what we all agreeing to, though, King J. It's
Okay,
not. It's still spherical, but it's not a perfect sphere.
It's not spherical.
And he just said the definition of spherical is oblique.
Having
oblique.
The definition of spherical is having perfect symmetry.
That's the definition of sphericals.
A sphere has to have perfect symmetry.
Is that the definition of a sphere or of spherical?
Yes, of both.
Let me look at it.
Of both. Because a ball is spherical. A ball has to have perfect symmetry, or it's not a ball.
It's a spherical is shaped like a sphere.
All right, time up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
Like a ball.
So it's spherical. It's shaped like
the dude did. So what the dude did?
Right.
Hold on. My 2 minutes. Time is up.
Let Ben get 2 minutes first, and then it goes to you. Ben, you got 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay,
no, I don't even need 2 minutes. I was just wondering. I think he.
I'm gonna show my screen next time. I forgot about that.
You once said that a sphere is perfectly what? What did you say? Is perfectly what? Aligned? Perfect dimensions. I'm sorry. Perfect dimensions. You said that's what a sphere.
I'll give you the definition that you can write it down if you want to.
I'm looking at the definition.
My definition of a sphere is a round, solid figure with every point at equal distance from the center.
Okay.
Having perfect symmetry.
Right. And
the example is a ball.
Okay.
Okay, so what's up?
Yeah, and spherical is like
Is a ball.
It is round like a sphere.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not the argument. The word in contention is spheroid.
You said earlier
brother.
that the
spheroid
wasn't
brother.
spherical.
Brother, spheroid, oblate spheroid. Non-spherical. In order for an object to be spherical, it has to have perfect symmetry. Oblate spheroids do not have perfect symmetry.
In order to be a sphere, it has to have perfect symmetry.
Yes.
Not spherical. That means like a sphere.
No, brother. You confusing yourself. It's
No, I'm not.
A sphere.
I'm not.
No. You should always associate sphere and spherical together. They go together. Those two words go together.
So this definition I'm reading, shaped like a sphere, is bullshit.
No, brother, are you comprehending what I'm saying?
All right, bet. Let's go.
I said those words go together.
All right, this
They're not the same. They don't have the same.
It's my 2 minutes now. All right, bet. So that's a bed. Okay. The dude just said spherical and sphere go together. Why? Because a sphere is spherical. And spherical is a sphere. It doesn't have to be a perfect sphere. Like, this is really a redundant conversation. And I'm gonna leave it alone.
Bro, that's your argument.
Bro, god damn. How wicked are you? How uncontrollable is the demon that infested your body?
You got up and left your 2
You're only representing the products of your mother's womb. You might want to show some quality. This is crazy. You have a whole fucking mother that birthed you. What did she do? So, like I said, it's clearly a deception. He clearly think you so stupid. He clearly not being serious about this. So I'm gonna exit the conversation. The earth is shaped like a ball. A ball is spheroid. A sphere doesn't have to be perfect. There's terminologies between. It's a perfect sphere, spherical. Yeah, man, it's redundant. And if you want to lay it down in a real debate, we could do it because blood is blood. But this stupid. We can talk about something else.
Hey, King J, is the earth round to you? Is it round?
Did he can see? Okay, I'm ready to show my screen. Something he'll never do. Alright, I'm ready to show why you can grab me. Okay. An obloid spheroid is not spherical. I don't know if y'all can read that or not. An obloid spheroid is not spherical because its rotation creates an outward central force, causing it to bulge at the center and flatten at the pole. Meaning its equatorial diameter is larger than its polar diameter. Remember when I said that in order for a sphere or ball to be spherical, it has to have perfect symmetry. So this is an example of why it's not. Unlike a perfect sphere where all diameters are equal. I want to go over this point again. An obloid spheroid is not spherical because its rotation creates an outward centrifugal force, causing it to bulge at the equator and flatten at the poles. Meaning its equatorial diameter is larger than its polar diameter. Unlike a perfect sphere where all diameters are equal. So this is the difference between a spheroid and spherical. Earth is a classic example, being about 43 kilometers wider at the equator than from pole to pole, making it a squashed sphere or ellipsoid, not perfectly round. The Earth is a classic example, being about 43 kilometers of water at the equator from pole to pole, making a squash sphere or ellipsoid not perfectly round. Yes. This video demonstrates the whole video. This video demonstrates the concepts of an oblate spheroid and demonstrates why the Earth is not a perfect sphere. Do I have some more time?
So we all agree that the Earth is round.
No.
It's
brother, it's on the technicality, brother.
Every source he showed called the Earth a sphere.
No, it didn't. It said
his Earth. It just said it right here. What are you talking about? It said meaning equating dimension. Hold on. An oblate spheroid isn't a sphere. Like, look what he Googled. Scroll up and see what you Google. Look at the deception in the word and what he's looking for.
No.
And AI is trying to give it to him, but it come back with it says it says the oblate spheroid demonstrate the perfect example is Earth. Where's that part at? Where's that perfect example is Earth?
It said making it a
square. Earth, nigga. The fact
that my bad. Earth is a classic example. From the equator pole, making it a squashed sphere. A squashed sphere. It's calling Earth a sphere. In every source he pulls up, it says sphere. It's calling it a sphere right here in your source. The Earth is a squashed sphere. Is this Earth a squashed sphere, sir?
What does it say?
What you type?
Okay, is the Earth?
You have to recognize.
Hold on, Jesse. Please, don't. A question is on the table. King J, is the Earth a squashed sphere?
Yes.
Is a squashed sphere a sphere?
No, it's an oblate sphere.
Jesse, why?
No.
Why you? Okay, hold on. So a squash sphere isn't a sphere?
No, it has different dimensions in the sphere. Different dimensions.
Yeah, you like being wrong and retarded. It's cool, man. Shout out to you. You're gonna blow up. You next, my nigga.
Yeah, because I do it. Math is math, brother. You just said 1 + 2 is 5.
Can I ask another redundant and possibly retarded question? King J, is a French fry a potato?
Come on, bro, you playing games.
King J, is a French fry a potato?
Man, let's stop playing, man. This brother beat this brother on the
answer
okay,
that,
well, you could answer too then.
Answer it. Go ahead. Answer it, Justin.
Yes, a French fry is a type of potato.
No, okay.
But it doesn't have to be a potato because it could also be a French fry can also be a what is that called? A sweet potato. So there's different types of potatoes that it could be.
Is a sweet potato a potato?
You died again. Still a potato. You died again. Is a burp a mouth fart? Jesse, this for you.
Look, brother. The point is, the brother came through and he gave you the exact shape compared to your regular sphere. So I mean, like, if you want to be technical, you said
you just said he beat me on a technicality. Now I'm trying to be technical,
but I'm saying
that is crazy.
What I'm saying is that's how he beat you because y'all are talking about a sphere versus the oblate.
He's talking about sphere. A perfect sphere versus being spherical sphere and a spheroid, which we agreed to use, not perfect or true sphere. You did.
But what I'm saying is that's how he beat you.
That's what he said. King J said that.
If we're talking the shape of the Earth, if you say that the Earth is completely round, and the brother is saying that no, the Earth is not completely round, it bulges at the sides, then by technicality he beat you because the Earth does bulge at the sides.
Yeah, but this is the argument of if it's spherical or not.
It's
literally just saying squash.
Even that point I won too because the definition of spherical it has to have perfect symmetry.
It doesn't. You're a liar. You're a wicked person.
I'm lying. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me pull up the
a true sphere has to have perfect. A perfect sphere has to have perfect. But a sphere doesn't have to be perfect. Spheroid doesn't have to be perfect. Spherical doesn't have to be perfect. And you're regressing the intelligence of black people by trying to compile this shit into a goddamn YouTube video for people to watch later. You're stagnating our fucking progress in intelligence.
I agree.
But not just being able to say, hey, look, the earth is spheroid. It's a sphere. It's not a true sphere. It's not a perfect sphere, but it's shaped like a ball. Come on, bro. Can we do that today, bro?
But you have to recognize. You have to recognize if we're talking about.
Yes, is that you?
Yeah, that's me. You have to recognize if we're talking about the dimensions of the earth, and one person says that it's shaped like a sphere, and the other one says that it's shaped like an oblate spheroid, then you have to go with the one that is more accurate to what the
No,
earth
you
is
don't.
shaped
You have
like.
to have to stop having such a dumb conversation.
Thank you, Jesse, because that makes every.
So since we're talking geometry, I got a geometric question. Are rectangles squares?
No, a rectangle is a rectangle.
No, they're squares.
No, a rectangle is a rectangle.
A rectangle is a square. It's a type of square.
No, it's
It's
not.
a type of square.
A square it has 90-degree angles at each
An
side.
oval is a
I'm
type of
glad you
square.
just identified the
And
features
then
of a
it's
rectangle.
even. It's even.
I'm
It's
glad
even
you
at all
just
four sides. A square
No.
is even
It's a
at
rectangle.
all four sides. Yes,
No.
it is.
Rectangle.
It has to have
Rectangle.
the same length. It has to have the same length on
No,
the
I'm sorry.
sides
That's
of
a
the
yeah.
square.
That's a square. That's a
That is a square. Squares
square.
have to have the same length, but the only requirements
Okay.
geometrically for a square are the 4 right angles
Okay.
and 2 parallel connecting sides.
Yeah.
And the
A
4
rectangle.
angles, the 4 angles equate their interior. Their interior, the angles are 90 degrees. All of the angles are 90 degree. Those are the 3 requirements for a square. Squares distinguish themselves from rectangles when you pay attention to the difference in length between one set of the 2 parallel lines in this object, in this shape. That's where the distinct, but yes, whoever had their mouth full and said nigga no,
My bad. Yeah, no, I'm
that actually is the correct answer. No, we're not playing pseudo effects, but Jesse, you did not gain the point, unfortunately.
A rectangle is not a square. A rectangle has the difference between a square and a rectangle is a square is going to have even sides.
Right.
A rectangle has one side longer than the other.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But
So and the whole point that y'all are failing to grasp is it's being technical. The brother came. The brother came. No, the brother came with the technical right term for the shape of the
No,
earth.
he didn't. He came with misinformation.
No,
he said
keeps
it's not
showing
a
you.
sphere. He
He
said it's
keeps
not a
No,
sphere.
the brother
That's
said
what-
that he but more specifically he gave you the correct term for how it was shaped.
Jesse, that's the issue.
I was
You can't
never
say
in
it's
the
not a sphere
incorrect.
and then say it's spherical, oblique, spheroid. It's the same thing.
The
No,
same
because
shit. I was never
because
incorrect.
it's not the same thing. Because
At
the
best,
oblate,
the only thing he's doing is saying when I say spherical, he hears me say true sphere.
Right.
No.
When I
that's
say
what I'm hearing
spheroid,
too.
he hear, which is a failure in his fucking
No,
comprehension. Not
that's what
mine.
I'm hearing too. Because we're talking,
And that's why y'all both believe in the Quran.
we're talking a oblate spheroid.
You don't
versus-
need much misinformation to be misled. That's what it is.
We're talking an oblate spheroid versus a sphere. Now,
Exactly.
which one is
An
more
oblate spheroid is a sphere. It's
All right,
an
but which-
oblate
which-
sphere.
Okay,
It's
but what I'm
It's
saying
an
is
oblate sphere.
It's a type
no,
of
it's
a
an
type
oblate
of
spheroid.
spherical
It's a
structure.
squash sphere. It's a
All right,
sphere.
but okay. You want to say that? That's fine. But the point is,
Nigga, that's
you
what the
came,
fuck we been
you
saying this
came,
whole
you
time.
came,
No,
you
not even
came.
not even by the definition of the word, because a
King
sphere,
J, cut your camera on. Cut your camera on, King J.
a sphere has
Can you cut your camera on, bro? Can I see you? Can I talk to you face to face? Cut your camera on.
brother,
No, cut your fucking camera on as a man.
a ball,
Come on.
a sphere
Come on, brother. Let's
has
do
to
this.
have
No, man, we're hitting a wall and we have to make progress tonight, or I'm losing faith in grown men with thrones and crowns.
definition matters of words, brother.
That's
You
what
gotta
I'm.
learn
That's
to
and
read,
that's
brother.
that's what we're saying. That's
Just
exactly
bow
what I'm saying.
down, bow down. You already
And
said.
let's say
if you
this.
wanna-
Let's say
and you
this.
ran.
Let me say this. Your
It's not
your
a-
point. Your point would have been okay if the brother did not come with a better point. The brother came with a better description of the earth, beating your
No, he
description.
didn't.
Yes,
He kept
he did.
coming back. He kept coming back to sources that says is not a true sphere, which was terminology never used. Everything that he showed you called the Earth a sphere or spherical or spheroid, and then it led, and then it led because of the way that he asked AI, it led into it is not a true sphere.
No, brother. This is the
That's
point.
it, bro. If you hear me saying that the Earth is a true sphere and the whole surface is the same distance from the core, you're redundant in information. That's not what we're saying.
But what you are failing to grasp exactly, and what you're
Jesse,
failing to
stop
grasp
talking to
is
me.
if you come with a description of the earth and you say it's spherical, when the brother comes with a better definition that is more accurate to what the earth looks like, you lost.
No, because I wasn't disagreeing with him. He's disagreeing with me. He's saying the Earth is not spherical.
It's not.
It is. Not Jesse. Not listen. Not Jesse. Not Jesse.
But in order
I'm
to
gonna give you
tell us what the world is, you have to use the word sphere.
Sphere or spheroid or spherical or
the word
sphere.
Brother, that sounds salad. Brother.
Jesse is Jesse.
You think an obloid spheroid is spherical? It's not.
No, you think it's a true sphere,
brother. Let me listen.
King
It
J,
has to have the exact dimensions to be a sphere.
Checkmate in the back. Is she trying to get up? Checkmate in the back. A1. Hey Jesse, is the Earth spherical?
No.
I just did the same thing. Looked at an AI and just said
it's obloid
spheroid.
Yeah, thank you.
Google AI overview said yes.
Obloid spheroid.
It's spherical, but not
All
a
right.
perfect sphere. That's what
Okay.
AI just
not
said.
a perfect sphere.
Exactly.
Now the brother
The debate topic
the
was
point
not
is
the world, is the earth the perfect sphere?
Right.
That was not the debate topic.
it was obloid spherical, or excuse me, obloid obloid spheroid. That's the brother's original statement. He told you that
spherical.
He told you that the world was obloid
which is spherical,
and that was his original statement. Now you're over here trying to argue is that it's spherical, and what you're failing to realize his point is better than yours.
No, it's not.
He came with a better description.
His
he
point
did
is
come
that
with a
it's
better
not
description.
He's saying it's
He
not
came with
spherical.
a better description
Of what? Of what?
Of what the earth is shaped like.
Is the earth spherical?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's where you're dying.
3 hours later, Jesse's still up here murking y'all. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm listening.
Killing them, man.
So that's what I'm saying.
This is actually
that's
Jay
you hit the ball. I will agree.
Jay murking old boy. Jay's murking old boy right now. I'm just trying to let him know he's done in the water.
That is retarded, brother. That is insulting.
Okay. So who is more correct?
I am, because he won't agree.
How are you more correct when the brother came with the accurate description of the earth? And you can
stop yelling in them people's houses. Okay, I'll talk to you. You don't gotta wake nobody up. You don't pay rent there. This is what I would say. Because I agree the earth is not a perfect sphere. I agree that the earth is an oblate spheroid. I agree that the earth, hold on, wait. I agree that the earth is spherical. He disagrees that the earth is spherical. He disagrees that a shape, that the earth has to be a true sphere to be a sphere. That's where he's wrong at. I'm right in more places than him. He's disagreeing, and you're disagreeing with me on the fact the earth is spherical and that a sphere has to be true. That's where you're dying at.
Why, boss? Who we debating? Who we debating?
King
J. Debate.
King J,
you debating, boss?
And Jesse wanted something.
I've been beating him up.
No, I'm not even in the debate. I'm just saying he lost and he needs to recognize.
You the first one I challenged to the debate. What you mean?
I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't hear you. What you say?
Nah, you good. I've been BTA all night. That's all.
I got a question. I got a question for Jesse.
Because I'm kind of upset at you. I'm disappointed. I live You was supposed to hold it down when my device went dead, and you up here laughing. So I'm really upset at you, Ben. I'm gonna get back to you.
That's
Now
my
what you
fault.
say,
Show my
Jack?
screen real quick. Show my screen real quick.
No,
Oh
Courtney had a
shoot,
question
sorry,
for you.
sharing screens, not sharing screen.
I got one more extremely redundant but very, very interesting semantic question to ask Jay and Jesse. Okay.
Because
Are you guys humans or humanoids?
stop playing games, man. And you
Come
know
on,
what? I'm
man.
glad we have a
Answer the
queen
question.
on the panel
Come on,
because she's
man.
very
It's
intelligent.
the same thing.
And she can give us some
Oh,
clarity.
that's the same thing, but sphere and
crazy.
She give us some clarity.
Sphere and spheroid.
Brother A1, please share my
Human and humanoid. Interesting.
Because
Please
either
share my screen.
think about this. Think about this. We are
Definitions of
humans
words.
and we are humanoids. This is the same exact thing. The thing with the sphere is a perfect circle. It's round like a ball.
And
Here we go right
spherical
here.
is
Here we go right
sphere-like.
here. Here we go right here. A sphere must listen. A sphere must have perfect dimensions because its very definitions require every point on its surface to be the exact same distance, the radius from the central point, a central state achieved in nature by gravity pulling matter inwardly, equally from all directions, creating the most efficient, symmetrical, perfect shape. So when I tell the brother that a sphere has to have perfect symmetry, this is what I mean. When I tell the brother that spherical objects have to have perfect symmetry, this is what I mean. While real objects have imperfections due to material rigidity, rotation, or small size, a true mathematical here, and this is the key word when I keep trying to tell the brother, definitions of words matter. A true mathematical sphere is defined by this perfect equidence, meaning any deviance in radius makes it what? Basic
Not
words,
a perfect sphere.
But it's still a sphere.
Right, God,
Hey, bet. Okay, bet. Now, can I share my screen? Can I share my screen?
Wrong
Can I share my
with
screen? Okay, so here we go. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch when my screen gets shared. Can I get a screen share in the building? One time for the boy.
I don't have the keys.
I know you don't. Nah, I'm fucking with A1. I know. Okay. No, a perfect sphere doesn't exist in the physical world due to atomic structure and forces like gravity. So what is a sphere? Now listen, he said, but it's a crucial mathematical concept, right? Yes. In mathematics, a sphere must be perfect. Every point on it's perfect, equidistant from the center. In mathematics. But when we're talking about the shape of the earth in mass, this is not, it does not have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect.
You dead in the water, all right?
Hold on.
This brother brought forth something.
That is great.
And it just proved his point.
Brother, let's switch the topic.
And then what y'all failing to realize is that the statement was, is the earth spherical?
Exactly. Thank you.
So he's running from the topic, and now we didn't came all the way from is the earth spherical to the sphere has to be perfect in math. This is a retarded dude. If you want to set the debate up, we can, but I'm not finna sit up here and act like you measure up against me intellectually with your dumbass tactics and your dumbass, crazy ass Islamic partner over here. I don't know what the fuck I got going on.
Courtney just put the definition of spheroid in the back chat.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Ran out of shit to say.
I just love how y'all
Down
know
the spherical,
this is
but not perfectly spherical. Yeah, dog. I'm trying to keep it PG.
That's it.
The brother slapped himself with his own definition.
He did.
Then he's saying who gonna debate him on it. That's what I heard. I heard
He already lost. He wants to debate further.
Listen to him. They scared. They terrified.
Brother, we just watched you lost.
Someone
what more do you want?
Someone share.
You gonna repeat the same debate?
Cut them up. You want to screen share?
I can't screen share at the moment. My phone will act up. I was just saying, someone please Google the Webster's, Oxford, or Google search dictionary definition of spheroid real quick, somebody. So that it's not just in the back chat.
Wait.
He's
somebody
asking
drilling
for
something.
someone to
Yeah,
look
like
up
actually
Using
the
that
like
blender.
definition.
Brother,
like elsewhere.
the word is obloid spheroid.
Okay, but I want to know the meaning of the second term in question.
But
I
it's
believe
two words.
spheroid
Spheroid.
is still a sphere-like shape. That's
No,
what
it's
I just
not.
All right, I got to pull it up. I got to pull it up.
Sphere-like. It's not a
Yeah,
sphere. It's like a sphere.
Exactly. Almost.
Not,
It's not.
and what I got,
It's not.
go throw down.
I got a sphere-like but not perfectly spherical body. A solid generated by half
Killed
revelation in
you.
English.
Killed you. Now let's move on to
You
Because
something
you
else.
dead.
hold on, wait.
You are
Let's move on
dead
to
on
something else.
technicalities.
Let's move on to something
I
else,
promise,
brother.
yeah, let's move on to
Let's
something else
move
because
on to
this
something else,
retarded as
brother.
hell, dog.
Let's move
You
on to
right.
something else, brother.
Let's move on to something else because when you see perfectly
right.
true, these are the things that y'all have to recognize. You're taking out of context.
This
When
your
someone
Oh, you
says
taking out of context.
it's something spherical,
This your
it's
source.
something spherical. It doesn't mean a perfect sphere. Like, and if you can't get past that, y'all just weak, bro. That's just weak. You're purposely, willfully ignorant for what? To prove Allah exists?
Brother, you said
So
the
what do
earth.
you want to
You said
debate?
the earth. You
Hold
said
on,
the
hold
earth was a
on.
sphere,
He
and the brother
died.
claimed
Jesse, I got
and said,
Jesse, I got you.
and the brother
Allah
said
versus
that
black
that it was
woman. Who is
oblate
God?
spheroid.
He died.
Now, who's more closer to being correct? He
Brother.
is.
No, he's not, because he's saying
He
the earth
made
is
the
not
clear
spherical.
statement.
He's saying the earth is not spherical.
No, he's saying that he said directly that it was an oblate spheroid.
It's spherical.
It's spherical. It's still
He gave
spherical.
No, it's
it's
Man, I'm
not.
done with
like
that, bro. Hey,
it's
can we do our
like
face off for our debate,
it's
man?
spherical
Hey, King J,
like
what you want to debate? King
it's
J, what you want to debate?
spherical like.
No,
King J, what's the debate? Is the earth shaped like a ball? What's the debate? What's the debate topic? What's the
You
title?
already
You want?
lost.
What's the debate topic?
post the comment in the chat at 7:58 while the brother cut him up. The last one.
What's the
Oh,
debate topic?
I
Now that you
got you.
did that with your
Post,
crown
post,
in your
post the last
in your
comment
throat.
at
What is the
7:58.
debate topic? What do you want it to be?
You didn't make it out the prelims.
King Hercules said.
Oh, you running from the debate, right?
You just did. You just did. I just
I'm
gave
saying
you.
you running from
This
the
is for
debate, right?
King Hercules. King Hercules says, type in, is the earth a sphere? Yes, the earth is generally spherical, but not a perfect one. It's an oblate
Okay,
spheroid.
That's not the question. Is the earth is a sphere?
brother.
The
Even
question is the earth spherical?
No.
Post
The
the
question
comment
is,
the brother
is the earth
posted
a
in
sphere?
post the comment that the brother
hey,
posted
hey,
at
hey,
7:58.
A1,
It
can we
says
please repeat
yes.
that?
Yeah, weak, bro.
Can you please repeat that whole definition that you read?
Weak as hell,
Can you
bro.
please repeat that whole definition that you just
First,
read,
you have
brother?
to start at yes. And then once you pay the man, then I'll read the rest of the definition. But first, put the money in Suave's hand.
No. Let's read the rest of the
Oh
definition because
shit.
the rest of the definition
First,
is the
it
whole
says
point.
yes. So
The
once you
leader of
put
the
the money
Titan
in
has
Suave's
spoken.
hand, then I'll get to why it's a yes.
No, he's not getting no money because it's spherical. It's not a sphere.
What did I just typed it
It's
in?
similar to.
You all have.
It's
Y'all
similar
not gonna
to a
mention.
You are having a
spherical
Jesse,
Right.
means
It's
Jesse
similar
similar
not
to
to
a
a
Jesse.
sphere.
sphere. It's similar to a sphere, therefore it's a crescent.
But it
Crescents are
started off
similar
as
Is the
to a
earth a
sphere.
serious.
sphere?
Right. It's a square. If
Yes.
it's all right, cool.
So
The brother came with a stupid example
Jesse,
talking about is
hold
a
on,
rectangle, a
Jesse,
square.
hold on, Jesse, hold on, because
But that's not a stupid example.
hold on, because I think y'all just moved the goalposts. So A1, if we being technical correct, the conversation
Hell
hold
no.
on, brother. The conversation that I had with the brother was your debate topic was the earth a sphere or a ball? I said the earth is not a sphere or a ball. The earth is an obloid spheroid. That was the debate. You lost
King
that.
J, you're a goofy. The debate was, is the earth shaped like a ball? No, you're wrong and you're lying. I'm sorry.
And
You
you're
don't
still
get hey,
wrong.
Jesse, shut
And
up,
you're
bro.
still
Hold on.
wrong
Hey,
because the earth is not shaped
Hey,
like a
Jesse, let me
ball.
talk to this man. Jesse, let me talk to
Hold
this
on,
man.
bro.
Jesse, let me
And you're
talk to this
still
man.
wrong because
You
this earth is not
no.
shaped like a ball.
Jesse, on my life, that's some weak ass tactics you doing.
It's an
Like,
obloid.
you're wrong. And this is what I'm talking about, bro. This is what's wrong with these Muslims. Because even though they wrong, they still willing to kill an innocent person just to keep up this lie. You created wars on Earth. You created slave fucking trades on Earth just because you want to take accountability and say, "Hey, I'm not." You trying to technically rule the world? No, come straight up the middle. Is the Earth shaped like a ball? Yes. Is it spherical? Yes. That's it. You have this demon of a true spirit in your fucking heart. So we have our debate, Jesse. Allah versus the black woman. Who is God? King J is running from it. I'm gonna see you in the future. You can't run forever. I'm done with it, bro.
I'm just saying, Jesse, King J, won't y'all both debate Suave?
Y'all cowards, bro.
I got my debate with Suave.
Just
Suave
both.
wants
Y'all
to
up here,
debate.
y'all doing a good job. It's actually amazing.
Me and Suave are going to debate: is Allah God or is the black woman God?
Allah versus black woman.
Even
King J already won his debate. If he wants to debate him again, he can.
That's crazy, man.
I mean, we can't count that. We need all the glitter and glam. You know what I'm saying? We don't got the fixtures and stuff. So.
But all I'm asking for is a date and a link, man. Other than that, you're a coward. That's it. Give me a date and send me a link.
That's crazy.
I got enough weed. We could do it tonight.
Shout out to the Titan Debate League. I seen it. Hey, show some love.
It's easy.
Hit us up on this Christmas Day or end up getting called in your Bible.
That's right.
$signs Titan Debate League.
I'm a definition.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast. It's a movement, a place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part.
Okay, yeah. That commercial long. I don't want to play those.
They all are.
We'll just let it spin in the background right there.
So King J and Jesse, y'all ain't just gonna jump Suave.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's not even a jump. King J just kicked his ass, and I'm just trying to.
I ain't see it, so I needed to happen.
Hey, Segment, keep it real. When he posted that source, you couldn't help but laugh. He debunked himself. Like, come on.
You know, I didn't get to really see it, you know, and so I just want to see it again because I know Suave, and I know y'all. Huh?
And if y'all don't mind,
now listen. This is how
don't say
stupid.
that, Hercules. Don't Hercules.
This just how much y'all gotta be like propped up to be relevant, and that's sad to me because y'all not my competition. You have all the nice little avatars and all of this shit, your little tech, but like real talk, if you can't line up a debate, King J. Because you real good at muting people on your panel, sitting up there by yourself in your little echo chamber. Measure yourself up against me intellectually on this conversation, bro.
Do it now.
And I would like
I can't even take you serious.
I don't even have to do too much with post definitions.
I can't even take you serious.
Words.
I mean, instead of that, why we just do an official though? Why we do it an official? Because you know we're in the Coliseum. Hold on, Jesse. We're gonna let you do that because this is your little day. But never mind.
All right, thank you.
What I'm saying is, right, it's one thing to sit here and say, yeah, you know, whatever, I beat them. But it's another thing to enter that Coliseum. Right now, we just chilling. You know what I mean? We just sitting there. But I'm talking straight up ring. I'm talking about rounds. We're talking about timers. We're talking about real blood and all this other stuff. This is talk right now. Are we going to have a debate or not?
Real blood. Let's have a debate, King J.
Let's have a debate. It's the Coliseum. Come on.
I ain't gonna lie. I really enjoyed the dialogue with the brother. So yeah, let's go.
Yes. All right. So I'm gonna link up with y'all in the back. Y'all already know what it is. I'm gonna hit y'all up. We're gonna set up a date. We're gonna get y'all looking fly, get everything going, get y'all some
shirts. Right now.
Right now. You know what?
That's what I'm saying, dog. That's how people run. By trying to burn the house down. He's trying to run from the debate.
Because the conversation is a conversation. And the debate, King J, is an event. And you have to be able to understand that it's respecting the platform because the debates is what bring the people. The people is what bring the sponsorship. The sponsorship is what house you niggas. We got to do it the right way, bro.
We got to put the graphics, me across from you.
Absolutely. I want to share it.
Come on, man. Like, why is we coddling this nigga?
Because I do that.
Set up a goddamn debate and I'll see you.
I do that. I do that. It's big sister type.
This nigga got a whole fucking show over here talking for hours, muting people, kicking them off the panel. And you telling me you can't set up a debate?
That's the King James show. If
yeah,
you want to sit there and that's what you want to do.
1,000%. Salute, but you can't set up a debate. That shows me that like you're socially
already now.
I know, which shows me you're running. You know, this is a whole debate channel where we set up premises and then schedule a debate, and for some reason you acting like that's oblivious.
This nigga's scared.
That's a running tactic. When someone say let's do it now, that's like motherfucking goddamn Mayweather and somebody said let's box and they say let's do it now. No, let's get to the ring. Let's do the promotion. Let's get some bread off of this.
Jay, take the debate. Is the word world spherical or oblate spherical?
Is the world a spherical?
Nah, because Jesse helping him.
Is the world a sphere or is it oblate sphere? Oblate.
What is a spheroid?
Help him, Jesse.
Take that debate.
And this is just how much I would, because there's no way you can get out of this. I will take.
Is the world
is the earth a sphere?
Right.
Okay.
No.
I will take that straight up the middle with you. Is the earth a sphere?
No, it's not.
Yeah,
okay, then that's the debate.
Just that topic alone.
Yes.
Okay, but look, I'll even add. I'll add the subtopic is a spheroid spherical. I'm confident in that.
Man, listen, man, I'm not confident in you. I'm glad that let's get this first title because I have no confidence in you. Is the earth a sphere?
No.
We locking it in. Let's get a day.
Versus,
we get a day.
Versus is the world oblate sphere?
There's no reason to be that stupid. He says the earth is. Oh no, wait. He says the earth is not a sphere. Why are we taking it anywhere else? Jesse, stay over there.
Because that was the original debate, and now you want to switch
the original debate is just the earth shaped like a ball.
Debated with him.
No, you're wrong, brother. It's recorded. This is YouTube.
Right. You're right.
I heard him make the clear statement. He made the clear statement at the beginning of the debate.
I believe you, Jesse, because you know Swire Boss be something else.
Either one of
but
them.
I just want to know if that was the original title and this is the title that you're agreeing with now. Yeah, wouldn't that still be something that's discussed within the premise of the debate, and you don't have to worry about adding a subtitle? You got this. Yeah. You got this. Don't even worry about all that. See, Jesse just trying to cover you all the way, but I'm paying attention. You know what I'm saying? You got this.
I see.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, carry on.
But hey, do you mind if I do a little presentation real quick?
Jesse, you gonna let me get this debate in? I'm gonna kick your butt.
Okay, y'all mind if we like debate in, but after you get it in, I'm gonna do a quick presentation on topic.
All right, what date you got available, brother?
My availability, you know what I'm saying? I'll be, you know what I'm saying?
He'll be available. So, what about weekends? I'm saying this headline.
Hey, I really can't let y'all corner him for a debate because he got 2 debates coming up. He got one.
He got 2.
Okay,
he just slid in the tournament, so he filling in for Chris Harris. He gonna be debating Apollo and facing off against Apollo.
We did a good prelim tonight.
But like if you want to wait like 2.5 weeks, then we can schedule him and he'll have one of his debates out the way.
That's cool.
Like his other debate actually in a week and a half. Right after we get that one out the way, I'll say let's put it on. Unless you want to schedule it now for like a month and a half, but you got to give them time. To get
no, 2.5 weeks. We cool.
2.5
what is what?
I said
what
that
look like?
A month. Hey, you can schedule it today. Just schedule it for a month and a half. That'll give them 2 weeks between each debate.
Man, niggas run, bro. But I'm my bad. Let's trust the process. Yes, a month and a half from now. I'll see you in February, brother. When do you want to debate in February?
That's the end of January, man.
You don't have
oh God.
Do it around the end of January, like between the 20th and the 30th.
Okay, are you available between the 20th and the 30th?
I am,
King Jason.
I am, brother.
Schedule the face off for like 2 weeks from now. That's what you should do.
Okay, we can have some build up. Okay.
Yeah, schedule the face off for 2 weeks from now, and then when the face off come, you only got to wait like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, are we able to lock in a face off date right now, or just hold on?
Yeah, let's just space everything out.
And then when can me and Jesse? He has nothing coming. When can me and Jesse set up our debate after this? That's what I want to talk about.
Man, you're gonna have to make me hire some more judges. Y'all trying to do a lot of debating. I feel you. I'm gonna have to hire some more judges to keep up with y'all, man. Let me see. 2 weeks from now would be. Oh, let me grab my calendar. This is why I need that Titans calendar.
Definitions matter. You say, Jesse, you was trying to show something in a minute?
Yeah, I want to do a small presentation on the topic.
What day is your face off against not face off? What day is your debate against Dwayne? That's the 3rd.
Saturday.
That's your actual debate.
On the face off.
Today is the 20th.
I'm excited about that one.
You're gonna have a face.
I'm excited about this one because I honestly think I beat him in the preliminaries. Like we wouldn't even have made it to a debate with this topic. Just off the, like the brother said, the technicality of a sphere having to have those dimensions, or it's not there.
Right back, let's get this face off date in, man.
Yep, just on that alone.
The fact that we have to debate this shit is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Because the thing,
I'm gonna have you debate on I'm just scheduling everything out for King J just to get it out the way. So then if he has that debate, he has that debate on the 3rd. Get out of there, dog.
You got to debate if the earth is shaped like a sphere.
Yeah.
That shit crazy.
I mean, you know, the Muslims sit around.
it's crazy. And then
y'all can have y'all face off like around the 5th.
Okay.
January 5th, and me and Jesse debate is on the 6th, right?
Yeah. Do you want to wait till after the debate? What the fuck is that? Hey, bad boy.
The 5th is a Monday.
Hold on, my daughter's showing tissue.
Yeah, I can't do it the 5th. The 5th is a Monday. I can't do them on Monday. Thank you, baby.
Who I said? Oh, yeah, who I said?
I could do both of them. Got another debate.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, I could do the. We could do the face off on the 6th.
The same day as your debate.
Yep.
You debating Jesse?
Yeah.
Hold on. Jesse has a debate Friday the 2nd, and then he has a debate 3 days later on the 6th.
I didn't know nothing about the other debate.
Is that with?
See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all doing a whole lot.
Is that with Mike?
I got to slow it down a little bit. Y'all ain't even giving yourself enough time to prep. Niggas want to debate right now. Like, damn. But yeah, King J, you got 3 debates.
Is that with Mike?
I want to get one out the way first, but talk to me.
Is that debate with me with Mike?
No, that's why I wanted to do one tonight because I was ready to get him out the way.
Yeah, it seems something pretty.
We could have debated this tonight and then picked a different topic.
All right, come on, let's debate it tonight, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm not having nobody judge it. Y'all
Like,
just go back and forth.
okay.
I pull the timer out. Y'all can do that.
Man, we cool, man. Come on, we set up a date, man. I'll wait on month and a half. See you in February. Jesse, can I get Jesse on the 6th though, for real?
You said December 5th for the face-off?
Oh no, Jesse got a debate on the 2nd.
Is it a debate or a face-off that I got for the 2nd?
He don't even know. This is crazy.
Because I believe I'm supposed to be debating Mike,
said,
but we haven't came up with a topic.
For a debate less than a week from now.
Oh yeah, it's a face off.
No, a little bit over a week from now.
Okay, the face-off is Friday. Excellent.
Yeah, I thought you have your face off with Mike Friday.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so
King Jake just had a face off. Let me look at this calendar.
So you could
He
debate
got
on
a
the
face
6th.
off. He got a debate Saturday. Then he got a debate. I'm making him debate Apollo the next Saturday on the 10th. You got a face off against Apollo on Monday. You about to have to do so that way we can get that on the 10th out the way because we got to get the tournament rolling before anything. Yeah, I don't want you to focus more on the exhibition debates and hold up the tournament. So we got to get that locked in. These ain't trust me, Suave ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
Suave will be right here trying to get this $500 just like you. Y'all mess around and meet each other in the tournament. So
we're gonna meet each other for sure.
Like this isn't imperative that we get this way. Y'all
I be Drago. He can be Apollo.
Man, I'm gonna be suave, man. You can make it whatever the fuck you need, man. I'm gonna be my mama's son. I'm gonna whoop your ass, bro.
Yeah, let's see if y'all see each other in the tournament first, because he got a lot on his plate. I want to make sure that the tournament flows smoothly, and y'all are in the
All right,
tournament.
man. Well, I tried, y'all.
Yeah,
I tried, y'all.
y'all fuck around and see each other, man. I'm piling a lot on his plate to try to do in 3 weeks, 3 debates.
So Jesse, tell me why you think I won the conversation.
Off the technicality, is the world a sphere or was it oblate spheroid? Mm-hmm. Now, if we're comparing the two, you know, I can understand where old boy is saying the spherical, but if we're comparing the two, oblate spheroid is more technically correct. The Earth is shaped like that. So with that being said, that's how you won. I mean, if we have two different ways to describe the Earth, the one who's going to be a little closer to technically correct is going to be the one that's right.
And so, real quick, it would have been a first round knockout.
Yes.
Yeah. Why are you asking this nigga to beat your meat right here, right now?
Yes. It was the first round knockout because you made the clear declaration. You made the clear declaration.
Man, let me know when these clowns set up real debates, bro. Let me know when they set up some debates, man. Black Power, man. I'm out, man. That shit paused. Love y'all, man. It's over with.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
King J wanted his ego stroke. That's crazy.
Damn, but yeah, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, Jesse's opinion around here. Nobody's paying attention to Jesse's opinion. That's funny.
Hey, so am I good for this small little presentation I got real quick on topic?
Of course.
Okay.
Go ahead, cook, man.
So real quick, I'm going to read this Quran verse.
Wait, is this a presentation or are you just
79:30? As for the earth, he spread it out as well. Now, this term spread out, the Arabic word is translated as dahaha, which appears in the Quran in 79:30. It appears meaning in English related to spreading out or expanding. Modern interpretations gain in popularity with the rise of scientific miracles. Movement suggests that dahaha relates to the Arabic word of an ostrich egg, or udhawa, or da-ya, implying the earth is geospherical, flattened by the poles bulging at the equator. However, most most classical scholars and dictionaries do not support this specific meaning. The verb daha itself arguing modern interpretations. Now, I want to point out here's the is a sideways ostrich egg oblate spheroid. An ostrich egg isn't perfectly spherical, but it's best described as a oblate spheroid, or more accurately, a complex oval combining a longer pointed end with a broader, rounder base, making it slightly squashed at the poles like the Earth. So I just want to point out that the Quran made this statement that the Earth is oblate, a spheroid, and used an ostrich egg to describe this concept. And this is back in the year 600 with the Prophet Muhammad. Another scientific proof of that we're on to something. And I just wanted to bring that in as far as how the topic we just discussed.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy is that's kind of right aligned with Matter Netter, how Ra is hatched from the cosmic egg, right? And it's the cracked egg concept, and Ra light comes is from that. It's the Heliopolis theology. So it's kind of saying the same thing.
So y'all were able to hear that, right? I don't know if y'all got that or not.
Yeah, the cracked egg.
Okay,
it's not a perfect sphere. It's an obloid sphere, which means that it doesn't have the perfect dimensions that a sphere has to have to be symmetrical to be called a sphere.
And I just want to point out, this is a man in the year 600 who made this point out. He's more accurately correct than our boy Suave.
He didn't make that. You think the Prophet Muhammad wrote or predicted that?
Yes.
Okay. Not the
I mean, I don't think he predicted it. I believe when we talk about the Quran, this information was given to him. So it's not so much a prediction, but the information was provided to him.
Okay. Are you familiar with the House of Wisdom?
No, I'm not.
What's that, like 7th century CE Islamic Learning Center?
Yeah.
They collected Persian, Greek, all types of manuscripts, scientific manuscripts, theological manuscripts, and they collected it all into the library in, I forget what area the library was built in, but in that library, they have some Greek manuscripts that says the same thing that the Quran is saying, which shows that these ideas have been floating around long before the Quran dotted them down, long before the Prophet Muhammad. So, and often it's still hypothetical scholarship, but I think earlier.
But how could the House of Wisdom show that if the House of Wisdom comes after that?
After the Quran?
Yeah, the House of Wisdom is what, like 13th century, 12th. That's like real late.
Yeah, I'm saying the House of Wisdom housed manuscripts, Greek manuscripts.
Yeah, but
manuscripts would show.
Muhammad is like 600 AD. You almost like 700 years later.
The theology, the ideas are ancient. So when you read it in the Quran,
but the Quran is ancient.
The Quran isn't as ancient as Greek manuscripts.
I would have to disagree with you on that as far as the House of Wisdom. When we talk about Islamic thought, all this concept of Islamic thought came after the Prophet Muhammad. When Islam was in its Islamic golden age, where all this information started to go through the world, like the use of algebra and things like this. This is all stuff that came after the Prophet Muhammad.
Well, so like in Matter Netter, we have things called per unks. Per unks are where and they have Semitic priests there. most of the priests are the ones who were actually literate. We call them shesh, right? Shesh means scribes, basically, right? Those who can write. And most of the shesh were priests, but that can write. But the schools were called per unks, which basically mean houses of life, house of life, right? And there are schools that you would learn to read, you would learn to write, you would they had schools that were women were there and they would teach you how to practice medicine, practice heka, which is magic in their language. So it's really the continuance of a house of wisdom. I do want to mention the House of Alexandria and what he thinks about that, as far as like the information being stored there first, in Alexandria, at the Serapeum.
That was for me or Jesse?
For you.
Library of Alexandria.
Yeah.
No, I got you. What was your question?
Does that predate? That predates what you were talking about, the House of Wisdom?
House of Wisdom, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that information that was stored in the House of Alexandria, those would have been the ancient scrolls from not just Egypt, but maybe just
from all over.
Yeah. But not in Greek at that time.
You said there was nothing in Greek?
It couldn't have been.
Why you said there was? There's plenty.
Are you
in the library? You said it was no Greek, like
yeah.
text in the library.
Yeah, I would assume that it couldn't have been any, because
that's pretty much what the library was for, to translate text into Greek.
Well,
to store manuscripts, translate those manuscripts into Greek, because those Greek authors were what I would call proto-historians. Their historiography was important to them, so that was the necessary point of the library. Was to collect.
Well, I don't think that was the point of the library.
That's absolutely the point of the library.
Okay, so you may be conflating what they actually did with the purpose, right?
What's the point of a library? You get what I'm saying? That's the point of any library.
The point of a library is to what?
It's to store documents.
Store documents, right?
It's to store
documents. I agree with that, because it later turns into the word Serapeum, which is later as the museum. So a museum is where you go, you look at stuff, right? Store stuff. I agree. But when you say the purpose is to translate, because we know they burned it down after they translated it. They compiled everything into all the ancient texts of wisdom from all over, translated it into their language, and then burnt everything the fuck up.
Not everything, but yeah, most.
So that was intention. That wasn't just we want this
intention to burn it up. We don't know why the Alexandrian Library got destroyed.
Really, we don't. Now all we got is Greek, because everyththing go back to Greek now.
What source do you have? Because you can help me out.
No, I don't have a source of intention, but I'm just saying, like, luck just conveniently, huh?
I mean, we still have plenty.
They translated everything first out. They translated everything into Greek first, and then everything burnt down except for the Greek.
You're saying except for the Greek?
What didn't burn down? Because everything, we don't even know where they translated the New Testament from.
Well, that's a whole different conversation. That has nothing to do with the library.
Yes, it do. Because it was the whole purpose, because they were looking for those Hebrew wisdom texts.
By the time you have the House of Wisdom, the New Testament was translated into over 10 languages.
Yeah, absolutely. Well versed outside of Rome. It was everywhere. That thing got popular.
Yeah, by that time I said the House of Wisdom is late as hell.
Yeah, the House of Wisdom is later. Alexandrian Library is early. a great catastrophe we have because it was such a wealth of information that we don't have, that we wish we could have, but
yeah, because that's really all we have is the Greek.
We got Hebrew, we got Aramaic, we got Latin, we got plenty.
We got a lot more Coptic. We got a lot more than Greek. Old Church Slavonic. Like there's a lot more Ethiopic.
Geese.
Yeah, right. Amharic. It's a lot. Egyptian. And let's not go into the reality. We see a development in Egyptian usage of language over history. So that's like different developmental stages. And you can do that with just about every language.
Oh man, did y'all answer all of the questions that was in the little background?
No, this was Jesse's show.
That's it. That's
I
what
was
the
asking
questions
some of the
based around.
questions. I don't know what
Did
that
they
was.
do good then? I had to go for a little while.
No, we had a good. That was a good. That was a good deal.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Did we get any good debates or some good sparring or?
Just talking. Yeah, we definitely got some good sparring in there.
Jesse, shout out to you. You held it down on this Jesse V takeover day. You did your thing. I'm so proud of you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Good job. Tighten up.
King J, you know we're not gonna let you go with that.
So these questions that we see in the background, I'm sorry, I ain't trying to cut you off, brother. The questions that we see in the background, those are the questions that we were supposed to ask you.
Ask me. No, don't ask me nothing. I'm here to be cute.
Me.
Are you talking about Jesse?
These are questions that we were supposed to go over, and a lot of them we pretty much go over, like the concept of when Jesus was born. Is Christmas a pagan holiday? We basically covered a lot of these.
So did you answer that question? Is Christmas a biblical celebration?
We didn't go into it in too much depth, but we did declare that it was not a biblical celebration, and actually contradicted the teachings of the Bible as far as like the Christmas tree being
I remember
something that was mentioned.
Yeah,
it's Jeremiah, right?
So Jeremiah 10. So you said that is a description of a pagan idol, not to be worshipped.
Right.
Okay.
A tactic, or not a tactic, but a tradition of the heathens.
Tree worship. So, but so yeah.
We all pagans, man. I know I'm a pagan.
I went to tree worship. I initially, my mind just went to tree worship because I know in Egyptian culture we have the tree of life. Like evergreen worship, the worship of evergreen trees was normal. Then they switched to sycamore trees. You know what I'm saying? We see depictions of trees of life and sycamore trees. Then we see Asherah. Asherah is, people don't really realize that when they see the pole, that's a tree. So it's like the veneration of, they worship trees. Shit.
Trees are nice.
Ain't nothing wrong with a tree. Keep you alive.
I know that's right.
But if you worship it, you're going to hell.
But then Yahweh comes along and says, "Don't do that."
Yeah.
Man, Yahweh.
He a bummer, man. He don't like fun. He don't like fun.
Yahweh.
Calls a flood. Everybody having fun. He calls a flood.
King J, one of these days I'm gonna have to see you actually demonstrate the Dead Sea Scrolls changed.
Yeah.
Yahweh. Or Elohim passages to Yahweh passages.
Ooh.
Yeah, we ain't want you
I
to
did
run
want
away
to
from
add to
Cut him
that
that.
up
conversation
quick.
that y'all were having. I did want to have a little something onto that conversation. You do know this Yahweh, or this term Yahweh, is a act to recreate the Tetragrammaton, or
Right,
find a
right.
way to properly pronounce the Tetragrammaton.
That's
And
fine.
the Tetragrammaton was only used because they felt that God's name was too
Yeah,
holy to say out loud.
sure.
I
Yeah, but he
think
said,
that's the confusion. The tetragrammaton is not used to not pronounce the name. You're confusing the Masoretic, what they claim are the consistent vowel points of the Masoretes, using the vowel points for Adoni or Adoni, using, Adonai, I'm sorry, using the vowel points for Adonai and Yorhevave to get a new pronunciation, or to signal off to the reader, don't pronounce this term, and if you do, you supplement it. You use a surrogate term verbally. That surrogate term would be Adonai or Hashem, some other term, because of the holy. And they never stopped using the name. The name always was used during the services of Yom Kippurim. So it was just an elitist thing.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that I got this information from the Britannica, as far as the Tetragrammaton, and how it was too holy to say out loud. So that's the reason
Yeah,
why.
yeah, you're articulating a Jewish tradition where instead of vocalizing Yod Hey Vav Hey, they use surrogate terms, whether it's Hashem or Adonai. That's why when you hear a Jew read Deuteronomy 6:4, they wouldn't say Shema Yisrael Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad. They would say Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. That's what the Jews would say, Adonai, instead of. And now that's an interesting situation
Yeah, because they're
that's
using Lord
prevalent.
as the common noun in that instance.
Um, it's not functioning as a common noun. It's functioning as a surrogate in pronunciation, not a surrogate term in the text. So it's kind of like reading. It's kind of like getting a. Here's a great example. It's kind of like buying Jordan ones or dunks. But let's just use Jordan ones for the example, right? And all you have is the check swoosh on the side, on the exterior and the interior section of the foot. You have the Jordan Wing logo, but you're wearing pants. Everybody know you wearing Nike, even though they can't see the word Nike on the tongue.
Right.
The logo itself is one of the many copyrighted images and icons for this company. It's something more like akin to that, where they, for reverence of saying the name Yod Hey Vav Hey, and for reverence for pronunciating or articulating an ideogram.
Yeah,
Someone said it.
it's a symbol. It's a symbol that has a phonetic value attached to it.
Well, that's kind of ambiguous. Who is pouring up water every 3 seconds? Like I
I was
keep
just
hearing
gonna
that
say
noise.
shout out to R. Kelly, but whatever.
Hey, that's me. That's me. I'm the juice man. I gotta mix these juices.
You
Man, you
better
making a
I've been
lot of
juice.
making
juice.
juices this whole time. All that noise in the background, that was all me.
I also wanted to interrupt because I just want to just say I want to look forward to you guys being on the platform with me tomorrow doing the game pseudo effects. Y'all know we have fun. Come play with me tomorrow. Also, Jesse, I'm wondering if you know you and Mike face off is tomorrow. Are you ready?
Yeah, I thought it was Friday.
What's
I thought
today?
that.
Today Thursday, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
what's
okay.
tomorrow? Okay, so then you playing with me. See, all right, okay.
All
I
right,
see
my
what
bad.
we
I
doing
didn't, I
her
didn't know it
just
was this Friday. Okay.
you letting that juice get it to your head. It's
Yep,
okay. We
spherical.
got
It's
this.
still it's spherical juice. That's all
It
that is.
is. It's going in a circle. It's all good. So basically, guys, I just wanted to give y'all an invite because I enjoy each and every last one of y'all when y'all come on the panel with me. So look forward to the game. Come hop on, participate, and let's have fun. Other than that, of course, it's my time. Peace to all those who seek peace. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to you, A1. Jesse, good job. And you guys all have a good night. Bye.
Yes,
Good
man.
night. Good night.
Hey, King J, you know we ain't gonna let you slide with that Dead Sea Scroll comment.
But the what you
Definitely not.
say?
You said we're not gonna let you slide with that Dead Sea Scrolls comment, bro.
Nah, I bust his ass with that.
He
It's,
said
it,
that
he
Yahweh.
there that's a reconstruction, brother. Like there is no we're not. I'll do a presentation on it.
So I agree with you. Every manuscript we have is a reconstruction of documents we no longer have. But what that doesn't demonstrate is that during the Dead Sea Scroll time, we find El because they were not reverencing Yahweh, which
The
is a
Dead
much
Space.
later idea, from German redactional critics, people that were trying to do source criticism on the content of the Old Testament, where they said, "Oh well, if we find the names that must mean something. So if we find Elohim in a text, then that means this is an Elohim source. So this was initially produced by an Elohim community, and Yahweh, oh, that's a different source. That's a different scribal community text. Like that's how the theory initially was."
The documentary, how about, and a supplementary? It's just so outdated, man. It's just,
Well, yeah, the doc. Well, it's complicated, convoluted, but scholars use these ideas in order to further the research in the field. So that's kind of how it functions. And some scholars are willing to say, as I said earlier, I actually hold all of the literary traditions in some sense are inspired because I see that that's how they functioned in antiquity. But I do not say all of the wordings are original. I think to some degree it's tougher for the Old Testament in some instances, but it's easier for the New Testament. We have a really generally good knowledge of what was originally written.
I can agree. Yeah, I can agree to that.
Mm.
It's very difficult for the Old Testament. We're just not operating with the same type of material data.
Right. It's at least from the earliest time period of the manuscripts, which will be the Silver Scrolls. That's like 600 BC. So at the earliest, we're 600 years removed from the latest date of Moses. At the earliest. And, and I do hold to the late date of the Exodus, the late date of Moses. So that's something I have to deal with. 600-year gap between any Torah manuscript and our first literature of the actual Torah.
Okay, so let's talk
Something
about
like
that real
that.
quick. So
Go ahead.
like, so am I being too generous to give a date of 300 BC to the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No.
Okay, so I'm saying that ballpark.
But
So
it's not limited. Like it's a times, it's a range.
it's a range, right? It's a range, so for sure. But during that time period, we can just contextualize a little bit. There is no Hebrew language at this point. Ezra has come back already and has brought back the Babylonian script, right? He's bringing back the Ketiv Ashur, right? So no longer are we are we dealing with the Ketiv Avri at all now. We're dealing with the Aramaic, the block script shit. So they don't even know how to speak Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not even something that they privy to, during this point. That's why most of the texts in the New Testament we're gonna see are gonna be in Greek. When we do see the Septuagint, I don't see Yahweh in the Septuagint. I see not Theos either. Kyrios.
You're going to find Kyrios and Theos all over
I see
the Septuagint.
It's in reference to Yahweh.
You're right. Theos is a translation.
That's back writing. That's implied. That's not.
No, it's not implied. Well, actually, you know what? It's historically and lexically implied.
It's a reference to the. It's a reference to the deity of. It's a reference to the deity of the children of Israel. Whichever.
No, it's a reference to the deity of the Judeans, which is Yahweh. Which you're talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls. You're talking about the early century,
which would be El. So by this time, by 300 BC, listen, because you got to understand my argument. By this time, 300 BC, the Yahweh has had his hand in all of that. This 300 BC, like it's way.
I got you. I'm going to say that your chronology is convoluted.
I think you're jumping. You're saying Dead Sea Scrolls
because
and you're saying
for one,
Yahweh's because it's a lot.
Yeah, because that's when they started writing themselves into history, brother.
No.
Even the hypotheses that scholars get to has it that we probably do have a lot of material data. We just never find it. Never found it.
Let me ask you this, King J. Are you familiar with the oldest piece of literature that the JPD theorists suggest is in the Torah? It's really 2 songs, but are you familiar with them?
The Song of Moses. And I don't know the other one. Off the top of my head.
Okay, well, just with the Song of Moses. Exodus 15, yes, Song of Moses, I agree. The Song of the Sea or the Song of Miriam. I agree. That's one of them. And that's going back to about the very early 12th, very late 12th, early 11th century. Wait, I'm sorry, very late 13th, early 12th century.
You pushing that far back?
Most scholars do, and I can
tradition that far back.
Yeah, most scholars do. Cross did
push that tradition that back.
Cross definitely did. He put it around 1200. Who? Finkelstein?
Finkelstein, that Deaver. I don't think
Deaver is more willing to push it back that late. Finkelstein's not. Finkelstein will put it to the 6th century because he thinks the whole Exodus tradition is a parody of Josiah's rulership.
Yeah. He thinks it's a late transcription.
Right. Yeah. He thinks it's
just to be fair, we could just say from 1200 BC into 800 BC.
No, to be fair, I'll tell you the dates of the scholars, and the scholars dated from as early as 1350 to as late as about 1150 BC.
So that covers the Exodus period.
Yes. So that's the general time frame. Many scholars put it. Some will even extend it out to around 1,000. But most scholars go with the earlier dates, and most scholars dated around 1189, the early 1100s. So I say all this because that's about 50, 60 years after the Exodus, according to my account. 1260 is when the Exodus happened. And Exodus, the Song of the Sea, is, if it's the earliest account we have in the codified Torah, then it's a collection of Yahweh statements. So the oldest section of the Torah would have had statements related to Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
At the Exodus point of time,
that's why
I
would disagree with that.
Well, you can always, I don't think it's fully accessible. You might have to pay a couple of dollars to get through their little paywall. But whenever you get time, you can check out Bruce Halpern's article on eyewitness testimony of the Song of the Sea.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How do you because they date the text based on the language.
Because his date, your date wouldn't add up. It wouldn't add up to the Myrna Patah Stella.
Hold on, King J.
It wouldn't add up to the Amarna West. It wouldn't add up because you got to account for 40 years in the real.
It's within it's within a generation of Merneptah. Within 25 years of Merneptah Stelae.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a generation in antiquity is about 25, 27 years. Most scholars say about 25. But yeah, Merneptah.
Can I ask you what text that they have at this point?
They don't have any.
Yeah, when they're not talking about a physical document, they're assessing the extant literature.
Yeah.
And the content.
What writing or agriculture do we have attached to the Shashu of Yahweh?
Oh, actually none. But what we do have is agriculture, architecture, and foodways or dietary habits appearing brand new in the Levant around this transitional period of the late Bronze to early Iron Age period, beginning at Mount Ebal and then spreading out throughout the Judean
Well, you know why? Because you have the migration of the sea people coming in, and they're adding the influx of a whole totally different genome.
They're not, but these people are not expressing the dietary habits or architectural commonalities of the Aegean sea people or Philistines.
Well,
hold on. Are you equating them in this way you're saying? Is this the Israelites that you're talking about?
Yes, it is. This is according not just to Finkelstein, but Deaver's more or less on the side of the architecture, not quite on the side of the food.
Deaver's on the side of the material culture.
And as it relates to the food culture or the food habits that have been seen throughout some of these locations,
I think the focus is on food culture. That's
he said
a bone issue thing.
Yeah, Finkelstein says if there's any ethnic marker attestable in antiquity for the Israelites, the only one we can definitely say is the foodway or the no pig taboo.
Yeah, Now that's not to say that they haven't found it at all. It's just to say that in minimum amounts you find it in these certain areas that they equate with ancient Israel.
I agree, and I think that's the biggest one that a lot of people sort of slip up on.
I agree. Yeah.
How about this that makes me know that this is a foreign deity? The fact that there aren't any. Yahweh is an unseen deity. We have depictions of El, just like we have of Baal, but we don't have any of El. Why is that? I mean, of Yahweh. I'm sorry. Why is that?
I think that's just the. Go ahead. I'll let you answer first. I ain't trying to talk too much.
I was going to say, if we are to take the Kuntilit El Adrud inscription as that individual being Yahweh and the other one being Asherah, then I would say we do. But to definitively say as far as the imaging go, then it's kind of like,
So when you're referring to the Yahweh and his Asherah,
yeah, and there's one other possible iconography of a face. Some say it might be the face of Yahweh. I don't think so. There's no iconography or literature. And even on some of these El statues, there's no iconography or literature identifying the statue as El.
Yeah, I agree.
I disagree with that because they named it, and I'll give you another example. But just to go back to the
no, he's right. The primary does not describe the individual that is being portrayed as El. We associate it through our historiographic methods.
Those are the epitaphs that Yahweh is stealing from El.
Now we're talking about the statues and art and stuff that they found.
Correct.
They're saying it's El, but there's no literary anything for us to identify if they made this in shape of El. We just assume.
Right. Like King J, I don't know if you're familiar with this. There should be a YouTube on History Valley coming up about it with Manfred Beatok, an Egyptologist.
Yeah.
But so as it relates to the Hyksos and Ramses, there's a lot of debate over if Ramses or the Ramesite family may have been leftover Hyksos stock that were completely Egyptianized. One of the reasons why this idea is prevalent amongst Egyptologists is because when we read certain toponym lists, so place names in literature of the Egyptians, like Baal Savon, the Lord of the North. In the Egyptian literature, they use the Seth determinative for Baal. Interesting. Because you don't need to use the self-determinative to refer to Baal. Also, when you get to Ramses II.
What do you mean? Wait. Let's stay right there. Because what do you mean you use the self-determinative to refer to Baal?
The term Baal, Sephon in Egyptian scripts coming from around the time of Ramses II, they use in the hieroglyphs Seth, the self-determinative, to refer to Baal.
And why is that?
A lot of people think it's because of the Semitic relationship that Ramses and the Ramsenites had in that time period, or is part of his inherited culture, because he doesn't seem to be, as it relates to his ethnicity, Egyptian.
Not at all. Neither one of those. It would have just been the way that the Egyptians wrote it phonetically, so that you could pronounce it. That's how. That's the determinative. It would have been just set when they saw that. That was how they would have pronounced it. Set.
Okay, so my second point of evidence is going to be in the 400-year stela. Are you familiar with that inscription?
No, I'm not.
So the 400-year inscription, the Temple of Atum, that was built at Tel El Rotaba during the reign of Ramses II. This is possibly who would have had it constructed, the stela, the inscription, the temple dedication. So Ramses II depicts Seth in Asiatic garments in this 400-year dedication inscription. And it's not Baal, it is Seth.
Right.
But he is depicted in the inscription in a hybrid style.
Okay, I think I heard this before. Can I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead.
Is that I think I've heard the idea before, and one of the contentions I guess not the contentions, but like another aspect of looking is because often during the Hyksos dynasty, Seth did become conflated with something like it became later conflated towards the Hyksos because they worship Seth. They actually did worship Seth among other deities, among West Semitic deities. One of their deities was
a
Seth.
particular cult in Avaris did.
And the theory amongst Egyptologists is that Seth later becomes a negative deity due to the Hyksos worship of him. And they'll kind of like show that early Set and then later Set in like this distinction between how negatively portrayed he is after this. But it's just another way of thinking about it. I'm not sure.
It is, and again, it is a hot button topic of debate amongst Egyptologists and Ramsonite period specialists. So, we don't have, just for Ramses II, dude that reigned 70 years, we do not have that much material about his rulership or reign outside of the Battle of Kadesh and his.
I'm thinking it seems like that would have just been their equivalent to
their Semitic storm gods. You know what I'm saying? Set would have been something that they could have related to, because after the Hyksos left,
because sometimes they
didn't take it back into the Levant, set back to with them. You know what I'm saying? They went back to, you know.
I agree, and there was a stormy lake by the name of
So,
Goshen.
brother, so if we stay right there, just stay right here. You've identified this particular group of Semitic speakers worshiping Set, the equivalent to a storm god in the Levant. They're not worshiping Yahweh. We've identified the time period, right? Now, if I take you simultaneously in history, and I'll take you to Amara West, where I took you earlier with Ramses II, right? In the Sudan, in Nubia, and we have a totally different group of people called Shashu of Yahweh. We have Shashu of Seir. We have the Shashu of Reuben. Totally different area, totally different people.
Okay, what I was about to finish saying was just south of where Ramses II's estate was, P. Ramses was, you have in these Egyptian toponym list a location.
House of Ramses.
Okay, cool. P. Ramesses, P. Rames. The city was called his full titulary. P wasn't necessary according to Sir Alan Gardner.
When you look at it wasn't necessary.
And I'm talking about Sir Alan Gardner's assessment of what you're looking at when we're talking about the glyphs. He says that the P is not necessary.
Both Budge and Gardner both agree that it's a per.
Okay, I'm quoting to you verbatim what Gardner says regarding the P, and as it relates to the toponym after the name of the second Ramses. He literally says the P is insignificant.
He said, go ahead, buddy.
And I can name to you two particular inscriptions that demonstrate this, if you would like. I can name you one. One of them names.
Actually, brother, no letters are needed. Actually, those are uniliterals. So when you're using the uniliterals are for people like you who don't know how to look at the determinative and automatically know what the logogram means when they identify it. So they spell them out according to Champollion's categorization system for people like you to phonetically be able to speak the uniliterals and say the word. So, but
awesome. And again, all I'm saying is that there's a historical. All I'm saying is that we could go to one of the Anastasia papyri and look at how Merneptah.
For sure.
We could go to the Merneptah's account of the glory and splendor of his father's residence, and he uses the full titulary. Marian Naraman, he uses the full titulary and P. Ramses and Ramses to describe the toponym. So again, in this singular source, that's not the Bible, we can find Ramses II's full name as the location site name. We can find the per in there as the location site name, and we can just find Ramses there as the location without the per. So one source demonstrates all three of these titles, all three of these names are affiliated with the one physical location.
Mm-hmm. He has 5 phone names. He has a
great, because all 5 of them names are the technical name for P. Ramses. Great, but my point is, it's not necessary to even say P. You could just say Ramses. You could say, where are you going? I'm going to, and then use his full titulary. You could say that in their ancient culture, and you will be going to a physical location that's on the map, just outside of Avaris, and just outside of these lakes of stormy lakes, where the Israelites claim to have been long-term residents in Egypt. And in the Egyptian scripts, the name of these lakes in the Egyptian scripts is called the Lakes of Goshen.
Goshen is in the Egyptian script?
Yes, Anastasia Papyri 4. Stormy Lake of Goshen. It's a region. It's not a it's a region where Stormy Lake.
Of course, of course, they say they were given the land of Goshen.
Yes, and it's a region of fertile habitation in stormy lakes.
But that region is up for debate. It's either they say it's either
it's not up for debate.
So it's Avaris.
It's a region that includes just outside of Avaris, all the way to the borders of Sukkoth. Sukkoth was also a region. It was not a singular location. It was a region. Okay. We also know that from Egyptian literature. Egyptian token.
So that's the land of the Amu. I don't have a problem with that. That coastal land all the way up that will later become known as Phoenicians, like Sidon.
No, I'm talking about territory from Avaris, Ramses going east, like just south and east from that territory.
Into that little that little Judah. You're gonna go through Judah first.
No, you're gonna get to the Wadi Tumalat. That would be a region that overlaps Sukkoth with Goshen.
Okay. You're gonna go all the way. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm visualizing it in my head. Yeah. Amu.
But yeah, Goshen is no longer, for my assessment, and when I say my assessment, I'm saying at least since 99. When James Hoffermeyer published his book on the Israelites in Egypt, at least since then, because since then you have the real big dogs in Ramsonite history, like Kenneth Kitchens, writing his massive tome in the early 2000s, and even more recently, Metra Bitok is so far done with his excavations. He's retired. He's been publishing all this excavist stuff.
Yeah. So I have a question, brother. So historically, right? I'm just talking things that I can prove primary sources, right? So and these are all the only sources that primary sources that I have, right? As far as like is possibly Israelite archaeology, primaries. I got the Solib inscription with Amenhotep. I got the Amara West temple with Ramses II. I got my own little theology shit going on with a king in the Levant called Ibar Anu. If you're familiar with him, he's a king. Actually, the very location where you just mentioned, he's a king there. Because if you're familiar with Ibla, then you have Ugarit, and then under Ugarit, it's the kingdom, the Amuru kingdom. He was the king, the Amuru kingdom, but his name was Abiru. So I thought that was pretty close to Hebrew for me. Then I have Bit Omri, right? So most of these references would be by Akkadian references. I have the Bit Omri at about 847 BC. Where they're mentioning the house of Omri, right? Then I have the King Jehu, right? And then I have King Jehos of Samaria, right? They're calling this the land of Omri. None of these, like, you know what I'm saying? And all these are El worshipers.
Why are you not mentioning the Moabite stela? Because the Moabite stela articulates Israelites were not El worshipers.
They worship Yahweh.
That you wouldn't be able to make an intelligent argument to me in regards to the word Israel. No, hold on, brother. You wouldn't be able to make an intelligent argument with me in regards to the word Yahweh being associated with the word Israel, because the very word itself contains the name of the deity that it represents, brother. So if I just said theophoric name, that would kill any argument that would associate it with Yahweh.
I don't think it does, because you really don't hold that standard to the ancient people of the antiquity.
Wow.
Like, for example, you don't say, oh, well, Chemosh or Chemesh was the god of the Moabites. So I need to see theophoric.
Yes, you do. We'll see that in their names of the people.
Hold on.
we will see the names of the God and the people of Kamesh, of
That's
Hadad.
not a rule, though, King J. It can be exception. That's not the rule.
But listen, that's how you know when we start seeing Yah worshipers, because we start seeing Yah in the names of the people, the names
So
of the
what,
prophets. Before
as
we
it
start seeing
relates,
the names of the prophets, and that we don't see Yah.
as it relates to theophoric names, that is a
Yes.
literary feature that's common with the Amorites. I'm cool with that. Because
Exactly.
when you go outside of the Amorites, you don't see the theophoric names being attached to
But they
names the
are
way they
Amorites.
are outside of the Amorites. I
The
don't have a
whole stock,
problem with that.
yeah, the whole stock is Amorite. So when we talk
Well,
about Israel, what is the deity? What is the deity that's being represented in their name of the deity?
again,
El.
there's no requirement in a nation's identity to have it intimately connected with the name of a proper deity.
Let me give you another example. So when the patriarch Jacob, whose name was interestingly changed to Israel, when he has his dream that's called Jacob's ladder, and when he says at this location, I've encountered God, so I'm going to name this place Bet El, Becel, Bet El, meaning house of God.
Yeah, but not the house of El, because the
Listen.
It's
If it's
equated to
literally
Yahweh.
house of El, what makes you say, oh, but no, that really means Yahweh? Where are you getting that from?
The cultural continuity of the later people.
Exactly.
So you can't say exactly in light of my extremely divergent reply to your question, because then you're actually negating my answer instead of the point you're trying to make.
No, I'm making a better point, because
Listen,
I'm
the biblical
showing you
authors.
that there's not even a reason why you should even suggest Yahweh. You don't see it.
I agree. We do not see a necessity in any ancient Near Eastern culture for the national identity to ultimately be intimately connected with the deity in a theophoric. That's nowhere.
Let's talk about even
There
the
is
word.
no national standard in antiquity for that.
Us as historians, that is our indicator, but that's not necessarily the rule.
Okay, so listen.
For us to say, okay, he probably worshiped Yahweh because he has a
no. Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
That's for us to observe, but
No,
that's not the rule in the ancient time.
No, let's be fair, Bear. We see Aleph Lamed all the time. Aleph Lamed, that's the God root right there. I'll argue that Aleph Lamed is the God root, right? We don't see Yod Hav. Where the freak is we getting Yod from? Where do we see Yod in any?
There's absolutely all nomastic names in ancient Israel with Yah in them.
Where?
It's in the Bible and it's in the historical.
Well, you know what? I take that back. I do have.
Okay, I can give you an example. Listen, you can read the past. You can read the Elephantine Papyrus, and in there, there's a note. It's a note.
That's very late.
It's a note in between, and the guy name is what? Hananiah.
Yeah.
And you can look on the Kerbet El Kom inscription and see the same thing.
These are late dates.
The Kerbet El Kom inscription is not late.
Is it what is it, like 800?
It's like 9th, 7th century BC, something around that.
Yeah, I gave you 800. Yeah, that's when we started seeing it. You're not gonna see nothing before then, brother. I'm telling you.
Actually, you do see it before then, just like we see. Again, I mean, if you want to use JP theory and then deny the scholars their scholarly resources and modes of analyzing the material, the JDP, because JPD, in light of JDP theory alone, I don't know if you're familiar with this, the earliest dates for the Yahweh source versus El versus Deuteronistic versus priestly sources, Yahweh sources were always initially thought to be the earliest sources,
brother.
The oldest sources.
And you're right with that. I don't agree with the documentary hypothesis in that regards, because they always dated the Yahweh over.
You just don't realize you are. You just don't realize you are.
No, I don't agree with that.
You say Yahweh, you're talking about a certain point in time, and that is
because I'm contextualizing the Levant, and I'm
saying Yahweh. I know you thinking about the documentary hypothesis.
El is the oldest deity of the pantheon of any of the Canaanites.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. And you do understand in archaeology alone, we can distinguish Canaanites from Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
So your point is
only well, I would just disagree, and I would just say it's a matter of just New King, Iron Age versus Bronze Age terms. It's just like saying Phoenician and Canaanite. What's a Phoenician? A Canaanite.
Oh, a Phoenician. Well, a Phoenician is not quite like the territory they held in the Levant wasn't quite the territory of Canaan. They were neighboring communities. They had differences in language. Phoenician and Canaanite may have shared similar scripts, but their syntax is different enough for us to be able to distinguish them. So number one, they're not the same community.
Well, in this instance, they're all Northwest Semitic. Now we're talking about Northwest Semitic languages.
Like I don't know how Mr. Spherical, non-spherical is trying to have a general conversation with me over these issues. Wow, these are very technical issues.
Now we're talking about Northwest Semitic language, and it is very technical, and I can have a conversation because I'm going to have the argument that these are all Amorite stock anyway.
Yeah, but once you say that, you must know that you are not equipped to handle this conversation because
Because now, how do you identify the stock of the Levites? How do you identify the stock of the Levites now?
I think I am because we haven't even gotten to the points of a Levites being established. Period yet. They're established as a nation when they're Levites. We're talking proto stock right now. We're talking about who these people were when they're these nomadic Semitic tribes, going back and forth through the Levant into to the Delta, right? That's who we're talking about. And
you jumped before the expulsion of the Hyksos, because after the 18th dynasty came in and wrecked shop, there was no more free movement beyond Canaan to Egypt.
Well, that's why I keep asking you to distinguish between the groups that we're talking about, because one minute you'll say the Hyksos, right? And so if that's who you're identifying with the Israelites, that's fine. Because my argument would be that the Hyksos, the people group that I will say are the Amu, or I could say I would argue would be the elite group that comes from the Amorite stock from the Levant area, Canaan area, wherever you want to call it from, are different than these people that I keep saying Shashu Yahweh. They're not Hyksos. The Shashu of Yahweh are not Hyksos.
They could be. They don't really know.
Right. That is a good point. They could be. They could have been. We really do not know. If anything,
we do know because we have the inscription showing them enslaved at a certain period of time. We have Ramses II saying we go.
But I'm saying, King J, who it is contingent on the source, and it comes from Egypt, and they're not worried about being impartial.
We got sources.
Well, we have a 400-year period of metal sources talking about Shashu from 1500 BC to 1100 BC.
Right.
That's the time period of the span of gap, 400 years worth of history. And that's quite ironic, if I say so myself. 400 years of history, just about, in Egyptian records of Shashu inhabitants, whether it's from raids or not. And I'm holding that they number one, they entered into the land before Shashu first appeared in Egypt, and number two, they exit out before the Shashu are done being mentioned in Egyptian records.
Hold on, the Amu,
the Israelites.
Be specific. We're talking about this time period.
Proto-Israelites. Okay. During this time period, I'm saying the sons of Jacob. Let's use the biblical terms then. The sons of Jacob.
They come from the Levant.
Okay. The sons of Jacob, or the sons of Israel, because that's what Exodus calls the proto-Israelites. They don't call them Israelites yet.
Okay.
Not playing games. They only get the name Israel as a nation after they exit. So we agree. Cool. Didn't know we agreed there.
We do.
All right. So the Israelite first entered into the land of Egypt, according to my understanding of the chronology. They entered the land of Egypt before the Shashu first get mentioned in the Egyptian record.
Okay, so let's
and
start
they leave.
So let's
Okay.
identify that. So the Shashu, to my knowledge, to my source, is the Solab inscription, 1400 BC, Amenhotep III.
Roughly.
We got
Sure.
Shashu. Okay.
Yep. And they're mentioned in the Solab
We in
inscription.
Nubia, right?
No, not only in Nubia.
Well, my source is strictly says Nubia.
Yeah, I understand that. Do you understand why your source probably says that?
Do you have a contrary source?
I'm asking if you understand why the source is making mention of it being in Nubia.
Because that's where they were enslaved at.
That's where the inscription is found.
That's where Soleb is at.
Yes. That's it. Like, I don't know if you're familiar, but the Egyptians were known for relocating locations. This is part of the reason why just in modern archaeology, there's recently, and when I say recently, I mean right before the big Ten Commandment movie was made. So we talking the 70s. And the field was going on for about 50, 70 years before that as an academic study. But around the 70s, around the 70s is when Labib Habashi first identified P. Ramses not as Tanis. Because Tanis, if you're familiar with movies, Indiana Jones, Tanis is where they thought they could find the Ark of the Covenant and all this stuff. Because later on in the Bible, like, I don't know, the Psalms, they mentioned the Israelites being in Egypt, running through the fields of Zohar in Tanis. And Tanis is one of the many locations P. Ramses was relocated to.
You're in the Nile Delta, for sure.
So the point here is simply, I'm not exactly sure about the Soleb inscription, but I am saying that inscription, it was found in Nubia. Doesn't mean that events occurred in Nubia, or that's the record of those urbanites' transference to Nubia. I'm saying that's just where the inscription is.
Okay, and that's a fair point. But the people are from the land of Edom.
That's not a problem to me.
No.
The picture are found. They list the land of Shashu of Yahweh. Seir is synonymous with Edom, and it mentions Shashu of Reuben, right?
Yeah, it mentions a lot more of them too.
All are Transjordan tribes, right? None of these tribes.
I agree. So that means Yahoo is what?
So why are you putting? So you cannot put Yahweh tribes in the
No. Yahweh is not a tribe. Number one.
Right. It is a place name in the text. It's a
toponym. Okay, so let's put it.
It's either a toponym or a chief leader.
Yes, you're correct. And let's put it where it belongs, in its proper geographical location. Where? Not in Canaan.
Somewhere in the land. I agree. It's somewhere in the land of Seir. Somewhere within their mountain.
Where Timon is located at, wherever Timon is at.
The view is that it's in that area of Seir and like around the Edomite area, but we don't really know.
We do not have exact places.
It has nothing to do with anything Levantine.
Actually, it does.
Eden? Or are you saying the Shashu?
Yeah. Because I'm arguing, why is it not in any of the pantheons? I'm asking questions.
Oh my goodness, because you're looking when you keep talking about pantheons, and then you go to Ugaritic as if Ugarit is the same location as Seir.
Bro, it's not. That's the point. If you go to the Ugaritic text, Yahweh is not listed as a son of El in the Pantheon.
That's fine. Yeah,
listen, Hebrew,
What does
Amorites.
he have?
Wait. Hebrew, Amorites, Ugarit, they all share the same Canaanite lexicon. They all share the same stuff.
You mean Akkadian?
They share the same
and Akkadian
views or
and
culture.
Akkadian.
They share similar cultural views, but it
the same.
depending on what culture you decide to study.
Those 4 groups, 5 groups, all are the same.
You can't really say that.
Yeah, we can't even say that from, I don't know if it's a Soleb or the other inscription of the Shashu, but one of those 2 Shashu inscriptions are colored. And when I say colored, I mean like the individuals are of different colors with different garments and different attire. Different, like they're demonstrating slightly different cultures and the people groups.
Fringes is something that I see as in a lot of depictions of a lot of yeah, not just them. But I would like to also reference the what is it called, the Hatshepsut, the expulsion of the Asiatics, where she actually used the words Amu for the word Asiatics, and they're expelling them from Avars, right? So I don't have a problem with that, but I just want to clearly keep making a distinction that the ancient Egyptians, when they clearly distinguished between the Amu groups in the Levant and the Shashu groups in the Transjordan area. They had 2 different distinct words for them. They were peoples to them.
I disagree with you, and my main point of disagreement is going to come from an academic perspective.
I just want to give you some another point to entertain. Also, they had different entry points too, right?
I agree completely.
They use different words for different groups of Asiatics. Yeah,
they had different entry points, which just lets you know they're coming from different geographical locations. The Transjordan tribes probably would have came through the Yemen area, The
Shashu got there primarily by means of being war booty, campaign booty.
Mm-hmm.
All of these Shashu of Yahoo inscriptions you're talking about are when they are in captive circles, and captive circles demonstrate they were war booty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Ramses relief with those Semites and raps.
Yeah, but you can't insert that they're coming from.
I'm inserting they're not freely traveling into Egypt during these time periods.
Yeah, but when the Egypts are so, for one, the Egyptians are listing them as non-bows. No, then wait. Let me. I'm first remember. Are you listing them as non-bows?
Talking about Ramses the third.
Yeah, they're not listing them as non-bows. For one,
because the non-bows are primarily the sea people and the Philistines.
Exactly.
And they're allies.
And they're not Semitic.
Non-bows could be technically anybody who's opposed to the Nasut, anything outside of the resident.
Okay.
Right. And because the Levant was essentially war booty territory since the 4th dynasty, the Egyptians had no problem with going into that territory. Like, what's his name? Not almost went into the Levant, into Syria, and brought back 100,000 Shashu.
Yeah, Shashu. I just want to make. It's the distinction between Shashu and Amu. I know they're different.
No, the only difference is their location and urban residence. If they're in Egypt, if they're natives within the territory of primary Egyptian soil, they are only identified as Asiatics. The Shashu connotation is left.
Okay,
they may still be depicted as if they were Shashu in the pictures, but the term Shashu is no longer going to be mentioned there.
In fact, Amu, the term itself, may be a loan word, an Akkadian loan word. for Amorites.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I always
But
refer.
the Egyptians had a wider usage for it. It's similar to, it's similar to like how the Egyptians. So, okay, you mentioned earlier Ramses III. What happens during Ramses III? The Philistines and Sea people take out Egypt. They causing havoc for real, for real. So that's not the first time the Sea people began to make an intrusion into Egyptian territory or adjacent Egyptian territory. Because during the reign of Ramses II, while he's talking about everything in his military campaign to the Levant, he mentions the coastal territory is filling up with people like the Luca. And the Luca are part of these Sea people groups.
Right.
They're not, Philistines are not those Sea people, but they're related because their primary place of habitation. But even them, they're different from the Philistines. The Sea people are not.
You talking about the Pales?
Yes, but see, once we get into the biblical cultural context and linguistic paradigm, they don't. It's primarily Philistines. Philistines is their catch-all word for the Sea people. While in Egypt, it's Sea people and Philistines. They're mentioned side by side as allies.
And it's different tribes. It's different tribes of the Sea people in Egyptian texts. They actually distinguish among them. You have the Meshwesh. It's considered amongst the Sea people as well. Off the top of my head, they're known as Libyan tribes, basically. Meshwesh. Are you familiar with them?
A little bit. I haven't read on them in a minute, but I'm slightly.
Just to, you know what I'm saying, but still, there's no. So I mean, let me see if I agree with you or not. So are you saying that these two different tribes groups that we've identified, Amo groups and Shashu groups, you're saying that they both are who you're referring to when you say Israelites, or just one? Which group are you?
Neither. Yeah, our earliest. I mean, you were talking about. I'm trying to find the Israelites, and you started mentioning the Shashu inscriptions. I was going to interject, but I wanted you to get it out, and my interjection was going to be: those don't mention Israel. They don't mention Israelites. The closest thing you get to that is Merneptah Stela, and according to the best epigraphers I know and translators I know, Kenneth Kitchens, somebody who did over 5 million words in Egyptian epigraphy. Kenneth Kitchens says that that's a tribal community. It's one of the ways you could say a tribal nomadic group outside of Egypt is the way he talks about those Israelites.
Well, when you would use that, when you wanted to do that, you would either use the term, and I'll say it again. I would argue that strictly for these particular people in the north, it would be Abaru or Habaru for that type of group of people, just as a generic term, you know. But you know, it wouldn't be in regards to Shashu.
I agree, because Shashu would be referencing them in their native territory. Once they become urbanites or urbanized city dwellers of Egyptian land, they no longer have Shashu affiliation. They're simply Semites, or the Amaru term that you were using earlier.
But see, even the term Shashu, even I don't even care about that. We could just say that we could substitute that word for nomadic, and I would be okay with that. We could just say nomadic, you know what I'm saying, or anything. But
they're not nomadic anymore if they're dwelling in Egyptian territory.
No, but
they're Egyptian property.
Citizens, yeah. Well,
but the way that the Egyptians are using it, so like when they say the nomad, the Shashu of Seir, I wouldn't mind saying the nomads of Edom, the nomads of Seir. Like I would interchange nomad with Shashu, no problem. Even when it says the Shashu of Yahweh, I could interchange nomad. You know what I'm saying? The nomads of, because it's using the word Yahweh in this instance, in my opinion, as a toponym. Seir, same way. The RB in Reuben as a land. Shashu is more or less used as a toponym. I'm sorry, as the word nomadic.
Yeah, I'm representing.
So even the Yahweh is used. So my understanding is that it's used in reference to the land of a particular people who worship that particular deity. This group of particular nomads worship Yahweh. There's a group that in this particular land of Seir. They're different, they're located over here in Edom.
Hold on, say that again. You saying say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Basically, I'm interchanging the word shashu for nomadic.
Okay.
So it's just a generic term because the real we should be focused. The real focus is on the toponym.
Yeah,
Yahweh is being used as a toponym in this instance, not a deity.
Yeah.
But it's the first instance. So I'm being generous and giving y'all and giving the Yahweh is that because if not these occurrences, you don't have that.
Okay.
All you got is El, and we have plenty instances of where I could show El as being the oldest deity, the father of the pantheon. The instances where other deities like his son Baal or his daughters or any other younger deities may rise within the pantheon and assimilate and take his title of Elyon. Because you can make an argument when he gives his, to his the nation splits the nations to his 7 portions, the nations to each deity, to each one of his sons, that in their pantheon, that deity, that son would be their Elyon. You know what I'm saying?
That is the context of that
right.
verse. I'm saying, I'll argue that too. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. That is the context of that verse.
So that's just it, and so that's my only argument with what Yahweh do, and I'm just saying I don't understand where he come from, and I don't see.
None of us do, man. None of us do.
And
the
so
scholars again say he's an obscure deity.
Yeah,
and so
very obscure.
And that's where I would go start talking about linguistically how they made it up, really, because when I started talking about Yad. Right there, I'm like, wait a minute. So it's Yod. They're stretching vowels and shit now. Yod Hey, Vav Hey. Like that structure doesn't even exist until Masoretic Nakuds, Yiddish pronunciations. Those vowels were created to be able to.
You're familiar with the Nakud system prior to the Masoretes, right? Like what we see in the Dead Sea Scroll?
No, because there wasn't any Nakud systems.
There was a Nakud system in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, it is.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, it just isn't a series of dots and lines. It's a series of doublets of certain letters.
Well, I'm not familiar with Nakud in the in the Dead Sea Scrolls at all.
They're there.
So the Assyrians use Nakuds.
Yeah, it's a form. It's a form of writing that helps the reader understand how this word is formed. So it's a form of Nikud. The Mesoretic text has it flattened out.
You may have got that mistake because the text that we showed earlier, it didn't have any.
The system is a traditional system of using a pronouncing words.
Pronunciation, yeah. And by the way, modern Jews, they do not read the Hebrew text with the Masoretic points. In fact, if you were to go to Israel right now and pick up a newspaper, you're not going to see a dot, jot, line, or tittle above any letter in the newspaper.
Right, because they don't know how to read.
It means that they're able to recognize the Nakuds without actually seeing Nakud.
You said that wrong. they're not able to recognize the nakus without being able to see the nakus. They know that they're not any nakus, and they just know how to naturally pronounce them. The nakus system are for people that don't know how to. So listen, brother, you said the Dead Sea Scrolls have nakus systems. You made
That's
that up.
correct. No, it's not being made up.
Because you're looking for dots and signs.
I can never even pronounce it. The matrice lexia, whatever how you want to pronounce that shit. That shit is made up way later, brother. They don't have. Listen, and I'll name you the three systems, and you can look them up. Right? You have the Tiberian system.
Right? Talking scripts.
No, these are scripts. You have the Babylonian, right? And that's the one that Ezra came back with, the Kettiv Asher, the script that they use today that they're calling Hebrew, right? Because it's not the Kettiv Avri, they're using the Kettiv Asher. So, but you had not to get distracted. You had the Tiberian, which is the Nakud system that they use. So I'm gonna show you how they use a combination of all this shit and put together today, right? The Tiberian for the Nakuds, they're using the Babylonian Asherit Kettiv Asher script, and they're using the and then there was the Palestinian. The Palestinian is dead. So those are the three different dialects that they had back then.
All right.
None of them had Nakuds. Tiberian, Babylonian, Palestinian, they didn't have Nakuds.
So how did they know how to pronounce a word? Even if the word is spelled right there. Even if the word, now listen, even if the word is spelled exactly the same.
Exactly.
How do they know to distinguish without a system of distinguish? It doesn't. You're looking for the Masoretic and the Tiberius.
No, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. So to answer your question, so remember, this is thousands of years late. You know, the Masoretic Nakud system is 1,000 some damn near 2,000 years later, right? So they didn't. So, brother, listen. You asked the question. I'm trying to answer it. You asking another question while I'm in the process.
I'm not asking it, brother. I'm just correcting what you said.
What did I say that was wrong?
I said that they didn't have, but they have a tradition, a Nakud tradition. You're looking for the
who
actual.
Who had a Nakud tradition?
The Judeans. They had a tradition of writing the text, and that's why they were very instrumental in the way that they preserved the text.
All right, so I'm gonna answer your question. So they didn't have a Nakud system; they just knew how to pronounce the words. When brother, you keep cutting me up, brother. Listen, and I do this all the time. I just learn how to disagree with somebody and let them speak, and then if I have contention, I'll write it down while they speaking, and I'll address the points when they're done afterward. I don't cut them off in the middle, brother, because I can never even finish. I ain't even said a clear thought. Okay. The three systems that I addressed earlier, brother, I named, the Tiberian system, the Babylonian system, and the Palestinian system. Those were the basically three type of dialects that basically existed during the same time. The Tiberian system is the system basically that kind of won out. You know what I'm saying? That's the system that we use today in regard, that they use today in regards to the Masoretic text, in regards to the Nakud systems, right? So it's based off of the Tiberian system. There were other dialects, right, that existed. So when I say the Tiberian system, it's the vocalization system that they're using. Maybe I should say that better. The vocalization system that they are using is based off of the Masoretic system of vocalization, the Nakud systems, right? Although there were other vocalization systems that did exist at the time, right? But what they did use from the Babylonians was the script, right? And that lives through the Kettiv Ivri script. So we would see them apply that system of vocalization to that script. So we're not there, mind you, now they're not applying the system of Nakuds, the vocalization, right? Because we have the skeleton. So when I say script, you can just think of skeleton, a blank skeleton, to now that where we can enter the Nakuds, the vocalization system, the vowels, the A, E, I, O, U's, right? So that's what we're doing with the Nakuds. In this particular system, which is the Tiberian, right? It differs from the Babylonian. They all differ. But that's basically what we have. We have the Masoretic for the vocalization. We have the Assyrian script being applied to it that they're using to write it out. Did I answer your question?
I'm about to say y'all still there.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't.
Sure.
He's asking about Nakuds. Those old systems of they didn't have. So basically, bro, what I'm saying is, if you're engulfed in a system, if you're born in a cultural tradition, you didn't need vowels. For instance, the Meter Netter. There is no so the word for the day would be Abjad system. ABJADS. Look that up. So it's consonantal alphabets. They don't have any vowels, brother. You just know that they're there. A person that speaks the language knows they're there. The Nakud systems are for people like you who don't understand the language or how to pronounce the language. That's what they're for. So when we see them 2,000 years later, right, they're guessing. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they're guessing, basically, as far as like phonetically how they're pronouncing. Because what else are you going by? You have a skeleton that you can insert vowels into. And depending on the vowels that you insert will determine on the meaning that you change. That will the meaning. So you did ask the question phonetically. So if I give you the example of Shemesh, right? I would spell Shemesh SH, just the skeleton, right? Just the skeleton, no vowels. SHMSH, right? Phonetically, I'm pronouncing Shemesh. So if you ask me what was the definition of that word, I couldn't really tell you unless I knew the context of the structure of the sentence that I was using it in. So Shemesh, if I spelled it with an A, then I could probably say that could mean sun. Right? Okay, now I see. Okay, now if I add the Nakuds, right? If I add the Nakuds, because I don't know how and add the E, then the word would mean servant. So depending on the vowels that I just added, I changed the meaning of the word based upon just the phonetic pronunciation of the words, right? So when I say in the Hebrew lexicon words like yad, they didn't have, and they didn't have it as a vowel. When we start seeing the word yad, it's being used as a vowel, right? So that's how we know that that's how we know that it's associated to a later date, right? A later time period, way later, where this practice is being inserted into an older tradition. You know what I'm saying? We constantly see Yahweh, still in the epitaphs of the El Melech. He still is the epitaph of El Elyon, the Most High.
When you say El Elyon, you mean the most exalted?
Most High.
Not El most exalted, but the most exalted.
Elion. When I'm saying Elion, I'm saying Most High. When I said El, I'm using El. In that instance, I was using it as a definite article.
Where did you get L? What? L's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Because if I say
L's
Al,
definitely.
if I say Il.
Yeah, you said earlier Hebrew and Arabic are not the same language, and we shouldn't cross contaminate
Brother, in that instance, it's the same thing.
dialects.
It's the
It's
same.
not.
They both mean the, brother.
Okay. I would like to know when Al is the in Hebrew. Can you give me a verse?
Brother, I didn't say. I said Il.
Beautiful. I would like to see when Il or Al or L is the
As a
in
definite
Hebrew.
article.
I would like to see that in Hebrew, please. Yes.
Yeah, that's when I'm saying the definite article. That's what I mean. Il is the definite.
Right. I would like to see that, please, whenever you get a chance.
I could definitely demonstrate that. Hold on one second. Yeah.
Mm.
That's the rule.
It is?
I thought so. Hold on. I definitely thought that was the rule.
Right.
You watch the definite articles.
Definite articles. So you got at least two types of definite articles in Hebrew.
Hold on.
One's a direct definite object marker. The other one is a definite article indicator. And so, like the God in Hebrew would not be al il or ilil. It wouldn't be that either. LL, it wouldn't be LL Cool J. No, it wouldn't be that either. It would be ha. Ha would be the definite article.
Yeah, it's for that. Yeah.
Ha for sure. Mm-hmm.
But I want to see L or Al as a Hebrew definite article now.
Okay.
I was gonna read something to you, but I was like, yeah, this is $30. This is $30 vocabulary word stuff. I'm supposed to be reading the sources now anyway.
Hold on, brother.
But in all honesty, what I was looking up while you was talking the last time was proto-Sinaitic vowels.
Right.
Because proto-Sinaitic or proto-Semitic vowels do exist. They even continue in the old manuscripts. And you had three long vowels,
How do they
three
write
short vowels, and
how
two
do they write an
different.
olive? How do they write an olive?
Well, the construction of the aleph is not. This is not a proto-Semitic book. This is a grammar or syntax book.
Exactly.
Well, you're saying exactly for no reason. You're saying exactly for no reason.
They only have a phonetic value.
There's also quality
For the olive.
to be related to. Oh, it's more than just phonetic. You have to deal with quality.
You can't write quality. You can express it.
I'm glad you're identifying literature, words, letters, or expressions.
No.
They definitely are.
Not in the English vocabulary.
Well, I don't know how you want to use Paleo Hebrew because
Paleo is different.
Okay.
Paleo at that stage, they still convey concepts. The symbols still have meanings outside of phonetic, just letters that have phonetic symbols that have some phonetic values.
Except for the fact that the whole point of an ABCDary is to use the pictographs, icons as phonetics. Got you. I got you.
That's exactly it. It's really an Akud in a way because it's only a way to express phonetically the determinative. The people who already know and that's the thing. For the sake of writing something fast and cursive, the scribes gave up the meaning of the actual symbol, and that's really kind of what happens. And it's like
We're centuries away from cursive script. Syriac don't come back.
No, we're not.
Syriac don't come about until after the New Testament period.
No, brother, I can show you cursive. I can show you hieratic in 2300 BC.
Hieratic is not Canaanite or Proto.
Hieratic is cursive. I'm just saying a cursive script. I'm just in general, just like I'm just talking about. I'm using the example of the Egyptians using the Meta script, the pictographic, ideographic script that has symbols that convey message, and for the sake of just writing something faster, they lost that, to go to the hieratic, right? Because the hieratic is just basically just like the English how we write in our cursive, right? Letters, they don't have any meaning. So when Champollion gives us in the Meta these 24 uniliterals, he's given us 24 letters. Each letter has a phonetic value attached to it. Just like in our English alphabet, each letter has a phonetic a value attached to that as well. Until outside of examples of like A, for example, or possibly I, until you build actual words with these letters, they have no meanings. Standing alone, they have no context. You won't know what they mean. You'll know how to pronounce them, but you don't know how to. You won't know what they mean until you build a word with them. So, and that's the same thing that we see with the meta. The symbols, when we see them as uniliterals, they're building words that we pronounce phonetically. So at the end of the literals that we see, we'll see the logogram, the determinative. So that way we'll know what that is. But that's only for people who don't understand. The thing that I'm expressing is the people who knew, the people who were initiated in whatever fraternity or whatever you had to be to know, they already knew. They could just look at it. They already knew the concept. They weren't breaking words down into literal spelling words, because they could just look at the concept and already knew what it meant. Like that's like like that sign, Aleph Lamed. I'm looking at it on my screen. It's the God code. All throughout the Northwest Semitic, we see that word, Aleph Lamed, Aleph Lamed. That's the God code. It's universal. It means God. It means it's El. That particular deity.
All right. Okay, so could the God code apply to humans?
As a proper name or a common name?
Period.
Because we see it titles like Lord.
I'm trying to figure out if you think it. Okay, I'm trying to figure out if you think El is an epithet because of its common or general usage and particular usage.
It's L-A. You say it's L-A. What now? I said so.
Epithet.
I would say that Elion is an epitaph of El.
Okay. Does Elion consist of the Aleph Lamed God code?
Yes.
Could you please identify the first two letters of Elion?
Aleph Lamed.
No. It's Ayin.
That was Iron Lemon, yeah.
So, in light of the fact it doesn't have the theophoric conceptual framework that you demand, how is it not an epithet? and just a general term that could be applied to, say, the greatest basketball player. Michael Jordan is Elion on the court.
I think the issue, like biblically and extra biblically, it can go for both. We just have to use our context to understand how to use the term.
Because the brother, what you just said, it didn't. But you like you didn't make sense. So when you said, and this is the difference of different vocalization systems, right? So when you said no and, right? I automatically know that's Yiddish, right? When the yod, right? The Yiddish is the ayin is Yiddish. Okay.
Okay, so there's two olives.
So wait, stop, because I haven't stop. Let me make my point. So when that word is used, so when I say Aleph Lamed, I'm correct. So when we're saying Aleph, so listen, depending on the vocalization system, because it's what is it? It's a glutinal stop, right? So in the metanetter, we represent that sign as the A, right? We represent that as the hawk, right? It's a glutinal stop. This is why I say later on they add these vowels that weren't vowels. So this is where you have to be careful and actually know the language and stop saying stupid shit like it's an, because that's later it wasn't. The people who know how to write the language would know that's not. It's a olive.
You say ayin is Yiddish, so it don't appear in any text.
Ayin is Yiddish. Ayin is Yiddish. Olive is not.
So it won't appear in any ancient text.
But phonetically, right? This is what the problem when you just pronouncing shit. Phonetically, all you're trying to do is pronounce the glutinal stop.
Great. So could you please spell tell everybody what's the first letter in Gomorrah? Could you tell us the first letter? Could you tell us the first letter, since I'm too dumb and we're going too far back in ancient languages? Can the first letter in the term Gomorrah?
That wasn't the word, but you say Elion.
I'm just asking. What's the first letter in the term for Gomorrah?
I don't even know what Gomorrah means, brother.
Oh, okay, because they start with the same letter.
What starts with the same letter?
Gomorrah and the letter ayin.
Okay, what does it have to do with this?
If they begin with the very same letter. Elion, here's the similitude, sir. The similitude is this. Gomorrah in Hebrew.
So they both represent.
I'm almost done. Okay. Gomorrah in Hebrew and Elion in Hebrew begin with the very same letter. How do we get such wide pronunciational differences since they begin with the very same letter?
Because they're all using the vocalization systems to represent the glutinal stop.
So why is it Gomorrah is to be understood to be?
Those are Yiddish systems. So those they're added. That's giving you the different pronunciations that you just asked for. And I told you that. Depending on the vocalization system that you use, you're going to pronounce different shit. That's why you have Hebrews around here talking about that Yah, Wah, Ha, Shah, Wah, Wah, Wah. That's not Hebrew. That's based off of Yiddish vocalization system. This shit that we talking about.
Can you please tell me a letter in old Hebrew script? I don't know why you're cutting me off before I finish my answer. My question. Can you please tell us a letter in the old Hebrew script that is not of Yiddish pronunciation?
That's not a Yiddish pronunciation.
Yeah.
So when I refer, for one, the Yiddish to this day, they use most of the same alphabet script, which is that we use today. It's an Assyrian script. It's not even Hebrew. So they don't even use the Hebrew script today.
The pronunciation is what I asked, not the script.
Well, but brother, I already answered that. The vowels are when the pronunciation when you're using yods for A's, and so those are Yiddish vocalizations.
Where are you getting a ya or yod sound from in the letter ayin?
The ayin is Yiddish.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yes.
Okay, so when did Yiddish first become a language?
So yeah, listen. The alphabet isn't in the original Hebrew script.
Demonstrate it. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I can show my screen, but I'll just read this real quick. The AN in Yiddish function as a vowel, typically representing the sound of the English E as an E. It's a key part of the Yiddish unique system where the consonants like ayin, vav, and yod form vowels.
Wow. So are you trying to tell us now that there were vowels in ancient Hebrew when we mentioned Gomorrah?
This is Yiddish. The vowels are Yiddish.
Right, and notice G is not a guttural vowel.
Brother, the point of context was the glutinal stop of how it's being represented phonetically. I'm letting you know that in this instance, when you asked about the Elion, right, and you asked me how's it spelled, and I said Aleph Lamed, that's correct. You said no, it's An. No, they would have pronounced it as Aleph. There wouldn't have been no An because that's a later Yiddish convention. That's the point being made. That's the point being made with that. They would have just simply.
Yeah, that's cool. You can keep mishearing me.
Had the glutinal stop of
So in ancient Hebrew, are there two aleph?
And we're vocalizing it. When they wrote it,
Cool. So in ancient Hebrew, are there two alephs? Two distinct letter formations that you pronounce as aleph. Are there two different alephs?
Brother, to be technically, every word has an aleph in it that we don't see. Every word has an aleph.
Every word has a
invisible aleph.
An invisible aleph.
Mm-hmm. How do you start your word? Start a word.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I didn't hear an anywhere. No.
Mm-hmm.
So again, are you suggesting there's two alephs in ancient Hebrew? So what is the very first letter from your understanding? What's the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet? How do you pronounce the letter?
We can say Aleph.
All right, and the letter that's beginning of both Gomorrah and Elion, how do you pronounce that letter?
Aleph.
So it sounds like you're saying there's two alephs.
No.
Do these letters have the very same physical structure? Do they look the same?
So that's the point that I'm making, brother. We're not talking about writing. We're talking about phonetically pronouncing how words can be the same, sound the same, and have totally different meanings. What are you talking about? I just debunked the whole argument. I just debunked the whole point of what I'm trying to show you.
Oh, yeah, you tried to show me something about a guttural stop based off of a letter. I don't know why you're trying to play loose and fast with grammar and phonetics when this whole conversation we have right now is over your issue over my pronunciation of one letter, the first letter of Elion.
No,
you said it's Aleph. And you're saying right now we're not debating or discussing letters, but phonetics.
Tell me how the first letter of Elion is not Aleph.
Oh, because an Aleph looks like an ox head.
That's
Ayin does not.
Brother, that's in a pictographic form. It looks like
I'm glad all of the pictographic depictions of an Aleph look more like an ox head than or the letter A, which again is just depending upon which epoch you're in, it still looks like an ox head just turned on its side, or turned to look like an A in English today.
Mm-hmm.
So, or slightly tilted, almost like a greater than symbol with a line going between it. So again, if you ask me, those still look like an ox head. The iron does not look like an ox head at all. It looks like the modern script. It looks like a U.
It's not
It looks more like a U. It looks more like a U.
That's the whole point. You're making my point, brother. It's
Okay.
not supposed to represent a concept anymore. It's only representing phonetic value.
Beautiful. But you said we weren't discussing alphabets. So what are you trying to discuss?
What do you mean? I just told you.
Okay, I'll reframe. I'll retell you how we got here. You started talking about the Aleph Lamed as the God. You mentioned the Aleph Lamed as the God word, the God concept that's common in these ancient Semitic cultures, and then you went to Elyon, a word that is pronounced
Aleph Lamed.
You went to a word that doesn't even have an aleph in it.
So that's where we at. So let's stay right there. I need you to show me how Elyon does not have an aleph in it.
Oh, well, if it's silent, that means it's physically not in the literature. Therefore, you have to concoct. You have to concoct an additional vowel.
Is that what I said?
In your. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Oh my God!
I know. You love the cartoon character Garfield because you want to have the cake and eat it at the same time.
What I said.
No, I'm actually not repeating what you said. I'm putting your statement into contrast with what we're talking about. Because what you said is not about what we're talking about. Aleph, Lamed are the two letters that make up the God concept.
Yes. You can stay right there. Yes.
How many letters in the Semitic? How many letters in the Semitic
22,
culture
24. Come on, 24, 22.
have an Aleph or Lamed sound?
Oh my God, man, you playing games. Brother.
You said we can stay there, and then you keep cutting me off before I finish my question, and then you say I'm playing games when I'm asking a genuine question from your perspective. Seems like you're the one playing games. Can you answer the question now? I'll repeat it if you need me to.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask the question.
Okay, how many Alephs and Lameds are there in the ancient scripts?
You talking about within the uniliterals? It's only one. I mean, it's two. It's Lamed and so it's okay. So when we're talking about vowels, right?
I'm not talking about a vowel. I'm talking about just the consonant, the letter.
The sound.
The letter. The name of the letter.
There is no name of the letter. There's a phonetic pronunciation of the symbol. There is no name of the letter.
Okay. What's the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet?
The bet.
Interesting. But that's not a letter. It's a phonetic sound.
It's not a letter.
Okay, cool.
It represents shelter.
Why do scholars identify the Serbet El Kadam inscriptions as ABCDaries?
Mm-hmm.
Why do they identify those inscriptions as ABCDaries?
Greek alphabet is an abecedary. The Proto-Semitic script is an abecedary. They're all abecederaries. At this point, they don't have phonetic. They have phonetic values. They're being used as uliterals. They're not being used to just as concepts. The further you go in history, the further the meaning of the actual original symbol has.
So why do you keep acting like I'm asking you what does Aleph mean instead of what letter is Aleph?
Because I'm giving you a sound. I'm giving you the glutinal stop. I'm giving you the You're asking me to write. It depends. So if it be those Semitic writers, right? That got that ox head, right? They got that from the Egyptians, right? The symbol, they're pronouncing it Aleph, right? In the Egyptian, they pronounce it as the same pronunciation as Ah, right? They both are pronouncing it as Ah, but in the Egyptian, they write it as the vulture.
Why are you claiming that why are you claiming the first sound of Elion is of the same letter as the ox head?
I'm showing you something. I'm showing you the Ah, right?
Right. That's going to be the first letter of the ox head, correct? That's what you just said.
In the Hebrew lexicon.
Beautiful. And you're not telling me what a lexicon says, because lexicons do not tell us the verbal.
Well, you know what I meant. And so, but the comparison is the Ah, right? With the Meternetter. Right? Because
Okay, cool. So what about the letter that starts Elion?
The Aleph. Brother, if I'm telling you that the ayin is a Yiddish convention that has to come later, then why are you inserting that there's a ayin there instead of a aleph?
Because according to Yiddish, let you be right. If we're paying attention to Yiddish pronunciation of this alphabet script, then we must also say this is a Yiddish pronunciation. And you're just using the Yiddish pronunciation for a different letter, namely the one that primarily looks like an ox head, in order to identify a completely different letter that does not look like an ox head.
No,
namely the ayin.
It doesn't have to look like an ox head to give the phonetic value.
Right, because from your understanding, all of the terms in Hebrew have a silent aleph.
All it has to do is give you the phonetic pronunciation of the ah, right? It doesn't have to be, and that was what I was demonstrating, showing you that the hawk is the ah as well in Egyptian. In the Hebrew, it's the ox head, right? You said it was in the other language. It was as it pronounced with a gimel, right? Written with a gimel. It pronounced as a ah, right?
Yeah, there's no gimel. There's no gimel in Gomorrah.
How is it written?
Gomorrah doesn't with the letter you're claiming is an aleph.
So if it's not with an aleph, how is it written?
It's written. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It is the modern ayin. It is the ancient ayin. It is not an aleph. It is not a gimel. It is not a gimal. It is none of them.
Brother.
Gomorrah.
Go ahead.
Gomorrah and Elion begin with the same letter.
Aleph.
I know I'm not the only. Am I the only one still in here with you? I think I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, I think your pronunciation has done more as it relates to equivocation because of your education, and I think it's misleading and misinforming your own understanding. I can simply go back to the text and look at the letter shapes. I can look at the letter shapes myself, and I can tell you that letter is not the same letter. And I can also tell you that the same letter that begins the word Elion has an older vocalization than Elion.
I said,
and
brother,
that older vocalization is the G sound, not an aleph sound. No, it's so it's Amora. Sodom and Amora. It's Sodom and Amora.
Brother, however you write it,
It's gonna pull out Amora instead of Gomorrah, right? Why is Gomorrah sounding like it starts with a modern English G?
It's not an iron. Never mind. Go ahead, brother.
It's not an ayin. So why does it sound like it starts with a modern G?
It's an aleph. Hold
So
on,
why does it sound like a modern G?
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
And shouldn't we use that if it's an older pronunciation affiliation with the G sound? Shouldn't we use that when we're saying, I don't know, Elion? It should be Gelion. Or even Galion.
So it says that it's not Gomorrah, it's actually Amora. It's Gomorrah in English. So you're being disingenuous trying to say the letter G, but it's not the letter G. It's
I
the
agree,
I.
because G is English. I agree completely.
So you
But
agree
the
that
G, the G is,
wait. So you agree that you just spent an hour of deceiving me?
no, sir. I'm agreeing that you don't know the language or the history of the pronunciational
No, I just showed you that you
situation
lied.
at hand.
I just showed
Actually,
you
you didn't show me I lied. What you showed hasn't actually been demonstrated.
everything
What
that
you
I
showed,
wait. Because everything that I
what you
said
showed
true.
is that you
So
type something into Google,
when I went to look
right,
at it,
and
it
it's not
confirmed what I
spelled.
said, and it showed that you made that shit up. Because
I didn't make it up.
the word is not spelled with the G. It confirmed what
I
I said.
agree. This is
Brother,
my point.
I said it's it's an olive.
Well, I'm sorry you don't know the ancient pronunciational paradigm,
Brother,
because
always
Gomorrah is
it's an
not always Gomorrah is not always an I. That's the point.
It
The
is, and
the first letter in Gomorrah, is not an I.
it's an
And
olive.
I wish you could turn on your screen and then draw or show an image of that letter that you think is there.
Brother, the iron does not even exist. Go ahead.
The iron didn't exist.
No.
And you said the Semitic dialects has had how many letters ever since their ABCs have been developed?
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Because you're using. Go ahead. Wait 1 second.
I'm saying all I'm suggesting here is that the G in Gomorrah is derived from the. Okay, the first letter in.
It's A.
I know you like trying to cut me off. That doesn't demonstrate the intellectual fortitude you're attempting to establish in this conversation.
How do you pronounce A?
How do you pronounce
A? Yeah.
A? You could be short or long.
Right. So that's the pronunciation.
And then in Hebrew you also have diphthongs.
Mm-hmm.
So you have diphthong corollaries in Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, ancient biblical Hebrew, not modern, not Yiddish. I'm not talking those languages. My pronunciation isn't even from those language paradigms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking in ancient, likely first century Yemenite dialect, because this is what I have understanding of my pronunciational schema.
But the G sound is not in that.
It's definitely there. It's definitely there. And it's definitely the oldest sound for the letter in question, namely as exemplified in the term of the neighboring town of Sodom.
So it says here the AN.
Well, you said there is no AN.
It says does not exist. It says outside of that, it says some traditions render it as a G, the G sound. It says the letter Aleph, on the other hand, is a silent letter, a glutinal stop. In modern Hebrew, serves mainly as a placed vowel sound at the beginning of every word. So when I said earlier that the olive, there's an olive, a invisible olive at the beginning of every word, you said no.
What are you reading?
What do you mean? What am I reading?
You keep saying this says, I just looked, I showed But you're not identifying the source.
Brother, we having a conversation.
I know, and you're reading, because I could have been reading from a grammar of biblical Hebrew. I could have been reading from multiple different grammatical sources I have access to.
Yeah, but
concerning these issues.
But a lot of the stuff you're saying, I'm like, it's not making sense. You have a contention. I'm like, I know the olive is there, so it's like you're using English words, and we're talking about olives.
Gomorrah is not an English word. Elion's not an English word. The letters we're using are not English words. In fact, this whole time you've been arguing, I've been saying not English, but Yiddish. So your point is being widely disturbed and contorted by your own rebuttal. So you went from saying I'm speaking Yiddish to now speaking English.
Brother, we initially started talking about Elion as an epitaph for the deity El. Period. You asked me how you spell it. I said Eli. I said Aleph Lamed. Aleph Lamed is the God code, right? That's all throughout Northwest Semitic languages. Linguistically, we see that code. Aleph Lamed, representing God in the form of a common noun, as you know, a generic word. Place names, of course, as the actual deity, right? We can use it in different instances as if we said Il Malek, right? The God King or the King, right? It could be, just we're not using it as the name of the actual deities in those instances, right? The same with Elohim, right? If we're using it in the plural form, same God code at the beginning of Elohim. Aleph Lamed. It's the same thing.
These are two different letters.
Oh boy, they're two different letters.
Oh boy, yeah, and I guarantee you, if somebody was able to look up the word Elion and then put side by side L, you're not going to see the same letters as the first letters on the far right. They're going to be completely different. Okay, that's a misstatement by you, but okay, because you've already said ayin is a letter that didn't exist until recently. It's a letter also. It's a letter that's all over the ancient Hebrew scripts.
And it's not used as a vowel.
Well, that's because you said there were no vowels until the Nakud of the Masoretes.
That's the point that I'm making. I'm not saying that there's not an ayin. I'm saying that there's not an ayin used as a vowel. It's not.
Okay. I don't know who said that ayins were vowels.
Okay.
No, I didn't say that. So if you've been trying to argue against that point, okay. I'm not arguing you. My issue of contention now is the way you're pronouncing Aleph. If you were to spell that out in the English letters, it sounds like you're saying A-L-E-F or A-E-L-E-F. Aleph. It sounds like you're saying one of those two. And you're applying that English spelling to two distinct drawings of letters. Two different letters. Mm-hmm. One of these letters, and neither one of them are definite articles. But one of these letters is something that looks like an ox head. The other one does not look like an ox head.
Mm-hmm.
So and
they still have the same phonetic value, right?
They have similar phonetic value. Similar, not the same. No, similar. Because the Aleph or Aleph, that letter has the vowel connotations, not the ayin, to my knowledge. So to confuse the letters and then to confuse their function, let alone their phonetic values or their quality, is quite interesting to me. So I'm gonna leave it at that. It was a pleasure talking to you this morning, last night. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. We done spent 9 hours it say in this call.
It's a long thing.
So I hope you had some eggnog in this conversation.
I definitely enjoyed the conversation, but yeah, we definitely would have to come to the same understanding that letters do not have meanings, brother. Letters do not have meanings, brother. And once the pictographic script, once the meta-netter, those those pictographic scripts lost their concepts, their meanings, and are broken down into uniliterals, into letters to spell actual words, then at this point we're just using them for phonetic values. So that's why it's hard, it's easy. So just like we're displaying here, when we're saying Aleph Lamed, you don't know what unless we write it down, right? So it's like when I'm saying they're using the ayin as a Yiddish convention as a vowel. In the earlier Ketiv of rescripts, those yads that are used in the Yiddish as vowels are consonants, right? So if you're looking at a yod and using it as a vowel, that's incorrect. That's incorrect.
I understand now a lot more why you said I was using the wrong words when I was simply saying yod, hey, vav, and hey. Even though those aren't words, those are simply letters. I understand now why you said I was using the wrong words when spelling one word.
Exactly. They're using the long vowel sounds, which are modern conventions.
They're not words. They're letters.
They're letters.
You said I was using the wrong words earlier, about 7 hours ago.
So you agree that letters have no meanings?
Letters have no meanings. I do not agree to that. I think letters have value and quality.
Values.
Value, quality, phonetic value. They have combined value. Like once you add one letter to another letter, now its quality is either going to be emphasized or diminished, or it might actually become a silent letter. But silent letters are usually present in the text, even if they're not pronounced. So, like, silent letters aren't just in every word either. Like, that's a new one.
Silent. No, I don't agree that silent letters are every word. No, but you did it. If you have to add another letters to make a word for it to have meaning, outside of just a single letter outside of itself with no context, that letter has no meaning. Like if I ask myself, what does the letter M mean? Then I could say it has a phonetic value of whatever, a ma or saying ma, but it doesn't have a meaning until I add. If I add, then I can maybe if I add an e to it.
That's because you may be going backwards, because historically speaking, it went from a word to a sound to represent a word.
It went from a thought. It went from the thought.
It went from a picture to a sound, a picture that meant a word, or pictures that meant multiple words, to pictures that meant sounds. And those pictures maintained, to some degree, etymological derivativeness from the previous culture of, like, that's how, for example, it wasn't because of Yiddish, but that's part of the reason how they got the understanding of El to mean power.
It's through the looking at the ox
as a symbolizing power and strength.
Yeah, and now that understand that this can fluctuate once you start applying it to different things, whether it's a human ruler or a deity or your local chieftain or your coach or your mama, your daddy, things of this sort. So it to me that makes more sense for the development of the language than some things that have been suggested tonight. But again, go ahead. I'll let you go ahead.
Just a question. So just I do want clarity, just understanding. I do like to learn. So when we just gave the example of the A, or I mean the ah as the ox head, and I gave the equivalent to the vulture or the hawk as the ah with the equivalent phonetic value. If we just said ah, we wouldn't know what we were referring to unless we actually wrote it out. And then we could possibly see what concept was being expressed, because possibly the hawk might express a different concept than power and strength than the ox head might. The hawk might express a concept of like maybe a wisdom or hindsight, or looking, whatever it may express. The concept behind it phonetically is pronounced as ah, just as well as the ox head. So we would have to actually write it out. So my argument is that when we write the letter A, right, we lost both of those. We've lost it. We don't know if it's meaning the wisdom or the strength at this point. We're just using it as now the A is a new symbol onto itself that only has a phonetic value. So when we see this symbol A, now we're just attaching a phonetic value and building new words. All right. Now we're going to build new words that don't have anything to actually do with the two original symbols that we both started with, although still expressing phonetically ah. You know what I'm saying? And it's a million words we can spell with ah now. A. That mean nothing. I should do a thing. I'm gonna do a presentation. Words have no letters have no meanings. Words do. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna do a little presentation on that.
Yeah, again, I think that's a interesting conversation to have. Do letters or words have meaning? I'll say both do. It depends on the cultural paradigm you're in and the historical time period in question. But letters and words have meaning. The best evidence I could give you to that, again, I mean, all a letter is a shorthand symbol. At least in our culture, because if we were to go to China, you don't learn letters. You learn thousands and thousands of different pictures, because their language is much more inflection than ours. It's like you can say ma, ma, ma,
right,
and that means three completely different things in Chinese or Mandarin or whatever. But yeah.
You only know the difference by the symbol?
Primarily it's through the difference. Not the difference is known by symbol in Mandarin Chinese, not by means of pronunciation.
Yeah.
So
or know the concept, or they would know they wouldn't have to write it they would just know to distinguish it depending on how it's being used in the context, right? If it was used in an incorrect way, they would automatically like no. Like we know in our own day-to-day speech if somebody's using the word incorrectly.
No, we don't.
We don't.
No. Most times we do not. It might be like a little weird feeling. That don't sound right.
Right.
Like that might be the vibe you get from the way they articulate, but usually no. Most people are not able to tell you, oh no, you had a subject adjective agreement instead of subject verbal agreement statement, or that, oh, you used the wrong helping verb. You should have used this helping verb or adverb. Or most people, colloquial speech in America, you would most likely not be able to break that type of stuff down. You might be able to break down basic things like, okay, what type of word is the word jump? Verb. You might be able to do something like that. House, noun. But you won't really be able to. You won't be able to conjugate that well. And I think the conversation you and Suave had earlier sort of demonstrated that. And yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. But I definitely enjoyed it. I enjoyed building with you. You're very intelligent. I like to learn, so you definitely like I say, if somebody's in an area that's more studied than me, I definitely like to learn. As well. So I can, you can tell how a person, just break, you break it down real easy. So I can tell this is kind of your field of study as far as linguistics is concerned, and but
linguistics is a hobby of mine. I grew up in a household where grammar was important. My mom was a reading literacy specialist, so I get grammar fairly easily. Don't worry, I break vowels and ain't saying. I'll use double negatives when I ain't got no right to do so. If but I mean I know better, and yeah, biblical studies is my field of interest. Textual criticism more than anything else. So when you made the TR comment, that's what made me join the call. And I was like, what else we talking about the Texas Receptor? Even with Texas Receptor should not be our base text for understanding translations.
King
even
James.
King James. Not even for the King James, because we have more evidence than what the King James authors had.
But the critical analysis theories is not for the King James.
Yes, they are.
Really?
Yes, the very same textual critical methods that were employed by Tischendorf are basically still being done today. So Tischendorf's before King James. Tischendorf is before Erasmus. He's the one that found Codex Sinaiticus, and Sinaiticus is what Erasmus wanted to look at in his production, that he wasn't really given access to the way he needed it or the way he wanted it. But
is it Kodak, not Sinaiticus, Ameris, right? Not Ameris.
I think he knew of Codex Sinaiticus.
Yeah, that's the
last. But the manuscripts haven't been found yet. But basically, in short, what Tischendorf did, what Desiderius Erasmus did, what Martin Luther did for German, what Theodore Beza, Calvin's understudy did, they all were doing the same things that modern scholars are doing, just at a much smaller scale and with much less material.
Right. Yeah. So that's with the text receptors as far as
with the King James version is concerned, right now we have access to larger text, different discoveries and stuff. So we're using the critical analysis. What I'm saying, more text corpus, but even with the Old Testament, they're using strictly the Masoretic text instead of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So
yeah, that's really not true. Again, if you reading, you talking about the King James, like when you say they, you talking about the King James, right?
So yeah, I'm strictly talking about the King James version using the Masoretic text as a primary source for translation of words, meaning of words, and the Texas Receptors being the primary text corpus that the King James versions use for the New Testament for its definition of words and primary source.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot more nuance in there. That's my big gripe. And again, I'm not a King James onlyist. I don't have that many problems with King James, except for probably a total of like 20 verses I have an issue with. But outside of those 20 verses and a few hundred textual variants, I don't have that many issues with the King James. I have more issues with the base text used for creating the King James.
The base text for the King, yeah. The
TR, primarily the TR. I don't have look. The Dead Sea Scrolls line up phenomenally well with the Masoretic text as it relates to the continental structure of the text.
I think one is given a monotheistic view, and the other one is given a polytheistic viewpoint. It's two different theologies. I think the Essenians and the Masoretes have two different viewpoints of the scriptures. I think the Essenians would look at it more of a. I think the Essenians would have had more canon that they use as well, opposed to than the Masoretes. That would have given them more, maybe even a more spiritual type of view than the Masoretes, who may have taken a more literal type of view. I think we're looking at two different theologies between this and the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Do you think we have? Do you think? Okay, so how do I ask this? Do you think there are different collections of authoritative Old Testament books amongst the Jews? And if so, when do you think these Jewish collections really begin to pop up?
That's a good question. So when Ezra comes, according to the biblical text, they may have found a scroll. I'm not sure if they actually did find one. A Sephar or a scroll was found, a Torah scroll may have been found when Ezra came. If not, I don't know where they actually drew from that New Testament source. I know they did have a Torah. We do have the Septuagint, the Samaritan Pentateuch. Those things are kind of around the same time.
What language do you think the New Testament was originally written in?
Koine Greek.
So how do you explain the Old Testament references in the New Testament that are pre-translations of the Hebrew into Greek or Greek usages of the Septuagint?
Well, that story of the 70 is supposed to be fake, correct? Of how the Hebrews came, and the priests came and they locked them in a room and they all came up with the same story, and that's how they knew
that's supposed to be like a fake story.
Certain elements of it may not be historical, yes.
So that's really the only mechanism that we have for the Septuagint of where they get it from. Like, where was their primary? Like, where did they get the story from? We have the apostles, in between ending around like 70 AD. So what I mean,
But if the apostles or their writing secretaries are writing in Greek,
right,
and they're quoting the Old Testament text in Greek, what are you saying their source for these Greek translated text is?
what do you think about the canons that aren't in the Bible, like the Book of Jasher and books that are mentioned in the Bible that are included in the Bible?
They may have been common folklore of the day. When some of these books were written, they may have been partially included into the biblical text for the sake of preservation of material or history, chronicle type material. That's the ones mentioned in there, like Jasher. That's what I see going on. Do we have Jasher today? No. The pseudepigrapha work is not the same work, I think, that the Torah was familiar with. I think the Torah does make use of that source, and some of it is preserved in the Torah.
Can you say that word again, pseudepigrapha? What can you give me the definition of that word? Because I think that I forget a lot of stuff, but that's the word I was trying to say.
It basically means false authorial attribution, false writing, pseudo agraphe, pigrapha is scripture or writing.
So that story is pseudepigrapha?
I would say the Book of Jasher is not the one that they got access. Is not the original work. I think some of it was utilized for the composition of the Torah.
Right. Does Jesus quote from the Book of Enoch?
Possibly. I actually don't think it's the Book of Enoch. Some people think his Son of Man sayings are coming from the Book of Enoch. I don't. I think the Book of Enoch, there's evidence that the similitudes or a lot of the Son of Man sayings in the Book of Enoch actually are from later editions, not the earliest edition. So that aspect might be New Testament literature influence on those works. So you got that issue, or it could just be the popularity of the two power in heaven theology that was circulating at the end of the Second Temple. It could be a combination of those things. And we also have to recognize that after the Christ movement got on the ball running 10 toes down, the Jews were having internal problems where they needed to interpret certain scriptures contrary to these Jewish Jesus followers, these Jewish followers of Jesus who thought he was the Jewish Messiah. So they began to edit some of the vowel pointing going on until it basically gets fixed during the time of the Masoretes. So the vowel points are a part of the commentary we read from the Jews, but we have to decipher in light of that. But I think the New Testament authors were primarily using the Septuagint or an Old Testament Old Greek translation of the Torah, the Tanakh, in their initial composition.
Yeah, probably different competing, around. That makes sense. Question: would you say that? Because I asked earlier in regards to Ezra, would you say that when Ezra comes back, that they had some sort of
script or Torah or something written down, or would you just say it was a?
It's a lot of ancient Near Eastern motifs of somebody going into a room, into a suppository of a cache of literature, and then finding the deemed religious literature in those caches. So I think not only is this a common motif, I think it could have been a common historical reality. I think it was a historical reality for Ezra. I think they were already practicing forms of Judaism, and it just rejuvenated the community that was not really trying to be succumbing unto the Persian authorities.
So
And when the Persians did go into Israel, Judah, they very strategically did their redistribution of people.
So when they moved, so when Ezra comes back, so like you just said, they had already repopulated Samaria with other people from different places from that they had already moved. So this Sumerian group of people, is it that they don't know how to actually worship the correct way? And Ezra is coming back to kind of show them, because and it's really striking to me that how these Israelites who are in exile in Babylon, the Gola, right, so to speak, how they have kept the traditions and pure, right, with the not assimilated with the Babylonians, and are coming back to and I guess have kept the language too, because they're coming. Well, he's coming back with the script, but when he comes back to Samaria, he builds up. He separates himself from them, right? And they can't speak Hebrew.
Okay, yeah, but like the text of Ezra is in both Hebrew and Aramaic. It's not purely Aramaic. It's not purely Hebrew. It's a mixed text tradition. So you find multiple different nuances in the way the sentences are established and the way the words are articulated. There's some subtle differences from language to language. And I don't know if you've ever tried to do this, but if you knew Hebrew and were to try to read Ezra, you're probably going to stumble quite a bit because of that language barrier. Hebrew and Aramaic are similar languages, but they're not the same languages. There's certain nuances. There's new words, new loan words, a whole lot of stuff like that. But I've always found it interesting. Yahweh, at least when it comes to the Israelites, and I know I'm going back because I'm trying to hang up the phone on you, Goofy. No, but no, but yeah, like the ancient Israelites, when they first come into Israel, the Levites, they have Egyptian names predominantly, and a few of those Levites names do have the name of Yah in it.
So you mean Horite priests? Would they have Horite names or Levite names?
They actually have Egyptian names almost exclusively. The Levites have almost exclusively Egyptian names.
So that would be Horite. Well, the H and the R. It wouldn't be Levite.
No, it would be the Levite tribe, according to the text. They're the ones primarily with Egyptian or Egyptianized names. And,
but when you mention Egyptian, it's not going to say Levite is gonna refer to them with the H and the R, right? Which would be more like Horite. They're Horite priests.
No, it identifies them as Levites.
Same thing. Same thing.
Investigators from the San Diego Police Department.
It identifies them as Levites. In fact, Moses says the Horites are going to be destroyed before they enter into the land of Canaan. I want to say in Exodus 23, 20, 28, 20, somewhere around there, 25 maybe. Moses says the Horites, the Canaanites, the Amorites, all the ites are going to get beat up by Yahweh before we enter into the land of milk and honey.
Yeah, so that's talking about the precepts, the Levitical precept represented by Aaron, and the old precept that's represented by the Horite precept. But you did, huh?
Go ahead.
But you did mention Egyptian, so that would be Horites, the Horite priest, the H and the R. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with saying that the Egyptian priests, the Levite priests, are Horite priests. Because when you're using terms like so, it would be a difference in between in using historical terms or biblical terms. Like we wouldn't find Levitical priesthood outside of the Bible, but we would find Horite priests in real history. Like if we wanted to really look up a Horite priesthood, we could. We couldn't look up a Levitical priesthood attached to Aaron in real history, right?
I don't know. I've never done that personally.
So most of your research in regards to the Levitical priesthood is just in regards to the Bible.
No, it's not. I can't find Levites. I mean, I have some speculations, but I can't find them necessarily outside of the text of the Bible. You got to remember that it's their primary source for their ethnogenesis and all of that stuff. And just looking at Hebrew, the term Levi means to be attached, to become attached to. So they really just might be foreigners that got attached to urbanites that were already in Canaan. They could be the Exodus community.
Well, yeah. So Ezra literally draws his lineage back to Aaron, the priesthood, right? So I guess they have maintained it when in Babylon, and are coming back to teach the people who are in Samaria. Because what is it like a 200-year time span that's gone by from the first disbursement, like 700 BC to 732 BC to about 460 BC to when Ezra comes back. So by that time, the people have forgotten how to speak Hebrew. They've forgotten how to worship the correct deity, the God. And Ezra is coming back supposedly to teach them the correct way.
I disagree with them losing all understanding of their language during their captivity periods. I think they maintained and blended in certain religious.
Oh no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. The group that went to Babylon, they maintained, what is it called, Golof? They maintained. They didn't lose anything. They're the ones that's coming back. I'm making the suggestion that the population in Samaria, that the Assyrians repopulated, that group, they didn't know how to speak Hebrew, and they didn't know how to. They were worshiping all these strange different gods.
I mean, that's a cool idea. I think one of the hardest things to do, outside of like changing your dietary custom is to change your religious adherence.
Mm-hmm.
And when Ezra and Nehemiah come around, they had no problem with if they were completely ignorant of what came beforehand. They had no problem with just adhering to whatever Ezra brought. So that makes me question that idea. You know, it's just like when I look at the evidence of the Exodus, I only see the Exodus happening in one particular time period historically, and that's sometime before Mount Ebal gets occupied. And Mount Ebal gets occupied initially around the 1200s, like from 1150, 1200, 1250 to 1100 BCE.
Mm-hmm.
Sometime between there, Mount Ebal has its first initial site occupation, and all of the architecture that they found there, which isn't much, but the little architecture they found, the dietary habits they found, they coalesce and agree with communities that reflect the dietary habits of the ancient Israelites. No pig, and very short-lived urban settlement at the location.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and now a lot of scholars don't ask the question, well, where did the no pig come from? Or some do, but they just, I don't know. I think following the narrative, following the history, the no pig aspect of dietary habits is just common for a very long time in Egypt, for a lot of reasons in Egypt. So maybe this is the new ethnic marker that they're trying to preserve because they enjoyed their dietary habit they gained while in Egypt.
Mm-hmm. Definitely that. So I mean, I don't know. I actually think that when Ezra came back, they looked at them like, you know, they thought he was better than them. You know what I'm saying? Like in a snobbish way. Like, who does he think he is? Like, you know, he's keeping the correct way and we're not. You know what I'm saying? Their Septuagint, their Samaritan Pentateuch is different. It's a little different. Also, just off the top of my head, that the places of worship were different. I think that's actually the problem that Ezra had, because they still wanted to worship it. Is it not Mount Gabal or Gerizim? Gerizim, yeah. They still wanted to worship there, and that was the whole problem. The initial problem was that.
It was one of the issues. But yeah, bro, I'm not going. I would love to keep talking.
Yeah, I'm sleepy too, brother. I'm just talking. I'm just up. I ain't had nothing. I'm rolling up talking. We can.
I ain't said I was sleepy. I'm just saying enough of the sausage party. You did.
Talking history. Talking history.
Yeah, bro. I think you really got to refine that view of Yahweh not being in the Dead Sea Scroll text or some major overhaul of Yahweh is after the Dead Sea Scroll community began to. I would love to see that evidence.
I'm gonna show that. I'm gonna present a presentation, a PowerPoint with that, because I got the information on that already. Yahweh is and so just how we associated with that with the Yod Hey, and how I showed that it was always it never was a vowel until later, with the long pronounced like that, with the long with the Yods. So
Yod is not a long nothing.
It's not.
No, it's not a. Yod. How are you saying the proper pronunciation for Yod is?
It didn't matter. That's some say Yod.
Yods can be yachts, yacht. It really just depends. But I mean, that's just tomato. But just in general, the deity Yahweh itself, I have a problem with. I really do think it's a modern invention. I give it at least 800 BC, no later than that, for real, for Yahweh.
Right. So then you do realize that would make your argument null and void because all the manuscripts are after 800 BC of these texts.
You say all the documents that come after 800 BC that are synchronized with the name Yahweh, infused with the name Yahweh, are what?
I'm saying all of these biblical texts, all of these manuscripts are after 800 BC. So the earliest
Testaments, yeah.
Say that again, please.
I said mostly New Testament. Yes, the New Testament is after that.
No Old Testament fragment. No Old Testament fragment is prior to 600 BC.
The only Old Testament occurrence I've seen possibly, I don't see Yahweh at all, but we see Emmanuel. But I don't see Yahweh in the Old Testament at all. There is no occurrence of the word Yahweh in the Old Testament.
There is no occurrence of How would you spell Yahweh?
Brother,
what Hebrew letters? In regards to script type, what letters are you saying in the Hebrew script make up the term Yahweh?
Yad.
That's one letter.
Hav. Ve.
Okay.
Yad, Hav, Ve, Hav.
Okay. And you're saying nowhere will we find those
in the Old
four
Testament
letters connected to each other anywhere in the Old Testament?
To a deity, no.
Not even when it's Ha Elohim Yahweh?
The Ha as the Elohim Yahweh, as the deity, as the God Yahweh.
Yeah.
That's in the Old Testament?
Yes.
The God Yahweh. What
Ha
scripture?
Elohim Yahweh is in the Old Testament.
Ha Elohim Yahweh. So what scripture is that?
It's in the Torah. It might lag me out. Give me a second.
Ha Elohim Yahweh is in the Torah. That's very interesting.
Yep.
Let's see.
Genesis 2:4. Deuteronomy. Well, yeah, Genesis 2:4 is what popped up in a Google search.
Genesis 2:4.
Let me pull this back up and let me try to pull it up myself.
Where the Yahwehs. Okay, yeah. This where the Yahwehs got their hands into it. Yep. I see that occurrences. Where the it said these are the generations, the heavens and the earth, when they were created in the day that made Yahweh, God, the earth and the heavens. Yeah, we see the Yahweh, Elohim, Aretz, Wasim, heavens. Yeah, we see the tetragrammaton right there. Inserted.
Inserted. Why do you assert it's inserted?
Let's see when the data Genesis, because hold on real quick.
Like, you do understand some of the, like, this would have been one of them problem passages for the oldest JPD theorists, like Wellhausen. It would have been problematic to them because they're noticing two particular names in not only a chapter but the same sentence, two particular terms used in one sentence.
Okay, but they're dating Genesis to the 10th century.
No, Genesis is usually dated. Well, okay, sure. Certain sections of Genesis can be dated to the 10th century.
J-Source.
But again, doing a source critical assessment, Exodus 15 is one of the, if not the oldest section of the Old Testament by means of its archaic language, grammatical structures, and narrative plots.
Yeah, but it's not from there. It's not even from. It's from older texts. The song
Well,
of Moses is from older Ugaritic scripts.
no, it's not from Ugaritic scripts.
Where's it from?
It's from the Torah.
No, it's not. Hold on,
Yes,
brother.
it is.
I'll pull that
So
up.
I could literally pull up and read off to you what Cross and others said in the Asman have said regarding the date, because they say that the date reflects literary motifs known in not temple dedications, in victory hymns like Merneptah Stella. It maintains those type of literary structures and features, and it also maintains old, very archaic language in the narrative. These point the text to being much older than its earliest example or its earliest extant form, meaning that the text goes back well before most people date it, according to JPD theory. But again, most JPD theorists do date Exodus 15 very early.
Yeah, about 10th century. I mean, 10th century is the latest.
It's not. No. Exodus 15 is dated commonly around the 13th, 12th century BCE.
Well, then that's going to give you
to the time of Moses.
Yeah, 1400 BC, a late Exodus 3.
No critical scholars are dating it to the 1400s.
1350 at the latest, probably.
At the earliest.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's where we start seeing it at, brother. I mean, like, I don't. Two things with I do have a problem with two things that you said. The Torah is not written in the Hebrew script, for one. It's not in Ketiv Avri. The Torah is written in the script that Ezra would have wrote with. Right? It would have been the script that he came with, the Assyrian script, the script that he came with from Babylon. So that's one thing. Secondly, I'm just trying to think of if they would have actually had, because the only mechanism of transmission of Yahweh that they would have actually had would have been through Moses when he, went to Midian through Jethro. So that's the only transmission biblically that I know of, or that, what I'm saying, in regards to how they could have possibly gotten Yahweh. And at that time, they didn't have a script. They wouldn't have got the script until after that. And, if I'm going to, apply that knowledge and that narrative. And so, that's after. So a lot of times the dates just not really matching up, as far as, with, oral tradition. I may not have a problem with them having an oral, oral Torah. I don't really see any signs of a written script or written Torah before Ezra.
Except for Ezra finding the Torah.
The books of Moses, first five books, the laws.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So finding it means that he created it. How was he able to put the old script into his new script?
The Old Testament, right, that he would have gotten when he went.
Right, but you're saying nobody would have known the language if he really did find an older, different script type of the Torah, the Moses books. How would he have been able to put it into any vernacular or script type of his day?
He would have been able to have read it, correct? Still, because he would have been able to read the Hebrew. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think he and others in a similar community and position that he was affiliated with would have been able to still read it, and others in a different regional location, like the Judeans or the Israelites, or even the Samaritans. They would have been able to read that form he initially found.
So the whole time they had access to it, but they just
didn't. They had access to it, yes, due to oral traditions and cultural customs and practices. Yes, they had access to it because the Torah is primarily something to be remembered and acted out.
Right.
And if remembered and acted out continuously, then we get similar practices, even if they are adapting newer cultural customs.
Mm-hmm.
So adaptation does not demonstrate a disassociation. It only demonstrates a morphing,
Mm-hmm.
not a complete separation, but a change. A caterpillar is a butterfly after it's in that cocoon for a few months or whatever. So it's not a different species. It's the same species. It's the same literary tradition being acted out from that before that time and afterwards. In fact, I think that's what's causing the Ezra Nehemiah national remembrance and activity to rebuild the temple. The Samaritans had a cultural custom. The Israelites that were just south of them had a cultural custom. Their religions are paralleling each other. They recognize each other as having common religions, just different ethnic affiliations. And so there's ties there. There's definitely still ties there.
So what made them go back?
Well, according to Isaiah, there was an action of God in the establishment of Cyrus as a leader to give them the allowance to go back.
Right.
And that was acted out during the time of Ezra Nehemiah.
Prophecy. So I'm trying to remember the story. Did some of the Sumerians like write a letter like to try to stop them to rebuilding, or how did that work? Do you remember that? It's part of the story.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Right. Yeah. It's part of it's something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't really remember. Yeah, brother. I definitely appreciate being on with you. I like the same areas of study as well. So it's always good when you have somebody else that knows more than you, or on the subject. So yeah. Your brother A1 probably stepped away by now for sure.
A1, 1A, you still here? Close us out, A1. Before this live stream keep going for another 10 hours. Well, look here. I'm going to say it, and then I'm going to go ahead and go. You got any final words for the audience, for the chat, for the platform?
Nope. Peace to the Titans fan. Definitely enjoyed the bill with the brother. See y'all soon.
Everybody stay locked in. Don't forget to click that thumbs up, click that sub button, like, comment, and subscribe. Tighten up to the world. Barbarians going crazy. We having fun, and we hope y'all are entertained and informed from these presentations. I appreciate everybody on the platform. A1, wake up, my boy. Tighten up to the world. This is the Titan Debate League. Get in tune. All right. Peace to the chat. Salute to A1. Salute to the Barbaddies. Salute to the Barbarians. Salute to everybody on the platform. Shout out to Suave. Shout out to Laurel. Big ups to Shekmet, the goddess. Big ups to everybody on the platform. It don't matter if you cool with me or not. Shouts out to Jesse. Shouts out to everybody. I appreciated today's conversation. Hope everybody had a great Christmas. A1, wake up, bro. Again, everybody, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm getting out of here. I don't know if A1 is up or not, but A1, log us out, bro. Peace and love to all the Titan family.